And good morning and welcome to this BBC News special programme where we are bringing you continuing coverage of an extremely poignant day. The hearse bearing the Queen's coffin is due to leave Balmoral within the next few moments. It will be making the journey to the Palace of Holyroodhouse in Edinburgh. With my guests, I'll be guiding you throughout the day as we expect thousands of people to come out along many parts of this long route to pay their respects. A journey expected to take, we are told, about 6 hours, ending ultimately in Edinburgh. We start, though, of course, this morning in Balmoral. My colleague Anita McVeigh has been there for many days and joins me from there now. And we all wait together, Anita. We all wait to find out what our own individual emotions will be at that moment, at the moment we see the coffin driven out of the gates of Balmoral, a place that the Queen loved so much.
Jane, I think that's absolutely right. We are anticipating that moment when we see the Queen's coffin for the first time. You know, a lot of people have said to me over the last few days, it doesn't seem real. They, after all, saw that photograph of the Queen just 5 days ago meeting the new Prime Minister. But this moment, when the coffin emerges, well, that will be something that is tangible. Let me give you a little sense of what is happening and has been happening over the last few minutes at the castle itself. We know that 6 gamekeepers, gillies as they're known, from the Balmoral estate will carry the coffin from the ballroom where it has been resting through the small dining room out to the hearse, and the Queen will be played out of Balmoral for the final time by her piper, the Queen's piper, the Sovereign's piper, to give him his official title, to the tunes Balmoral and Glengelder. And these are the moments when, of course, the royal family, the members of the royal family who have been here since Thursday, also her close personal staff, many of whom have served her for decades, will be spending those last private moments with the Queen, saying those goodbyes, those final goodbyes here at Balmoral, the place that she loved so much and spent so much happy time in. We understand that the oak coffin will be draped with the royal standard for Scotland, and we've been getting a little bit of detail about the wreath, the simple wreath that will be placed on the coffin. We're told that that wreath will be made up of phlox, dahlias, sweet pea, limonium, white heather, as well as pine and fir, all cut here from the gardens and the estate. And I think there will be a simplicity to this part of the journey, in contrast to the solemn grandeur that we no doubt will see for the state funeral. But there will be a simplicity to this which I think is very much reflective of what the royals and the Queen loved about this place, because here their life was much simpler. It was a life, a normal life compared to perhaps their other residences. And I spoke to the minister at Glenmick Church in Ballater, which is the nearest town to Balmoral Castle and which has a close association with the royal family. I spoke to him yesterday and he told me that metaphorically, when the Queen arrived here, she hung her crown on the castle gates. He said this was a place where she could be a wife, a mother, and later a grandmother and great-grandmother. It was a place where she could feel relaxed, breathe, be with family and friends, with her dogs, and really relax. It was really wonderful to have that conversation with the minister, because he has met the Queen on a number of occasions, spoken to her at length. Let me tell you about one of the anecdotes that he shared with me. He was talking about the floods in Ballater, which caused huge destruction to part of the town in 2015, and later, after repairs had been made, the Queen paid a visit to thank volunteers. One of the people that she spoke to was a gentleman 1 year younger than the Queen, he had always taken care of the war memorial in front of the church in Ballater. And although he was elderly after the floods, he painstakingly restored the war memorial to its pristine condition. And when the Queen was meeting him, she said, "You do remember me, don't you?" And it turned out that he was the son of someone who worked here on the estate, and that the Queen and he had played together as children. And he said, "Yes, Mum, of course I remember you, but I didn't want to presume." And then I was told about this wonderful conversation they had, the two of them, where they reminisced about playing hide and seek together, playing poo sticks together. And it was clear, the Reverend told me, that the Queen had such fond and happy memories of her childhood here. Of course, she spent part of her honeymoon at Balmoral as well, and all those summer holidays where she could really relax. I was also reflecting with him that this moment, Jane, as you alluded to, when we see the coffin, it will be an incredibly emotional time for people for many, many reasons. There is, of course, that grief for the Queen, perhaps bringing to the surface feelings of grief for people that we have lost. And also, I think it will be about the change that her death represents, because she has been a constant for so long, for 70 years of her reign. She's been described by people here to me as steadfast, as a rock, as a beacon of hope, that politicians have come and gone, but that she has been a constant. And she has been a constant through turbulent times, turbulence which we still live through, the pandemic, the financial crisis, the war that's going on in Ukraine. But the Queen has always been the constant through all of those times, but now she is gone. And it's no coincidence, is it, that King Charles III, in his address to the nation, he mirrored some of the language that the Queen also used when she was crowned. We see that the police officers who've been standing guard at the gates have moved. We've, just before you came to us, seen police motorcycle outriders and other vehicles moving past this position down to the Balmoral Bridge that leads out to the main road and to Crathy Kirk, the church where the royals worship when they are here over the summer holidays. So we take this as a signal that the hearse carrying the Queen's coffin is close by. We understand that we will also see the Princess Royal, Princess Anne, and her husband, Vice Admiral Tim Lawrence, accompanying the coffin on its journey. We understand that the other members of the royal family who are here, we saw them looking at the floral tributes yesterday and thanking people who had come to pay their respects. We understand they will stay here at the castle for the moment, but will at some point after that follow on to Edinburgh, which is of course the destination for the cortege today. And once the hearse has left the castle, it will make its way through the Aberdeenshire countryside, including to Ballater, that town I mentioned, where people said they felt so protective of the Queen. They of course still feel protective of her. They say they feel protective of the royal family at all times, but especially in these days. It will make its way through Ballater and then onto the outskirts of towns, including Aberdeen, Dundee, and then on to Edinburgh, the Royal Mile, and to the Palace of Holyroodhouse. This will take them past, just a short distance from where I'm standing, Crathy Kirk, the church where the Queen and other royals worship during their summer holidays. In fact, just about a week ago, the Queen was speaking to the Right Reverend Dr. Ian Greenshields, the moderator of the General Assembly of Scotland, here at Balmoral. He said that she was obviously frail, but absolutely on the ball and very much engaged with what was going on in the church. And that was what we saw reflected, of course, just on Tuesday, just 5 days ago, when she had those audiences with the outgoing Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, and then invited the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, to form a government. And I can just see now in the background the hearse and other vehicles almost at the gates of Balmoral. She came here at the start of the summer holidays, but leaves now for the final time. So that was, well, it's difficult to sum up, isn't it, really? Seeing the Queen's coffin for the first time. I began by saying that so many people had said to me that this didn't seem quite real, and I know that people in local towns will be lining up to pay their respects. As we came here this morning, we saw cars parked in lanes, trying to catch a glimpse, trying to find a position to catch a glimpse of the Queen's coffin, because this was a place which meant so much to her. And it's very clear, talking to local people in Ballater and the surrounding area, how much she meant to them. The shop windows filled with pictures and recollections of the Queen. So many people gathering in the town, thousands and thousands of them over the last couple of days, making their way from Ballater and other surrounding towns to come here to Windsor Castle, to lay flowers, to read messages, to spend a quiet moment, yet so many of them saying it didn't seem quite real. I think seeing the coffin begin this very solemn journey certainly makes it real. And we're now showing you images of Ballater, which I've been talking about, as I say, the closest town to Balmoral Castle. The Queen has been there on a number of occasions during her reign. Other members of the royal family, perhaps even more frequently than her, but they see themselves very much as the royal family's town, the people of Ballater. And there are many people lined up there now today to wait for this coffin passing through, to catch that first glimpse of this final journey for the Queen from the place that she loved so well, a place that she was really passionate about. I heard also that the King is very passionate about. I mentioned those floods in Ballater back in 2015, 2016, and the huge damage they caused, and I was told a story about how an elderly lady was told by her insurance company that it would be weeks before anyone could come to assess her property, and she was very distressed. And the minister at the church was giving Prince Charles, then Prince Charles, now King Charles, regular updates on the situation in the town. And he then received a call from a Buckingham Palace aide saying that the Queen would also like an update. And he spoke to the Queen, and the Queen said to him, "If it will help, you can mention my name, because I don't want to see people suffering unnecessarily." And I thought that was a wonderful little anecdote to illustrate just how much she cared about this place. So we can see these shots now from our helicopter of the hearse carrying Queen Elizabeth's coffin, making its way to Ballater, and then the journey eventually to Edinburgh. Royal officials say that they want everything that happens in the next few days to reflect the dignity of the Queen's reign, and also to allow people a proper opportunity to witness history, to witness her coffin passing by their areas. Once the coffin has moved through Ballater, it will take the A93 towards Aberdeen before turning south and crossing the King George V Bridge, named of course after the Queen's father, and then on to the outskirts of Dundee, and then to the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, before reaching the Palace of Holyroodhouse and laying at rest there until tomorrow, Monday, when the coffin will be taken to St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh. The coffin will remain there until Tuesday, before, accompanied by the Princess Royal, Princess Anne, it will be flown to London. So more police vehicles, other service vehicles and members of the royal household leaving now. In total, we're told there will be a large number of vehicles in this procession making its way finally to Edinburgh. Obviously a huge amount of security, but some of that following at a discreet distance from those initial vehicles, the hearse of course, and then the car carrying Princess Anne and her husband, Vice Admiral Tim Lawrence. We believe the other members of the royal family who have been here over the last few days remain at Balmoral. So we have the Earl and Countess of Wessex, Edward and Sophie, their daughter Lady Louise. We have Prince Andrew, his daughters the Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. Among those still here, and of course those close members of staff, many of whom have served the Queen for decades, hearing this morning that they are naturally deeply upset at this final parting for the Queen from the place that she loved so well. And I'll just repeat, if I may, that anecdote, that description rather, that the Reverend David Barr from the church in Ballater told me yesterday in my conversation with him, because I thought it summed up really why the Queen loved this place so much. She said metaphorically she could hang her crown on the main gates as she came in. He said she could be a mum, a wife, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and totally relax while she was here. Although I think it's also important to reflect that those last images we saw of the Queen just 5 days ago, Tuesday, were of her carrying out her duties. She has been praised for her sense of service, her sense of duty, Those are the sorts of phrases I've heard from people I've been talking to, people who've been coming to lay flowers and leave messages. And she was carrying out her duties right until the very end. And although logically we knew that she was frail, that there were concerns about her health, and logically we knew that this moment would be in the near future, it was nonetheless a surprise, wasn't it? Given that we had seen those photos just on Tuesday, to hear the news on Thursday of the concerns for her health, those concerns growing as members of the royal family rushed to be here. And now today, Sunday, the Queen leaving Balmoral Castle for her final journey. Jane, back to you.
Anita, very many thanks. Anita McVeigh in Balmoral. And watching these images with me here in the studio is the historian and writer Robert Lacey and the BBC's Martin Geisler, my colleague from BBC Scotland. Martin, just a thought about what we're watching and the areas that this convoy, the areas that the Queen's convoy, the Queen's coffin is going to be passing through.
Well, what we're watching is a really sad and sombre last journey. Finality is the word here, isn't there? Isn't it? We've just seen the convoy, the Queen passing through the gates of Balmoral for the last time, a place that she's known her whole life and loved probably more deeply than any other place on earth. And when Anita's talking about the links between Royal Deeside and the royal family, they do run deep. We keep hearing about it, but we keep hearing about it because it's true. I mean, Princess Anne got married to Vice Admiral Tim Lawrence in Crathy Kirk, the kirk they've just passed. Not only did the royal family worship there right back to the days of Queen Victoria, but they've been married there. Prince Charles, we're just about to, or King Charles rather, we're just about to see Ballater, and just about a mile south of Ballater is Burke Hall, the house on the Balmoral estate that was left to King Charles by the Queen Mother, where he spent many happy times. He proposed to Camilla, the Queen Consort there. They spent their honeymoon there. So this is not a place that they just happen to go to for a few weeks a year. This is a place that they choose to go to for big moments in their life. And because that's a lovely expression, isn't it? The Queen could hang her crown on the gates of Balmoral and effectively take off her shoes and just get on with being a person rather than a monarch, and that's why. The route that we're going to see the convoy take effectively traces the route of the River Dee until Aberdeen, about 40 odd miles, till the outskirts of Aberdeen, and passes through half a dozen or more Deeside towns. We'll see Ballater shortly. It'll go through Aboyne, Kincardine, O'Neill, Banchory, until it gets to Peter Cooter and then Cults, which are effectively suburbs of Aberdeen itself. There was a more direct route that the convoy could have taken to Edinburgh. It could have gone down through Glen Shee and down through the Glens. Beautiful, spectacular scenery, great climbing territory that the royals would have known so well in the summer, and skiing country in the winter. But the problem with that route is that while it's more direct, it doesn't really pass through many conurbations. And they've chosen this route because it'll take them through cities, through Aberdeen, through Dundee. It'll trace just the outskirts of Perth, and then down through Fife, through the Kingdom of Fife, and over the Queensferry Crossing, a bridge that the Queen opened 5 years ago, and then into Edinburgh itself. So it is a longer route, but it will give people a chance, as we see here, them coming in, I think, into Ballater, a chance to come out and pay their respects. And judging by these early pictures that we're seeing in the first communities that they're passing through, they're certainly coming out in good number.
And absolutely, let's talk about that, because this chosen partly, as you're reflecting, Martin, to allow people in certain areas along the route to gather. Local councils have been telling people where they can stand, explaining how they can stand and pay their respects, and you are nodding to exactly what strikes us immediately. Let's talk briefly to Rachel Bell, who is in Ballater itself. And from the vantage points that we have, Rachel, it certainly looks as if a lot of people have come out this morning. Just you can explain for us what the mood there is in Ballater, a place that knows the royal family so well, and what's happening there.
Yes, people have been lining the streets since very early this morning, putting chairs out so that they have the best spot to view the Queen's hearse as it passes by. This is, has already been said, this is a community which is 8 miles down the road from Balmoral, one which has had such close connections to the royal family. Hundreds of people lining the streets here at Ballater, ready to watch the hearse as it comes into view. Be shortly arriving in the main street of Ballater. It will travel past Ballater's old railway station, the closest station to the royal residence. The Queen used it many times when she was much younger on her journey to Balmoral before its closure in 1966. The royal family, in particular the Prince's Foundation, initiated its restoration after it was all but destroyed by fire in 2015. There's lots of people here at the moment, but it's very quiet as everyone waits. At 10 o'clock, the church that you can hopefully see rang out its bells. And since then, there's been a very sombre, respectful feel here in Ballater. Remember, this is a community which knows the Queen. For some here today, this is the opportunity for them to say goodbye to a neighbour. That's the phrase we've heard over and over again this week as we've been reporting from Royal Deeside.
And Rachel, let's just
that she was their
pause
neighbour.
a moment if we can as the coffin comes through, because I'm struck that you have noticed how very quiet it is there. Let's just pause and see that moment. And as the coffin passes through the town of Ballater, the town the royal family knows so well, the town's people who know the royal family, we notice one thing, don't we? Absolute silence. The BBC's Martin Geisler is with me, and that scene in itself, Martin, so striking.
Absolutely. Ballater was always going to turn out a number for this journey to say its farewells, because I mean a lot is made of this relationship between the royal family and the people of Royal Deeside, and it's fierce when you're in that part of the country. The passion and the level of protection that the people there offered the royal family. It was very much a two-way relationship, because the royals obviously appreciated that protection. The people there saw so much more than they said. And if you spend any time up there, I was fascinated by the level of exposure there was. And whenever I'm up there, you say, well, do you really see them hanging about? And they say, yeah, we don't bat an eyelid. I mean, you know, Camilla, the Queen Consort, regularly in the toy shop, picking up toys for grandchildren, that kind of thing. And genuinely seen as people who loved the area. And if somebody loves the place that you live, then you take a pride in that and you welcome them. So there was this really genuine and strong bond between them. A lot of every other shop in Ballater has a royal crest, a by appointment crest. I think I heard at one point some of them were bestowed by the Queen Mother and may now have lapsed, but they're not in any great rush to take them down. Take them down.
Indeed.
But this connection is absolutely strong, and it goes on right through Deeside.
And so important and so lovely to think that connection exists, because whatever one's view of the royal family, they are in a goldfish bowl. That is the one of the few places, or this area that you're describing is, as you suggest, just somewhere they can be a little more approaching some form of normality, as close as they can ever get.
Doing what they like to do, away from any prying eyes, getting up into the hills, picnicking, fishing, walking. I mean, there's a mountain, a Munro, just behind the castle at Balmoral called Loch Nagar. It's a wonderful walk. And it was so important to King Charles. He wrote a book about it, a children's book. It was a story that he'd first told to his younger brothers when they were young children, about an old man, the Old Man of Loch Nagar, it's called, about an old man who lived in the cliffs just below the peak of the mountain, and from memory I think the book is about him being frustrated that he couldn't have a proper bath, and then eventually trying to have a bath and burning down the hillside. But it was a place that they spent so much time. They climbed, they fished, they walked the dogs, and you know, many people you bump into in Deeside will tell you they've been on the estate and they hear a bark and there's a corgi and then there's a headscarf and there's an interaction, but respect. They gave the royal family their space.
Yes, I mean, I know people who were in the area really a matter of months ago and experienced exactly that scene that you have just described. I'm trying to think, perhaps within the last year, let's say, and they commented and they said, and the Queen was driving herself.
Yeah, no,
and
exactly.
People comment on that.
And she did. There are the lovely stories of her picking up, you know, walkers in rainstorms on the mountaintops in her Land Rover, and there was a fantastic story that's been told many times over recent days by one of her protection officers, an American couple who were fascinated by the Queen living there, were picked up by the Queen but didn't recognise her. And they said, how long have you lived here? And she said, well, I've been coming here. I've got a little holiday house over the hill. I've been coming here 80 years. And they said, well, you must have met the Queen. And she said, well, I haven't, but he has, pointing to her protection officer. Anyway, the story goes on. But these kind of things did happen.
And we, again, as we see another beautiful, beautiful shot of this remarkable landscape, we should remember that people are watching this not just in the UK, but around the world. So there might be people seeing these images, and it's a reminder, if any of us need some, of just how beautiful this landscape is. I appreciate that's not the only reason they love Deeside, but it is a contributing factor. It is absolutely stunning.
It's the reason I think Queen Victoria fell in love with Deeside and bought Balmoral, because it is absolutely bewitchingly beautiful. Even the river itself, the River Dee, just smooth, almost silky, oily, fast-flowing salmon river that gives you fantastic fishing, but just looks with the trees on the banks, the way it's laid out, the way it winds through that part of the world, just looks beautiful. It is a bewitching part of the country. You can't go there and not fall in love with it. And on a day like today, when we're looking at these pictures with the sun shining, probably just a little start of autumn chill in the air. That's how Scotland should be seen. It's when it looks at its best. You don't get that green without having a lot of rain, but on days like today, it really is majestic.
I think it's very interesting that of the last 4 monarchs to die in modern times, only one of them died in London. This love of the British countryside is a tradition in the royal family. The Queen, in fact, is the first monarch in modern times to die in Scotland, but her father and grandfather died in Sandringham, and Queen Victoria died actually on the Isle of Wight, where she loved spending so much time. And what's interesting, back in those days, they hadn't really thought out the idea that the people would want to take part in what had happened. Coffin was put on a warship that was brought to Southampton. Then it was whisked up by train to Waterloo and across London to Paddington to go on to Windsor. So it was only between those 2 London railway stations that people got a chance to pay their respects. Of course, they'll come later. They came later, the lying in state and the funeral. But what we're watching here is a modern ritual, a folk ritual too, which has developed out of what you're talking about, people's sorrow, but also love and respect for the Queen. And somebody said, I heard them say they wanted to be a witness to history. I think people want to be part of history. That's the sensation.
Yes.
Grandparents bringing their children before school so that they will remember this. It will be part of their lives.
Yes. And certainly a lot of the people I spoke to at Buckingham Palace on Friday, there was a lot of that. You saw whole generations of families, didn't you? Because they wanted the children and the grandchildren to remember this turn in history, an extraordinary moment for the whole nation, for the Commonwealth, after such longevity on the throne. And Robert Lacey, those are some of the things that you and I will have time to talk about over the course of the day, while we are still very much following the Queen's coffin at the start of its final journey. That in itself is something quite hard for all of us to say and think about, isn't it? I do also want to bring in from Hamilton Professor Sir Tom Devine, who has written extensively, many books about Scottish history, right from the 16th to the 20th century. Sir Tom, thank you for being with us here on the BBC as well this morning. And as someone with unrivaled knowledge of Scottish history, I'm interested, first of all, what is going through your mind as we watch the Queen's coffin on its final journey?
I want to say, first of all, how honoured I am to be able to speak to you on this both sombre but also historic day, and your viewers, of course, as well, around the globe. My feelings are twofold. First of all, like most people, deep sadness, the poignant views of the final departure from the home she loved most. But at the same time, a recognition and a sense of pride, I think shared by a number of people, that the job she did and promised to do in her coronation oaths in 1953 has been done and accomplished in a truly unsurpassed way. So there's a kind of duality in my feelings. A job well done, the end of a wonderful life of service, but at the same time, especially seeing that vision of the departure of the hearse, which I presume is covered in the Royal Standard of Scotland. Slight sense of if not more than a slight sense of personal emotion.
And sad and poignant as today is, would you say it's fair to say that there is something fitting, beautiful almost, about the fact that Her Majesty spent her last days and weeks in the place she loved so much?
Of course, but I think there's a wider aspect to this. There's been a focus on Balmoral rightly since the beginning of your programme. But remember, the Queen and her late husband had a remarkable affection for the Scottish nation, and that as a whole. As she put it the last time she addressed the Scottish Parliament in Edinburgh, she referred to this wonderful country, namely Scotia, namely Scotland, which she and her husband loved so well with deep affection. And given, of course, the lineage of Elizabeth II, going right back in blood to the medieval days of King Robert the Bruce, who was Scotland's patriot king, ironically enough, resisting the English invasion and takeover of Scotland and preserving Scottish identity and independence during the Wars of Independence. That is one of the many reasons why she had such a love of my country.
And yes, we remember perhaps her saying that to the Scottish Parliament, and people will remember that at the time. As you are only with us for a relatively short time this morning as well, though, I do want to ask for your personal experience of that, because of course am I right in saying you received your knighthood from her, and that was for services to Scottish history. I wonder how much of your perhaps brief conversation that you would have had with her then, how much of that you feel able to share with us?
Yeah, well, that was, looking back now, that was a very poignant moment. She dubbed me as a Knight of the Realm with the sword of her father, King George VI, on one shoulder and then the other. And then I stood up, she shook hands and she had a few words with me. And she said, and I've never revealed this until her death, she said that it gave her great pleasure to give this honour to an historian and a scholar for his services, and she raised her voice and with great emphasis said, for services to the history of Scotland.
Yes, it's beautiful and very striking that she raised her voice as you're describing. I'm interested whether you feel that passion, that love will continue with the next generation, with King Charles and beyond.
I've absolutely no doubt about it. And certainly I know from his communications with me in the past that Charles has not only read books on the history of Scotland, but has also read some of my own. I remember when his father was presented with a new edition of one of my books, and with his great sense of humour, he put his hands in his head and said, "Oh my God, not this again." It's okay, there's only 2 additional chapters. Thank God for that. As already been said in your programme, the former Prince of Wales has long had a connection to the area that we've been talking about this morning in Scotland. And I've absolutely no doubt that the strong connection between Royal Deeside and, most importantly of all, the Scottish nation as a whole will be maintained by him, almost, if you like to put it this way, instinctively. It's simply part of his mindset because of the way he's been brought up and the interest he's long had in Scotland, and indeed in Scotland's history and contribution to Great Britain. And I've also often thought over the last few years how the deep respect that the royal family have for Scotland, unfortunately, has been somewhat different from that of recent governments in the UK. And I think that's one of the reasons why in these sad days, the Scottish people, the citizens of Scotland, are going to great lengths to mark the passing of the Queen she never had any doubt that Scotland was and is an historic nation and is part of Great Britain.
And is part of Great Britain, which reminds us inevitably of the very, very few brief words that the Queen, she alluded to the Scottish independence referendum of a few years ago. Was that absolutely a deliberate statement in your mind?
I think it's been blown up to some extent, although the very fact that she, to my knowledge, mentioned something of significant historical and important political importance, I think must have been planned, because she would know that information, those words, although in a sense you could say they were neutral words, it would go out into the public domain very, very quickly. I do think that if the independence referendum had gone to yes, despite the fact that the Scottish National Party intends to retain the monarchy if independence ever occurs, I still think she would have felt a deep wrench at the terrible loosening of the bonds with one of the four nations of the United Kingdom.
Yes, very, very interesting to hear your perspective on that. Martin, you had a thought on that?
Well, yeah, there's an argument both ways for what the Queen said. She said it was when she was going into Crathie-Kirk, just on the eve of the referendum, and she said, I hope the people of Scotland think very carefully about their future. There was a story, I think it was the editor of the Financial Times, had suggested that he'd been briefed in a lunch with Prince Andrew a few days before that something might be said. So there was a suggestion there was some choreography about this. But it's also been argued both ways by the royal household at the time that actually, if you analyse that statement, there's nothing in it. It doesn't fall on either side of the divide. Think very carefully about your future. It's simply guidance that this is a big decision you're about to make. Don't do it without giving it proper forethought. But, you know, inevitably, it was read into.
Robert,
the Queen was a master at putting meaning into words, and then you look at the words afterwards and you wonder where the meaning was. I mean, that was the essence of her skill as a constitutional monarch. But I do think it's significant that with this extraordinarily discreet sovereign who took the point of neutrality so seriously, just about the only stories we've got about her straying from total discretion involve Scotland and her affection to Scotland, and of course, as well as her remark before the referendum, David Cameron indiscreetly let slip that when he told her what the result was, she purred with happiness. The result, of course, being to stay as part of the United Kingdom, although in a devolved United Kingdom. We'll get onto this sort of thing later, but one of her geniuses, I mean, it's the same as the Commonwealth. Her personality was able to let nations go or let nations separate, but keep a sense of togetherness. And I think that's what was the essence of her attitude towards this tricky issue of Scottish independence and devolution.
In terms of the journey we are following today, of course, the ultimate destination later this afternoon is Edinburgh. That is some hours away for obvious reasons at points. This is moving very, very slowly, as we expected, as we anticipated. We were told that in some areas they wanted the vehicles to move at walking pace because, again, Martin, there are areas where we expect large crowds.
Yes, I mean, it's difficult to know what to expect. I think this is Aboyne, the town of Aboyne that we're looking at here, population just under, 3,000, something like that, like many of the D-side towns. And there are people lining the streets, but it is quite sparse. Many of those people will have gone to Ballater, I suppose. I mean, so here's an idea of what's happening on D-side. It's difficult to get to Balmoral and park if the car park's closed and so on. So there are buses laid on from Braemar about 4 miles away on one side, and from Ballater about the same distance away on the other side. One bus from each town. 3,000 people took them yesterday just to lay flowers at the gates. My colleague James Cook, who covers Scotland for the BBC, the Scotland editor of the BBC, said at one point in Ballater he counted 800 people in the queue for the bus. So there will be tourists among those people, of course. It's the summer at Scotland, and this is a real tourist draw. But there's an idea of the strength of feeling. And if you look now, there we go into a Boyne. There are 3 or 4 deep. I'm seeing on the south side of the road. And again, when you look at these pictures, bear in mind population 2,900. There aren't many people there watching this on the television. They're all out of their houses and come down to pay their respects. There are other parts of the route in Aberdeen. There will be an opportunity for people to come out, and I think we'll see crowds there as well as in Dundee. But most of the route will be passing through Scottish countryside. It's a practical exercise, this, to move the Queen from Balmoral to the Palace of Holyroodhouse, and much of it will be done just through the fields and hills of the east coast of Scotland.
Yes.
Every place in the car park there is full.
Yeah. And we saw that along the route as well. Cars parked in fields, cars parked in junctions. So yeah, you're right.
So that that's the modern token of the people who've come from a long way away, as we agree, and are there at the side of the road. And we saw them there, weren't they? In the middle of the town, they were more concentrated. Now we're leaving the town, and they're more spread out.
Yes. And again, for the benefit of international viewers, perhaps worth reminding people that the population of the whole of Scotland is...
It's 5.5 million.
Yes, less
just
than
under.
the capital, smaller than London in terms of population
almost
by
half the
a
size.
considerable way.
Yeah.
So, yes, you make an absolutely important point.
A third of the landmass of Britain with about 8% of the population.
And at the time of the Queen's death, I mean, we've seen the members of the royal family coming up from London, but at the time of her death, the Queen was there, and Prince Charles was there as well, not because he was expecting his mother to die, but because the monarch and the heir both love the time they spend in Scotland. We haven't had much chance to talk about Dumfries House, which is where Prince Charles loves being, and which isn't just a residence he uses. He's made that the centre of a project of rebuilding the local community, trying to generate employment, activities for young people, all these sort of things, which interestingly are the sort of things the royal family didn't do before the Queen's reign. There was the anxiety about getting involved too much in politics, but it was really the Duke of Edinburgh, with his Duke of Edinburgh's award, who showed how a member of the royal family could really, in a determined way, get involved in changing society, but without offending the politics of it.
Oh, so that's interesting. So it was started by this reign that has now come to an end. It was started under the late Queen and the late Duke of Edinburgh.
Late Duke of Edinburgh, and this sword being very enthusiastically taken up by Prince Charles, who we know pondered. He knew ahead of time he was going to have to wait so long, and he wanted to make his time as heir really useful. And there he turned to his father's example of picking out causes that could make the world a better place. He was never ashamed of saying it. Like in his case, with Prince Charles, in came the idea of ecology and the countryside, and converting the royal family's natural affinity and love for the countryside into actually a political cause, which all parties espouse. These are big developments in the reign of the Queen, over which she's presided, and now we've got the new Prince of Wales, William, with his Earthshot Prize, following on from now his father and his grandfather, all under the auspices of the Queen.
That is the voice of Robert Lacey, the royal historian and biographer, who is with us throughout the day here on BBC News, as we follow the coffin bearing the Queen, ultimately on its way to Edinburgh. That is where she will rest later today. And the BBC's Martin Geisler is with us as well, my colleague from BBC Scotland. Do you have a sense, Martin, of the next town where this might be passing through? It's quite hard for us from this vantage point, isn't it? Just to keep a firm eye on exactly where we are now. This is, we should remind, this is a 175-mile journey that is being made today. So.
Exactly. I have to confess, this is not a part of the country that I come from, and I'm terrified of offending people by getting their town wrong from a bird's eye view. But if that was a Boyne, we should be approaching Banchory relatively shortly. We're about 20 miles or so from Aberdeen. To go back to, you were asking earlier on about, you were asking Professor Sir Tom Devine about the fact that, you know, this life was at some point going to come to an end, and it was appropriate that it did so in Balmoral. I was speaking to, Anita was talking earlier on about the Right Reverend Ian Greenshields, the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland, which is a long-winded way of saying the head of the Church of Scotland, effectively, and he was with the Queen last weekend at Balmoral. He spent the weekend there. I spoke to him on Friday, and he said that he was struck by how sparky she was. Frail, but she was sparky. She was on great form, he said, and he said he walked with her to a window in Balmoral, and they looked out over the garden together, and she was just speaking with great pride about the garden that had been grown there and what she was doing with it, and then talking about her memories, her horses, the time that she'd spent there. And he was shocked when he heard the news later in the week that her health had suffered and then ultimately she had passed away. But he said her love for that place was just so evident in the conversation, the long conversation that he had with her there. And he said her family will have taken, I think, great comfort from the fact that that's where her life came to an end.
And he is not alone, is he, in mentioning how, well, sparky, to use your words, that the Queen was right up until the end. Later on in the day, we hope to be talking a little more about her love of horses, her expertise in horses, hugely knowledgeable, wasn't she? And we know that on Tuesday, the day she welcomed in the new Prime Minister, that day she was talking to one of her racehorse trainers who talked about, she knew everything about the forthcoming race, knew who the favourites were.
And it wasn't just racehorses. The Highland ponies are a special breed, small shaggy ponies that are used, they're hard souls, and they're used to take the deer off the hills after a hunt, the stags down from the hills. They strap the stags to the back of these ponies, and sometimes the same size, bigger than the pony, and they take them down. And the Queen bred these. She had quite a successful stud, a breeding programme for these ponies, a kind of breed apart.
She found it rather difficult to ride them, I believe. I've seen some letters that she wrote to one of her trainers, and they were so fat, she found them rather difficult to sit on. I think just about one of her last photographs was her standing with two of these Highland Fell ponies, wasn't it? And the thing about horses, we'll be talking, as you say, more about that later, but riding gave her such a sense of freedom. No disrespect to her job, but it was freedom. That's what I think Balmoral meant to her. That's what the Royal Yacht Britannia meant to her as well.
Yes, freedom absolutely is the word, isn't it? And we will return to that, because that's the essence of the family's time in Scotland. I believe the shot we were just showing there was Banchory, I'm told.
Right.
And we just wait for a different camera angle, and again to get a sense of the number of people who are there again, lining the route, waiting to pay their respects.
It's the biggest town in Deeside. About 7,000 people live in Banchory. It's a kind of commuter town now to Aberdeen, but it calls itself the gateway to Royal Deeside. So there will be one would imagine, a significant turnout there as well. Crathes Castle, just on the outskirts of Banchory. The Queen would have known that. An interesting fact about Crathes Castle is that it's where Queen Victoria once reported she'd seen a ghost when she was staying the night there.
Yes, it was with Queen Victoria, as we've already remarked, that the particular modern links between the royal family and Scotland started, and as you were saying earlier, she was the one who just fell in love with what's now known as Royal Deeside, bought the Balmoral estate, later bought more land around it, and it established this link. We can see there there are more people out there, and the procession seems to be slowing. Martin, sorry, can I just ask a question?
Please do.
We heard that the standard on her coffin is the Royal Standard of Scotland.
Yes.
How is that different from the other one, or have I caught you on the hop
Thank you,
there?
Robert, for that question that I am massively unqualified to answer.
I saw a huge Scottish lion on it.
Yes, well, it was Sir Tom Devine who suggested he presumed it would be the Royal Standard of Scotland. My presumption, and I expose myself now to an incoming volley of correction from people who know these things better than me, that the Royal Standard is a different flag when the monarch is in Scotland than it is when she's south of the border.
There's the big red lion on gold.
Heraldry is not my strong suit, I have to confess.
I fear you and I are both in the dark on that, and will doubtless be corrected if that is, if we are incorrect. So we put our apologies out there immediately. I don't know for sure, but perhaps someone can try and find out. I'm sure someone will tell us.
Yeah.
And we should perhaps explain that the local councils have been urging people, whilst encouraging people, of course, to line the route, to pay their respects. People were quite specifically urged by some of the councils not to throw flowers at the vehicles as they pass. Officials said they really wanted to discourage that, so that there weren't, on a practical level, I'm afraid, that there simply weren't problems for road users later in the day. That is what local people were told. And I mention it because inevitably we think of scenes 25 years ago, and that is an image that sticks in people's minds, isn't it, from that period of people spontaneously, perhaps something that officials, nobody really expected, people throwing flowers onto the vehicles as they passed.
There's a different sense, though, I think, today. Would you agree? I mean, 25 years ago, there was a sense of suddenness and grief. And today, there seems to be a sense of sorrow. But perhaps inevitability. This was a life well lived, a long life well lived. And, while this has come as a great shock to the country, I think there will be a different sentiment when we see the convoy passing through, or the cortege passing through cities. I don't think we're going to see similar scenes. I don't know, but certainly, it feels different to Diana's.
Yes, and
death.
when we paused as long as we did, and we watched through Ballater, I mean, there was something very beautiful and very respectful about the silence.
Yeah.
People just standing still.
Powerful.
In this world where we don't stand still often enough, we don't look up from our phones. And people were doing that, standing, simply watching with their own thoughts, not that far out from the end of a pandemic. Lots of people who followed coverage of the last few days who've lost loved ones during that pandemic. The national mourning brings home, doesn't it? It reminds individuals, families of those they have lost themselves, particularly over the events of the last couple of years. And you're right, it is a different mood and tone, perhaps. Robert?
In Ireland, where the head of state is elected every 5 or 7 years, I think, Republicans point out that the advantage of the Irish system is not just that every 5 or 7 years they can choose their head of state, as opposed to the United Kingdom where you inherit your head of state. But for those presidential elections, the country gets a time to debate the values they want represented by the head of state they're going to elect. And interestingly, Ireland was ahead of so many other countries in electing women, like Mary McAleese and so on, for the job. Well, I think we're at a moment like that in the United Kingdom. that as we discuss these issues, you've mentioned the regret at the Queen's passing, but at the same time the celebration of her life and looking forward to the new reign. It is a time for contemplation of the values that this institution and these people, Queen Elizabeth II and now King Charles III, represent and are supposed to represent. And so I think that perhaps confused feeling of reflection is natural, but also very healthy. And people have already called for this being a time, well, Prince Charles himself has talked about this being a time for reflection about what we stand for and the values that our head of state does represent and should represent.
You're watching BBC News as we bring you continuing coverage. We're following the coffin of the Queen on a 175-mile journey today. It will arrive in Edinburgh much later this afternoon. And within the last hour, the Queen left Balmoral, her favourite home, for the very last time. And this was the moment in the quiet of Balmoral this morning that the Queen began her final journey. "175 miles, which we are told today will take in the region of 6 hours, but that simply depends on the number of crowds that turn out. Many towns have made provision for people to line the route, and we've certainly seen that through Ballater. I can hear people talking. And the cortege now on the route to Banchory, expected there perhaps within the next 10 minutes is what we're told.
That car behind is the royal limousine. It's got blanked windows. You said that was Princess Anne and Commander Tim Lawrence. Is that correct?
Forgive me, I don't know. My understanding, I thought, was that other members of the royal family were...
They were in a second convoy, I think, that left shortly after.
Oh.
We will endeavour to find out, Robert.
Sorry.
We have certainly established that the coffin is indeed draped in the Scottish standard.
It is.
Yes.
Good, we've
So
established
everyone correct on that point.
Yes. And I think I was mistaken in my suggestion that Princess Anne is in that car behind.
According to the notes I have, there is a royal car containing the Lord Chamberlain and the Minister of Crathy Church, if that makes sense.
Yes. Well, the Lord Chamberlain, of course, is very old established royal position that goes back even before the time of 1066, representing the court, so that would make sense.
You were saying, Jane, about crowds coming out in cities and provision being made by councils to let that happen. The interesting thing is that there hasn't been much time to communicate that information. I left Scotland yesterday afternoon and I hadn't seen much in the way of direction to people as to where to go. Now, people who know the route, when they pass through Dundee, for example, there is only one way. They will get from the road, from the Aberdeen road through to the road that will take them to Perth and then to Edinburgh. So people will work that out. But I think the papers this morning have something of the route, but because this has only happened, obviously, given the circumstances of the last few days, very suddenly, there hasn't been much time for public preparation. These plans have been in place, of course, for years, but they were never publicised.
Indeed.
So a lot of it will be down to, I guess, people finding out this morning. They'll be put up online and people will know where to go, but some of it will just be spontaneous, as we see in the kind of hamlets and villages passing through here. This looks like it will be Banchory.
Yes.
Well, it was such a shock, wasn't it, for people on a Tuesday to see the Queen standing up talking to two prime ministers, and then to hear the dreadful news 2 days later. The best laid preparations were overtaken.
So the coffin makes its way to the town of Banchory as part of its 175-mile journey to Edinburgh. And again, for people perhaps just joining us, just watching these images for the first time this morning, perhaps, possibly for some, this is the moment that this becomes real, that the remarkable reign of 70 years has come to an end. The first sight of the coffin leaving the gates of Balmoral, where the Queen died on Thursday afternoon. That first moment, perhaps that just personal human recognition that we are into a new era in the UK and around the Commonwealth.
You're right about that sense of finality. We've all been to funerals of relatives or friends and we think we're doing okay in the days since they passed, and then you see the coffin and suddenly something hits you. There will be people right along this route who are experiencing that just now. It feels real.
Just that I was about to use that exact word. It's the reality, isn't it? We've all known, a lot of people will have watched a lot, seen a lot, listened to a lot in the last few days. Thousands and tens of thousands of people have been to various royal residences. They've laid flowers, they've written letters, left cards. But now the Queen makes her very last journey. And that is such a poignant moment.
Towards the capital of Scotland, and then, of course, in due course, to London, where the more familiar ceremonies will take place. I was struck yesterday down by Buckingham Palace, as you were, by how uncanny it was to see the stands going up and the scaffolding.
Yes,
and,
a lot of construction, a lot of preparation.
Yes, just a reminder of how many people there will be there taking part, and people looking. I mean, when the scaffolders went past, there were cheers because people have this sense of loss, which will be developing over the next 10 days until, what is it, Monday week, when the funeral and the bank holiday take place.
And such a turn in a matter of a few months, because you mentioned the preparations going on in many places, including Edinburgh and London. It is only 3 months since You and I were there, Robert. You and I were there for Trooping the Colour. That glorious, unexpectedly hot day. Tens of thousands of people. Those scenes of people streaming down the Mall.
But
the optimism, the cheers when the Queen came onto the balcony.
But indeed, the clues there as to what was to come. The fact that she, I mean, when you think back to the grand days of her reign, she would ride in the Trooping the Colour. And so many of the commemorative coins of her reign show her on horseback in truly majestic pose. But then the mobility problems, we could see for ourselves the first evidence of the fact that, well, she came out on the balcony twice, didn't she?
She did.
But it was an indication of what was to come, and the fact that at her Platinum Jubilee service in St Paul's, it was Prince Charles, as he then was, who represented her. And I think if we look back earlier to this year to her accession day statement in February, where sad occasion, remembering when her father died in Sandringham, and we expected her to pay tribute to her father as she always would do on her accession day. But that was the occasion when she mentioned the welcome that was needed for Queen Camilla. She was herself already thinking of the future and getting ready for that.
So this is Ballater.
Banchory, we're in now.
Banchory. Thank you for keeping me right. I've been through Ballater. This is Banchory, I meant to say.
But again, the crowds, many people deep.
It is a big town. It's, well, a comparatively big town for Royal Deeside, 7,000, so twice the size of many of them. But you're right, Luke. The crowds are
there were some flowers thrown then against the rules.
The pavements, yeah.
Again, let's just pause as the coffin is driven through Banchory. Well, again, as we saw in Ballater, very, very quiet. People just pausing, watching as the convoy drove through the town. I'm told there was some applause in some areas that I think our cameras perhaps didn't pick up. But again, as we saw in Ballater, just that sense of stillness. The crowd swiftly dispersing, but a sense of quiet and respect as the coffin was driven through.
Indeed. There was a ripple of applause. We did see a tear or two shed. There's Deeside in all of its glory and its majesty. It really is just the most fantastic part of the world. I wonder if I dare at this point generalise unwisely about the people of Scotland just in terms of how they handle situations like this, but I think it might be fair to say that they don't necessarily emote quite as enthusiastically as people down south, which is something we're quite proud of, actually, either in sorrow or in joy. And that was evident last year at the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. Something like 10,000 street parties held in England, I think just over 100 held in Scotland. Fewer than 200 applications. And, you know, anybody who took that as a sign that Scotland is some kind of, you know, seditious Republican hotbed is wrong, because you can see that today. There is no lack of warmth for the monarchy, but we don't necessarily feel like we have to demonstrate our emotions quite as wildly sometimes, at times, a bit more reserved, and that's not a criticism at all. That's, if I dare to generalise, I'll be...
And if I dare to intervene, I did see tears wiped there,
yeah.
And I did see that modern phenomenon, the iPhone. Many people were recording this part of history for themselves in the modern way.
Yes, people want a record of it that's their own, not lifted from a television screen or a tablet.
And there's
but still quiet, still
quiet. And there is, you know, as we've been talking already, this mixture of emotions of respect.
Yes. It is a moment in history, as we have reflected so many times in the last few days. There are so many people who have only ever known one monarch. And this is perhaps, again, what we were saying earlier about the reality of today. This is the ultimate reminder, the ultimate visual reminder of the fact that we are into a new era. We have King Charles, and that a remarkable 70-year reign is over.
One speculates, but all those people have come to say goodbye, in a personal sense, and in historical sense to the end of an era. Obviously, we can talk later about what the Second Elizabethan age has meant. She was, of course, the first Elizabeth for Scotland, it was only after the reign of Elizabeth I that the two kingdoms became joined in 1603. That was when we had the first accession council of the Privy Council to mark this new significance and this enrichment of English life becoming Anglo-Scottish.
There were many in Scotland who were angered by the title Queen Elizabeth II, because, as you say, Robert, she was not Queen Elizabeth II of Scotland, because Queen Elizabeth I was only Queen of England.
Yes,
and I think there were stories of post boxes being blown up at the time. That
Queen Elizabeth
I
also, sorry, here's my A-level history coming out, Queen Elizabeth I cut off the head of Mary Queen of Scots.
She did.
So there was a lot of reconciliation to go on then in 1603.
And this queen, of course, as you will know far better than me, had a direct bloodline to Mary Queen of Scots, but not to the Queen Elizabeth.
Indeed, yes. Yes, it...
As you were saying, Robert, this is a final chance, isn't it, to say goodbye. And I suspect people here, this is not an occasion where people have come out to see the event. They've come out to pay respects.
Yes, and there's this, sorry, it's so difficult to avoid the cliches, but this mingling of the personal and the grand and the institutional that she did so very well. I mean, she basically did the job. As we're also going to be discussing, King Charles III, who will be King Charles III of Scotland and England, will be doing it in a new way, as we've already seen with the two walkabouts that have happened already. And so we're saying goodbye to a different royal style as well, but one who has certainly seen the monarchy through some very difficult times. If you had predicted back in the early 1950s, that not just that the Queen would live long, but the monarchy would actually thrive and become such an important part of popular culture, and more than that, the way people debate the monarchy, but every year Parliament votes £80 million to pay for it.
Yes.
And, you know, people who don't like it can go to their MPs and tell them to stop the money. But at the moment, that's almost voted through unanimously.
And that takes us to some of the themes that were discussed a lot around the time of the Platinum Jubilee. There may be people who would like the monarchy to reform in some way, who might like to see a slimmed down monarchy, and that might be something we will talk about this afternoon, Robert, even with some of the hints we've already had from the new king. But over the time of the Jubilee, I lost track of the number of people I interviewed who, even if they had issues, wanted a slimmed down monarchy, they said, I am here today on the Mall, at the Palace, wherever it might have been, because of the Queen, because of that longevity, because of the years and years of duty and service that she has given to this country. There was a sense, another reason today is so poignant, there was a sense in which the Queen almost transcended, for a lot of people, all your other views about the monarchy as an institution. People still recognise that this individual had given 70 years of her life. She hadn't had a choice about how to live her life, what to do with her days. That is why she loved Balmoral. It was perhaps the few days where she could do what she wanted to do. But broadly, she hadn't had a choice, and she was working right up until the end.
And isn't it interesting how on the international scene, it was Vladimir Putin who couldn't rush, of all people, who couldn't rush fast enough to pay his respects, jumping on the bandwagon. This anti-monarchist, atheistic republic, let's not go near the war in Ukraine. But he too recognized what this woman meant and stood for.
Yes, he issued a statement very quickly, didn't he? Yes.
That separation of the individual and the institution is quite interesting as well when it comes to Scottish public opinion about the monarchy, I think, because by and large, I mean, it depends which poll you look at, who's been doing the polling, what question they've asked, who they've asked it to. But by and large, if you look across the polling in general, there's perhaps 10% less support for the monarchy in Scotland than there is south of the border. Not vast, but significant nonetheless.
Yes.
But there was such warmth for the Queen, because she was so obviously and undeniably fond of Scotland, and the Scots reciprocated that warmth. So you could, it will be interesting now to see then, with her, with the monarchy without her, how that sentiment manifests itself now, what happens. It's very difficult to tell what will happen with, public opinion of King Charles, because anything we could have predicted may well change in terms of public sympathy given the events. You don't know how you're going to feel. Nobody knew how they were going to feel now. We're all experiencing something perhaps that we didn't expect.
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
And how he conducts the next few days, weeks, what he says, where he says it, how he says it, will all have an impact.
Yes. I mean, striking that Professor Sir Tom Devine felt very strongly, didn't he, that the monarchy's love for Scotland and the way in which it values Scotland will sustain. I mean, he was in no doubt about that. But you are referring to the relationship the other way.
Well, who knows? I'm simply saying it's difficult to tell.
Indeed,
it's difficult to predict.
Indeed.
Tom Devine
Indeed.
he's written a piece in one of the Sunday papers in Scotland this morning, saying that the monarchy is under no threat up there. King Charles will carry on his mother's work, and there'll be no change. You don't have to look far up there to find somebody who'll have a different opinion. Nobody knows. I have the answer on the Scottish Standard, by the way, if it's of interest.
No, do tell us.
Yeah, if you think of the lion rampant, the yellow and red Scottish flag that you sometimes see flown at football matches and so on, the flag of Scotland, the heraldic flag of Scotland, and then the three lions, the heraldic flag of England. On the Royal Standard, two corners with the three lions, one corner lion rampant, other way around in Scotland.
As it should be, yes. We should remember too that what we're seeing is part of a procedure that obviously carefully planned, although it happened much rather quicker than people expected. But it was the Queen herself who supervised and signed off on every detail. So it was the Queen herself who wanted her body, before it came down to England, to travel through the Scotland she loved, and as we're going to see later, be received in Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, and stay there before it comes down to London.
Very, very much her wishes.
Yes.
As we saw with the Duke of Edinburgh, we know the extent to which he planned so much of his funeral, and so you're saying similarly,
Yes.
in terms of everything we will see, not just today, but in the many days ahead.
Yes, and he for many years wasn't Prince Consort, but he was Duke of Edinburgh, and that's a significant choice as a title for the Queen's husband.
And so as we stay with these pictures, as the convoy makes its way, the Queen's coffin driven through some beautiful landscape. There is a long way to go, of course. The ultimate destination for today, as Robert Lacey suggests there, is Edinburgh. We know many preparations have been underway for some days in Edinburgh. They are expecting large crowds there, but that is yet to come. Possibly around 4 o'clock this afternoon, perhaps, is when we think this journey will close for today, and then more commemorations to come. There are church services happening across the country today, but we here, of course, on BBC News will stay with you to follow this journey. We will bring you, of course, continuing coverage throughout the day here on BBC News. In the next few moments, we say goodbye for a period to viewers on BBC One, but there will be much more coverage of this on BBC One a little later on this afternoon. We will keep you across all of this on BBC News. And let's just remind ourselves of where this journey began this morning, about an hour and a half ago or so, as the Queen left her beloved home of Balmoral for the very last time. The Queen, who died at Balmoral on Thursday afternoon, and her coffin was driven through the gates there just about 10 o'clock this morning.
You're watching a special edition of BBC News where we're bringing you continuing coverage of a poignant day. The hearse bearing the coffin of Queen Elizabeth is making its journey from Balmoral to the Palace of Holyroodhouse in Edinburgh. I'm Joanna Gosling, and with my guests I'll be guiding you through the next hour. We see on these pictures coming to us many people lining the route for this solemn journey across 170 miles from Balmoral to the Palace of Holyroodhouse in Edinburgh, the official residence of the monarch in Scotland. And along the way, of course, there will be people who felt such a connection with her. There will also be people amongst them who will have met her, and particularly in Scotland, as we saw the cortege pass through Ballater, for instance, and many of the villages along the way, there will be people for whom the monarch, the Queen, will have been a familiar face. We've heard residents in Ballater talking about that being an environment where the royal family can effectively live a normal life, regular faces in the butchers, and it's for that reason that we know that it was a beloved residence of the Queen, a place where she could be a grandmother, a mother, a wife, and we heard earlier it being said that it was an environment where she effectively laid her crown at the gates as she went there, and that is where she spent her final summer, a summer where she also had official duties to uphold, the least not being the greeting of the new Prime Minister only this past week. Her final solemn and official duty being to see the outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and then welcome Liz Truss, the new Prime Minister, to form a new government. So as we watch this beautiful countryside as that cortege wends its way down the route from Balmoral to Edinburgh, with me here is Martin Geisler and my colleague from BBC Scotland, and also the historian Robert Lacey. Martin, all of these are events that we know are coming, and yet, nonetheless, each time we see the next step in these very carefully planned events, it's incredibly emotional, and it hits a little bit differently, doesn't it? I mean, this is the moment that we see the coffin carrying Her Majesty. Yeah,
we were talking about that earlier on, the finality of this. That's the sense you get, isn't it? And the planning that's gone into this for years, the inevitability, the increasing frailty of the Queen over the past year or so. We knew it was going to come at some point over the past few months, perhaps. It seemed to be not so far away, this moment. And suddenly, though, earlier this week, the finality of it has shocked a lot of people. And I think it also, even if you're not a monarchist, it reminds you of the fragility of life. And I've been struck by the number of people I've spoken to who've said they were surprised at how emotional they became, because it's reminded them of people they've lost mothers at the same age, or whatever. There's a lot of emotion in all of this. I mean, you can see we're passing. That was the village of Drumoak. It looked to me like that was the village of Drumoak that the cortege just passed through a minute ago. That the population's 800-900, and
perhaps they were all out
like
there.
That number of people on the pavements. I mean, there's evidence, and as people across Scotland watch these pictures, perhaps those who hadn't intended to be part of this today will be drawn out onto the streets. It's going to take 6 hours or 5 hours now, perhaps, to get from Deeside to Edinburgh, and there will be points along the way in Aberdeen and Dundee and in Edinburgh itself where people can come, and they've still got time to get there. It'll be interesting to see the scenes by 3-4 o'clock this afternoon when this convoy enters the streets of Scotland's capital, to see the crowds that are there to greet it.
Robert, it is that merging of something that feels deeply personal and that awareness that this is an extraordinary moment of history.
That's just what I was thinking, Joanna. There are different ways in which people encounter the Queen, head of state, from stamps and coins Some people are lucky enough to meet her. There's the television. But certainly seeing her in that coffin, this is something none of us wanted. As I was saying earlier, we're also participating in a modern ritual. The first time this happened with a modern monarch, Queen Victoria, 1901, she died a long way away from London on the Isle of Wight. And all that the authorities thought about at the time, well, we've got to get the coffin up to Windsor to be buried. And so she was put on a warship, on a train up to one London terminal. What was that? That would have been Waterloo. And then popped across to another one, Paddington, to go to Windsor. My point being here that it just happened that between those two London terminals, railway terminals of Waterloo and Paddington, there was a chance for people to see the coffin. Wasn't planned, and not many people did. And now I think it shows whether anti-monarchists like it or not, that the strength of the monarchy, that and of course the changing of media, that this now becomes a 10-day long event.
And it feels like a transition, that from that moment of the shock of the announcement to being able to watch, to connect as we see those very well planned events unfolding, culminating, as you say, with the state funeral.
Yes,
on
as
the
Martin
19th.
said, there are the personal feelings that anyone feels, death and funerals. But here it's translated into onto a national stage, and of course an international stage, because this woman commanded such extraordinary international respect, which grew during her life. I think the feeling was at the time of the coronation, well, this is lovely, it's a fairy tale, who knows what will come of it, but this woman grew the British monarchy and helped give Britain, once an empire, a new sort of role in the world.
James Cook is in Ballater, our Scotland editor. That's where the cortege passed through around 45 minutes ago. It's just 6 miles from Balmoral. And James, it's said that 1 in 3 people in this nation will have met the Queen or seen her. I imagine the numbers, almost everybody there in Ballater will have had some sort of an encounter or direct connection with the monarch and the family there at Balmoral.
Exactly, Joanna. Indeed, that's very, very striking, that when you speak to people along the route, I mean, almost everyone I spoke to had a personal experience, a personal story to tell, and usually involving the monarch's good humour, involving sometimes her wit, and stories about her time at in this village of about 1,400 or so people, when particularly in 2015, when there were floods here in 2015, and the Queen came here a short time afterwards at the start of 2016, and really people were so deeply impressed by how much concern she showed for this community. I was speaking to a few people who literally had tears in their eyes as I was talking to them, recalling their memories of the Queen, and one woman who worked on the Balmoral estate telling me that of her concern for the corgis and what would happen to the corgis now, how they too would be missing the Queen. So it was really a sense of a normal person, which of course she wasn't in any meaningful sense. She was one of the most remarkable people of our age. But for the people here, she was relatively, and I wouldn't like to overstate this, but relatively normal, in the sense that she was a neighbour, she could come here, she wouldn't be troubled if she did come here, and people here had a great deal of respect and affection for her.
And it feels particularly poignant that she passed away there at Balmoral, so that they do have this opportunity to say goodbye to someone who was so beloved in that area.
Yes, I think that's been extremely poignant and extremely important for people here to be able to do so. I think it matters a great deal to them that the Queen was here when she died. Most people here are very proud of their associations with the monarchy, dating back to Queen Victoria. In fact, you don't just hear stories about Queen Elizabeth here. You hear stories when you talk to people of Queen Victoria, and people mentioning things that they heard passed down that she reportedly said when she was in the village, a house that she liked. So, I mean, it really is a long relationship that goes way back to the 1850s, when the Balmoral Castle was built for Queen Victoria on this 50,000 acre estate. Now, I would just like to say Royal Deeside is not Scotland in miniature. There are other parts of the country that have a very different relationship with the monarchy, and indeed there's a lot of polling evidence that across Scotland the monarchy is relatively not as popular here as it is in England. I was speaking to the polling expert, Professor Sir John Curtis, recently, who was saying it's consistently over 50% support for the monarchy in England, quite a bit over, and consistently under 50% in Scotland. So, you know, it's with respectfully, that's not disrespectful to discuss this when we're talking, I don't think, about the monarch and her death, but I think it's worth reflecting.
Thank you. Just struck watching these pictures by the fact that at every possible point along the route where people can turn out, they have, and you see at the end of every driveway there are people standing there, and it does feel like as many people as are there have turned out for this moment in history, this moment to say thank you, this moment to say goodbye to a queen who served for 70 years, a young woman. When she ascended to the throne, it hadn't been her birth, a position she would have expected, of course, from birth. Her father was not supposed to be king, but the course of history was changed when Edward, the monarch, left the throne, having married Wallis Simpson, and then the baton of history was passed on to Queen Elizabeth, and for 70 years she served as queen, working right up to her death at Balmoral. And that's lovely, people on horseback as she goes by. That felt very special, didn't it, Martin, actually seeing that?
This is the town of Peter Cooter, or Cooter as it's known to the people who live there. Lovely tribute there from presumably the local pony club or whoever it is. Again though, I mean, the scenes we saw, Joanna, in the middle of the town there, the pavements packed, these are not big conurbations. 4,000 population, Peter Cooter. Again, everybody seems to be out. And, you know...
And saluting.
Yeah. And these are not tourist towns. No. The people who we're seeing here are the people who live there. There's a group of scouts, I think, just saluting.
Yeah.
As the hearse goes past.
And absolute silence. Oh, there's some clapping there. But generally, people are just standing there with their own thoughts. We've seen a few flowers thrown into the path of the vehicle, but it is mostly just a really somber moment as people sort of in their own heads thinking their thoughts, sharing their gratitude for what she's done. We
were saying earlier, people have been asked actually not to throw flowers specifically because of the difficulty of clearing the roads and the danger that could cause later on. But yeah, a kind of ripple of respectful applause is what we're seeing. I suspect that's what we'll see as well when they enter bigger cities.
Yes. Let's bring in Anita McVeigh, who's at Balmoral. Anita, you shared with us that moment at 10 o'clock this morning when the hearse carrying the Queen's coffin emerged from those gates, and it was, of course, such a sad moment to see that.
Joanna, it was, and what struck me most, in fact, was the simplicity of it, actually. The hearse carrying the coffin draped in the Royal Standard of Scotland, and a single wreath on top of it, it will be a huge contrast to the solemn splendour of the state funeral when that happens in London. And we've been given some details of that wreath, the flowers that were on it, and also fir and pine, all of it cut here in the gardens and the forests around Balmoral. So there was a homely feeling to it, because of course this was where the Queen felt most at home, everyone says. That simplicity in the wreath reflecting the simplicity of the life that she led here, that the royal family lead here. And I spoke to the Reverend David Barr, who is the minister of Glenmick Church in the centre of Ballater, where James Cook was speaking to you from a short while ago. And he said this to me. He said that when the Queen came to Balmoral, metaphorically, she hung her crown on the main gates. And here she was simply a wife, a mother, and later a grandmother and great-grandmother. It was a place where she could truly relax and feel free, although it's quite remarkable, isn't it, to reflect that just 5 days ago we did see those pictures of the Queen with Liz Truss, a moment of duty, still performing her duties 2 days before her death. And I think that's why so many people have said to me, it doesn't seem real. Before this morning they were saying it doesn't seem real, because we saw those images from Tuesday. It did seem sudden, didn't it? Even though she was 96, even though we knew she was frail, and she looked frail in those photographs, and there had been concerns about her health. Having just seen those images on Tuesday, it did come as a surprise to hear the news on Thursday that doctors were worried about her health, and to hear that members of the family were rushing to be here. But I think then that moment when we saw the hearse carrying the coffin emerge, that was something that was really tangible and really bringing home to people the death of the Queen, and also what that death represents, a huge change, having been monarch for 70 years. And the Reverend was saying to me, she has been a constant. Politicians have come and gone, but she has been a constant through times of turbulence, through different prime ministers. So I think this moment, and also this long journey now to Edinburgh, this slow, respectful journey, allowing people to see the coffin, will really start to bring home to people the passing of the Queen.
Anita, thank you. We are continuing to watch the Queen's cortege as it makes that solemn journey down from Balmoral, where it started out at 10 o'clock this morning, wending its way slowly across 170 miles of Scottish countryside to Edinburgh. And let me just take you to Edinburgh for a moment, because Edinburgh takes centre stage later, when the coffin carrying Queen Elizabeth will arrive there. This journey expected to take about 6 hours. And before that, there will be 2 public ceremonies heralding the new King Charles III in Edinburgh. And we can show you the scene where we are expecting to hear that proclamation of Charles as the new king, and as you would expect, some ceremony there, the pomp and pageantry. This is such a merging, all of these events of the pomp, the pageantry, the ceremony, the constitutional matters, and also the people. And there is the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, surrounded by other dignitaries as they await that moment when His Majesty the King is formally declared head of state. This is all part of the process. Yesterday at St James's Palace in London, His Majesty was formally declared head of state, and we've seen similar proclamations in Commonwealth nations, and they will be happening across the nations of the United Kingdom also. And this happening as the cortege carrying the Queen continues, and all along the route we are seeing people standing at the end of their driveways, standing alongside the road, wherever they can get to pay their respects to the Queen. We're speaking to Martin Geisler, my colleague, who was saying these are not heavily populated areas, and it does seem that almost every person in these small towns has turned out to pay their respects. The next big stop that there will be Aberdeen, and that will be an opportunity for many more to turn out and pay their respects. But there is that sense that this is a moment when people of this area can show their gratitude for someone who was such a known figure in the area. I mean, of course, she was known globally, but perhaps in a different way, because this was somewhere where it said at Balmoral that she and the rest of the royal family could effectively live almost a normal life in the seclusion of that environment where they'd been known. They were just, it seems, treated as members of the community, in particular in the local town where it said they'd be seen just going about doing their shopping duties, going to the butchers. It's hard to imagine, isn't it, when we see the life that the royals live, and but that is indeed apparently what they would do up there. The Queen would go to the butchers. There is one anecdote you may well have heard. It's been told many times. It's not mine to tell, but I'll summarise it because it's a lovely anecdote that illustrates the life that she led there at Balmoral, and it was that she was out on a picnic with one of her trusted people from Balmoral. They were walking and saw two American tourists who were delighted to see some people there and said, "Oh, I gather the Queen lives near here." And they didn't recognise her. They ended up taking a picture with her, and apparently she said as they went off, "I can't wait till they show that picture to their friends back home." And they realised they did actually meet the Queen, which is what they'd been hoping to do, and they didn't realise they had done it. So a modest account really of her, how down to earth she could be, and also that sense of humour. And with me, Frank Gardner, our security correspondent. And Frank, I know that you've got some memories that you want to share of the Queen.
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough to meet her on 7 occasions, and what always struck me is what an extraordinarily good listener she was. She wasn't going through the motions. She was genuinely interested in people. So she gave me my OBE for services to journalism back in 2005, and I was staggering along with my calipers and frame because I'd been shot the year before, and she inquired after my health and whether it was permanent, and she said, "Well, how very gallant of you to make the effort to stand up here," which was lovely. Years later, I was part of a charity and I met her at Windsor, and I said, "Do you realise, Your Majesty, that you gave me my OBE exactly 50 years after you gave my grandfather his OBE for services to forestry in 1955. Think of that, same sovereign." She said, "Tell me about it," which I thought was really lovely, with a twinkle in her eye. And, I think often, up until recently, people have perhaps laboured under the misapprehension that she's this sort of rather austere, remote person. Quite the opposite. She had a really keen sense of humour. And once, and by the way, just to be clear, I've cleared these anecdotes with the palace.
You ran into some trouble before, didn't you?
Yeah, well,
you're allowed to tell anecdotes.
Let's not go there. So I've cleared it with the palace, and they're more than happy for me to recount this on this occasion. And I was lucky enough to have lunch with her in the palace. There were other people present, and we were discussing the Middle East and Oman. And at the time, Sultan Qaboos was on the throne. This was, I think, 2008. And she said, "I rather liked the previous sultan, but I suppose he just grew out of touch with his people and got deposed by his son. Perhaps it'll happen to me." I thought that was so wonderful.
That humour, though, I mean, obviously that you had the chance to experience that at first hand. Many had the chance to, that privilege to share it at first hand. And as we've just alluded to, I mean, a lot cannot be shared. We know that the audiences that the Prime Minister's had with the Queen, they're unable to share.
Which will forever remain secret.
Exactly, and they and for reasons of it's an important thing for the Prime Minister to be able to have that privilege of being able to speak privately as for her. But also there are obviously a lot of anecdotes that are shared, and also we have the things that were on display for all of us. Those moments that, for instance, the filming with Paddington.
Just brilliant.
For the
I have
Jubilee.
to say, I think of all the messages and photographs posted, the one that brings a tear, I think, to many people's eyes is the ones that many people have left a little wrapped sandwich saying, "For later."
Oh, the way she said that, I can't watch that enough.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Well, it did remind us that people, I mean, it's so nice, Frank, to hear a funny story because everybody says, oh, she had a wonderful sense of humour, and then there's a sort of silence and we don't hear the joke. And I think what the Paddington episode, along with the James Bond episode earlier in 2012, showed us, the general public, the sort of experience the royal family had privately, that she was a great mimic. We heard earlier on Laura Kinsberg's programme, we heard Gordon Brown chuckling over the fact that she liked to imitate his Scottish accent brilliantly. Not to him, apparently, but he'd heard of it. But as you were saying, Joanna, the essence of her constitutional job meant that these possibly contentious or overhuman stories had to remain silent until later, because the solemn and ultimately crucial thing that she did was to be our representative and independent and non-political head of state, while the politicians squabbled about the rest of life.
A very human who transcended us all. Let's go back to Edinburgh, and this is where we are awaiting one of the ceremonial moments. This is going to be the proclamation of King Charles as the new monarch. Of course, he was king from the moment his mother died, but there is the constitutional matter of those proclamations of him as king, and we've been seeing these proclamations rolling out in London at St James's Palace. There was the proclamation yesterday. There have subsequently been proclamations in a number of Commonwealth countries, New Zealand, Canada, Australia amongst them, and those will continue, and they're happening in all the nations of the United Kingdom. And there are also actually proclamations across the counties of this country as well. Robert, tell us a bit more about why these have to happen, because obviously he became king immediately, but this is about constitutional matters and that handover.
Yes, because the Queen and now King Charles are head of state, not just of the component parts of the United Kingdom, but of, I think it's now 14 realms around the world. I think most people are familiar with the Commonwealth, the 50 or so nations that make up what we now call the family of nations, the former colonies, India, Pakistan, and Australia and Canada. But Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the other realms, REALMS,
Let's just
have the Queen as head of state as well, and now Prince Charles.
Quiet for a moment to hear the proclamation in Edinburgh.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy our late Sovereign Lady Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George. We therefore, the Lords Spiritual and Temporal of this realm, and members of the House of Commons, together with other members of Her late Majesty's Privy Council, and representatives of the realms and territories, aldermen and citizens of London and others, do now hereby with one voice and consent of tongue and heart publish and proclaim that the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George is now, by the death of our late sovereign, happy of memory, become our only lawful and rightful liege lord, Charles III, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of his other realms and territories, King, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith, to whom we do acknowledge all faith and allegiance with humble affection, beseeching God, by whom kings and queens do reign, to bless his majesty with long and happy years to reign over us. Given at St. James's Palace on the 10th day of September and in the year of our Lord 2022. God save the King! For His Majesty the King. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
And there was that 21-gun salute after the official proclamation in Edinburgh, and now we see the outriders arriving in Aberdeen, which is where the cortege is imminently going to be arriving. And we can see a large crowd gathered there, some holding flags aloft, and silence really otherwise. So much respect being shown along the route. This 170-mile route that is being driven, that would normally take around 3 hours or so. There we see the hearse with the coffin carrying the Queen. Moving slowly so that all of those who have turned out to show their respects have that opportunity. And along the way we have seen so many people turning out in areas that small populations, and at points it's felt like all the houses were empty as the people turned out on this clear but sad day to see the coffin carrying the Queen transported initially to Edinburgh and then subsequently to be taken to London for that state funeral that will happen on the 19th of September. Well, let us go to Windsor, which is where the Queen was in residence prior to going to her home at Balmoral. And our correspondent Duncan Kennedy is there. Duncan.
Yes, well, the incredible scenes that you've been witnessing there in Edinburgh are about to be repeated here in Windsor, but on a much more intimate level. Whereas you had the wide city of Edinburgh coming together, here it's the small town of Windsor, population normally about 30,000, although that may have doubled, even trebled by what the local council are telling us. In fact, they're asking people to stay away at the moment. So crammed is Windsor for this proclamation, and of course for this continuation of the laying of the flowers at the gates of Windsor Castle. The proclamation itself is taking place just behind me here at the statue of Queen Victoria. As I say, a much more intimate one. Ever since the original proclamation yesterday at St James's Palace, it's like a stone has been dropped in a pond, and the concentric circles of these proclamations are reverberating right throughout the country. Big places like Edinburgh, smaller places like here in Windsor. So for example, we'll have the local mayor here, Councillor Christine Bateson, who'll make the opening remarks, and then the town crier, Chris Brown, he'll make the same speech that you've just heard there in Edinburgh, ending with the words, "God save the King." Then we'll have the Royal Household Cavalry playing the national anthem, and then again, just as you heard in Edinburgh there'll be 3 cheers for God save the King. This small ceremony taking place over the course of 10 or 15 minutes, and then the town again bursting into life. There's almost a pedestrian flow being organised here. Such are the numbers here, and people will continue from the statue ceremony over to the Long Walk, which is where we have this huge number of people laying down their flowers, laying down their Paddington Bears. The scene, of course, yesterday are those extraordinary moments when the Duke and Duchess of Sussex and of course William and Kate came out, much to everybody's surprise. People still talking about that this morning. They simply couldn't believe that the couple had come together to mark the occasion of the passing of the Queen. They saw them go into the crowd. Some people I met this morning were here yesterday. They had shaken the hand of Meghan, one of them. Another had taken a photograph of William and Kate as they went by. So right across the country, these proclamations, and also in various places, particularly focal points like here in Windsor, the laying of these flowers, which continues day in and day out. I would estimate that something like 1,000 people every 5 minutes, according to one of the officials there, are filing past the Cambridge Gate, which is on the other side of the castle, to lay their flowers. They're being asked to move on quite swiftly, just to think about what they are saying, pause for a moment to reflect, and then to move on and let others take their place. So remarkable scenes from all the way up in Edinburgh right down to here in Berkshire as the commemorations, the memorial services, the remembrance of the Queen take place right across the country.
Duncan, thank you very much. Windsor, of course, a place so important for the Queen, Windsor Castle, an environment, of course, where she was known well, being a resident. This is one of the other key residences, of course, Buckingham Palace, the Royal Standard flying at full mast over the palace, the flags lining the Mall, and that is a place where the people have been coming also in there, thousands and thousands, to pay their respects. The notice announcing the passing of the Queen was put on the gates of Buckingham Palace, and people have been coming there initially to put flowers on the railings, the gates, on the pathway in front of the palace, all around the fountain, but they've subsequently been moved across to a flower garden which is just off to the right on this picture, Green Park, and that is where there is effectively now a garden of remembrance with thousands and thousands of floral tributes. And Duncan was mentioning there Paddington Bears have been left behind. There were also pictures that people have put of themselves with the Queen, because across that 70-year reign, of course, so many people in this country have met the Queen, may have a direct link through one way or another with someone for whom she was important. Perhaps they have a link to somebody who worked in one of the residences. And actually I can talk now to somebody who is in that position. It's David Cobban. He's a businessman in Ballater and organiser of the Ballater Platinum Jubilee events, but also, David, a direct connection for you with the Queen, in that your mother actually worked, I think, as a cleaner at Balmoral, and your father worked on the estate in the 1970s.
Yes, my mother worked for 2 or 3 seasons in the castle in the 70s, but my father worked on the estate in the early 50s. He served his time in the gardens at Balmoral as well, so there's a connection way back then. And so
she is our Queen. She is, to so many people, something that they knew on a more personal level, I suppose. I mean, how do you feel about your relationship with the Queen and your encounters over the years, not just with the Queen, but I know also you've worked with our new King, King Charles III.
Yes, it is a very personal thing in Ballater and up here in Deeside. Many people work on the estate. They've got, regular contact with the royal family, and many people there will have known the Queen personally, and even our involvement in the village here with the contact that we've had with the Queen and the royal family is very special. So it's become a personal loss here. You'll find that the emotions of people are very high, and they've all got their own personal stories to remember the Queen by, and I think they'll cherish them even more now. So yes, the mood here has been quite emotional, really. I think people find that in the next few days we'll realise the real loss of the Queen.
And we're seeing the cortege as it moves so slowly to allow people to pay their respects. And there's absolute silence as we see the cortege pass through. Can you just describe what it felt like to be there?
Yes, there were a lot of people in Ballater this morning waiting for the cortege, and I'm not sure any of us knew what to expect, really. It was a strange feeling, I have to say. The village fell silent a few minutes before the cortege arrived, almost sensing something, and the silence as it passed through was incredible. You could have heard a pin drop, and I think that's just a true reflection of the sincerity of everybody that was there and how they were feeling about it as she passed by for the last time.
And you spoke of those very personal moments. I think that you had one of those in 2015 when there was a terrible time for Ballater, hit by floods, and the Queen actually, I think, came into your shop.
Yes, that's right. The shop was badly damaged in the flood. Many shops along the main street were damaged, and a few months later she came down to the village to offer her support and to thank a lot of people who had helped during the floods. So she came into the shop to talk to my wife and I, and it was a very a remarkable occasion for us, obviously, but our nerves disappeared the minute she stepped in the door and started to chat away, and she was genuinely concerned and caring about how we'd managed to cope after the flood. And she walked through the village that day with the same conversations with many, many people. It gave the village a real lift, and I think that was the reason she came, to show her support. So it was a nice moment, a moment that a lot of people here, will cherish. They remember it well. So yes, she's done a lot in this area for us.
Thank you very much indeed, David Cobban, sharing some of your memories that, as you say, you will cherish. We're watching pictures coming to us live from Edinburgh Castle. We've been watching the ceremony of the Proclamation, which is the moment when Scotland has proclaimed King Charles III as monarch. Sarah Smith is in Edinburgh for us. Sarah.
Hello, yes, we've heard the proclamation, read once there, and the Lord Lion is now making his way up to the drawbridge at Edinburgh Castle, where King Charles will once again be proclaimed the sovereign, and you will see some more of that ceremony there. He has, of course, been sovereign since his mother died, but this is the official moment when the people of Scotland are informed that Charles has now become their king. And you could see how deep the crowds were on the Royal Mile there, watching that ceremony earlier today. And they will be lining the whole of that street, which runs from Edinburgh Castle, just about exactly a mile long, right down through Edinburgh's Old Town, here to Holyroodhouse, to the Palace, which was, of course, the Queen's official residence when she was in Edinburgh, and will now be King Charles's residence. Now, he's not here at the moment. King Charles and Queen Consort Camilla will be making their way up to Edinburgh tomorrow. But we do understand that the other senior members of the royal family who were at Balmoral have left there now. We've seen one helicopter arrive here already, so we think that may have been carrying some members of the royal family as they gather here at the Palace of Holyroodhouse. And about 4 o'clock or so, we're expecting the hearse carrying the Queen's coffin to arrive in Edinburgh. And we'll come through the streets of Edinburgh, all of which have been lined with crash barriers, because they're expecting large crowds to come out and watch the coffin process through the streets of Edinburgh. All the political leaders of Scotland will be gathered in front of the Holyrood Parliament. The First Minister Nicola Sturgeon and all the other party leaders will be there to pay their respects as the hearse goes past and into the Palace of Holyroodhouse, which is of course just opposite the Scottish Parliament. And there the Queen's coffin will stay overnight before some of the ceremonies start again tomorrow. There will be a procession from the palace back up the Royal Mile to St Giles Cathedral. King Charles will be following on foot behind the hearse, other members of the royal family in cars, and they will go to St Giles Cathedral, where there will be a service of remembrance. After that, the Queen will then lie in state in St Giles Cathedral for 24 hours, where members of the public will be able to come through and pay their respects in the cathedral before she's then moved to London.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So that description of what will be happening in the days ahead and also what is happening today, and one of those proclamation ceremonies being held in Cardiff, and this is the scene from there, the proclamation ceremony at Cardiff Castle. And it is, as mentioned, one of several which has been happening across the United Kingdom at the same time, also in Northern Ireland. And yesterday we had the ceremony in London, and there have also been ceremonies across Commonwealth nations. And on Friday, King Charles will be visiting Wales as monarch, visiting Cardiff with Queen Consort Camilla. That is part of a tour of the nations of the United Kingdom ahead of the funeral of his mother on the 19th of September. So this is the scene in Cardiff Castle. About 2,000 members of the public were invited to attend the ceremony. People could apply. It was on a first-come, first-served basis, and then of course there are dignitaries in attendance for this ceremony, at which the First Minister, Mark Drakeford, calls upon Wales Herald Thomas Lloyd OBE to read the proclamation in English, and then it will subsequently be read in Welsh, followed by a 21-gun salute, as we also saw in Edinburgh, and then the national anthem. And they're preparing for that 21-gun salute. And so all of these events, part of a very well organised rollout of the key moments that happen on the passing of one monarch and the handing over to the new monarch, from the Elizabethan era to the Carolean era. And so many people turning out to see these historic events unfolding.
As the one person around the table who was alive when the Queen came to the throne, I suspect, being older than you, I have vague memories of these things happening at the accession of Queen Elizabeth II. But there's two things that are different. One is the popular participation in all of these events now, as opposed to then, and made possible, of course, by television, but I think reflecting personal tributes to what people particularly feel to this Queen. The other, I suppose, is the slight sense of danger that back in 1952 there was no thought that the British Isles would ever split up. There was no talk of devolution. I mean, there were football matches between England and Scotland that everybody was, took sides. But the idea that, two things, I suppose. The idea that by the next century, Britain would be both divided and kept together through a new system. So that all these ceremonies have so much more importance. Didn't occur to us then. But it is the Queen, and I would venture to say the royal family and King Charles III, who within this experience of separation maintain togetherness. And it's the same thing that happened with the Commonwealth. The Queen's reign, we saw all these ex-colonies depart in what could have been bitterness. And yet the Commonwealth, through the personality of the Queen and what she stood for, not just her, but the whole system that she embodied, kept its togetherness and its meaning. And I think that's what we're seeing now with these people out on the streets and the mixture of ancient ceremony at the same time.
And you indicate, of course, there, Robert, of how much has changed in that time, and she was the person who led us through all of that, who saw so much, had so much wisdom to share.
She always carried a sense of gravitas, of weight. You earlier said that she wasn't born to be queen. When she was born, she was the equivalent of Princess Beatrice or Eugenie, a charming younger member of the royal family. Then events, the abdication, threw her into the path of history. But I think what she learnt in those early years, when there was no serious prospect of her becoming queen, then was the possibility a brother would come along that would in those days have jumped over her. That's something that's changed in her reign. When she came to the throne, at that time the succession gave priority to males. It's under Queen Elizabeth II that it has become such that Princess Charlotte might, in certain circumstances, inherit a head of her younger brother, which wouldn't have been the case. We are experiencing history. We're looking at so much, and it is this weird mixture. Well, not to say weird, that sounds disrespectful. But non-British people will laugh at it. This is what Britain's all about now.
And it's the ceremony, the constitutional matters, the pomp, the pageantry, and Martin, what we've been seeing with the cortege as it passes through from Balmoral down to Edinburgh with people turning out. It's about the people as well, and that connection of the monarch with her people and now with his people.
That's what struck me about what Robert's just been saying, the fact that this last time round, you dig back deep into the reservoirs of your memory, you can remember this happening, but without the specific involvement of the public. It seems extraordinary that this would happen as isolated ceremonies that were for the royals and by the royals and only involving people who were connected to them. It seems extraordinary and impossible now to think that it would not be deliberately designed to involve members of the public and almost before, as this is today, members of the public, an opportunity for them to come out and say farewell and
I didn't
pay
want
their
to
respects.
suggest that back in the 1950s people didn't care or weren't involved, but there are so many more ways now that everybody can experience what's going on. Most notably television, which of course made its brilliant debut, although controversial debut in those days, at the Queen's coronation in 1953.
Yeah. And we see how enthusiastically the public embrace the opportunity to do this today. We've seen it on Deeside, we've seen it in Aberdeen.
There are people on a motorway bridge.
I can see pictures on another monitor, of the convoy passing now Stonehaven, just south of Aberdeen, and the motorway bridges being lined. I have to confess I didn't know necessarily what the size of the crowds would be in this part of Scotland, and when it made its way down, it's going to now go between the area, the 60 odd miles between Aberdeen and Dundee is largely rural, and I thought we would be looking at pictures just of roads and hills and fields, but actually it seems that on the bridges, on the grass verges at the side of the road, we're seeing quite extraordinary numbers of people. We'll, I'm sure, come back to this at some point.
Maybe even something to do with us. As you were saying, there's been very short notice of this, but the last few hours people have seen the BBC, maybe reminded them of the chance to come out and catch this last glimpse.
Indeed.
Of their sovereign.
And there is a dual purpose, isn't there? It's to see an event, it's to witness a moment in history, but it is also to pay respects. And I think it's unavoidable, if you are there even just to see the event, to be part of this. When that hearse goes by with the coffin draped in the Scottish standards, there is a sense of finality, and it does feel profound, and it does feel deep, and it does feel extremely meaningful, and no matter what you expect it to feel, I suspect, you will feel something different when you witness it. They've just passed Stonehaven, I think, by the look of this road, this is the E90. They're travelling on the main road down the east coast. If you're travelling from Edinburgh up to Aberdeen, if you've ever taken that route, you'll know this road. It travels through outskirts of Perth and then through Dundee and then up to Aberdeen. This convoy is doing it in reverse, so they'll pass Brechin and Forfar and just nearby Glamis Castle. We'll touch on that. There's the coastline. Dunnottar Castle just in the distance there. Magnificent part of Scotland.
And what a poignant day is this. We have continuing coverage. And welcome to this BBC News special, where we are bringing you continuing coverage of an extremely poignant day. The hearse bearing the Queen's coffin left Balmoral several hours ago. It is now on the first leg of its final journey. The journey today takes the Queen to the Palace of Holyroodhouse in Edinburgh, the official residence of the British monarch in Scotland. I'm Jane Hill, and with my guests for the next few hours I'll be guiding you through the afternoon. Poignant, emotional, a moment in history. And already we've seen thousands of people paying their respects along the route. And certainly it is expected that many thousands of people will be in Edinburgh later in the day. We know that the authorities in the Scottish capital have been making considerable preparations for people to pay their respects there in Edinburgh. My guests here in the studio who are taking us through the events of a really significant afternoon. We will hear more from them shortly, but we will start our coverage again this afternoon with my colleague Anita McVeigh, who is in Balmoral, has been there for many days. And Anita, you were there at the gates of Balmoral about 2.5 hours ago, where we all witnessed a really affecting moment. Whatever anyone's feelings, opinions, mood over the last few days, that moment where we saw the Queen's coffin driven out of the gates behind you, that sense of finality for everybody watching, and particularly, of course, for people there in Balmoral where you are.
Jane, thank you very much. Yes, that's right. A moment of finality, and a moment, I think, given that so many people have said the events of the last few days have felt unreal to them, when they could see tangibly the coffin carrying the Queen's body on her final journey from Balmoral, the place that she loved so much, a place where she had spent happy times since childhood, spent part of her honeymoon here, and as our viewers may well know, spent a significant part of every summer. And she came here this summer, and today we saw her leaving Balmoral for the final time. I think it felt unreal to people because they had seen those photographs on Tuesday, hadn't they, just 5 days ago, of the Queen meeting Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. And although she looked frail and she was using a walking stick, she was still carrying out her duties right up until the end. So it came as a surprise on Thursday to hear the news that she was so ill that her doctors were concerned, that members of her family were rushing here to Balmoral to be with her. And then later on Thursday, the news of her death. I think what I would say the feeling was around the moment when that coffin left was a sense of simplicity, actually. The oak coffin draped in the Royal Standard of Scotland and with a single wreath on it. A wreath made up of flowers like sweet pea and phlox, and also pine and fir from the estate here, cut from the gardens and the woods of the Balmoral estate. And I think that simplicity reflects the simplicity of life here that the Queen felt, that the royals felt and feel when they spend time here. I spoke to the Reverend David Barr, who is the minister at Glenmick Church in Ballater, the nearest town to Balmoral Castle, yesterday. And he told me that when the Queen came here, metaphorically, she would hang her crown on the main gates. and she could just get on with being a wife, a mother, later a grandmother and great-grandmother. And people have started to return here. This morning we've had thousands of visitors here to lay flowers and pay their respects over the last couple of days. But this morning visitors were not allowed to come down. Now they can, and they are returning in great numbers with flowers, with messages to pay their respects. One group who were watching the coffin leave a little earlier were the Royal Marines Association Riders, Scotland North Division. We had a word with them, and some of them were telling us about occasions when they had met the Queen.
I met her twice. I was really lucky, really lucky. Just briefly, you know.
And what was that like?
She's a very well-spoken lady, but she was also one of the most grounded people you could speak to. I don't know whether she was well briefed on who she was meeting, but she was a lady, same as a mother. Queen Mother was exactly the same. Queen Mother's a little bit more, you never knew what she was going to do next, but with the Queen, she was a lady, you know, and everybody gave her that thing that you could never explain.
Reverence, isn't it?
Yeah, reverence is probably the best word.
And with me now at Balmoral, I have someone who has come here after watching the Queen's coffin travel through Ballater, that town that has such close associations with the royals. That is Andrew Gordon. Andrew, thank you very much for joining me, and just explain for our viewers the very special association you have with the royals, with the Queen, first of all.
I was honoured to meet the Queen in '81 as a carriage painter with St Cuthbert's in Edinburgh, and that was an honour then, but today surpasses that honour by miles and miles. I had to be here to see her, beg your pardon, leaving Scotland, and it's just a hush came over the crowd. We weren't sure to clap or not, but people used phones and then bowed in respect. It was just, and I'm here to see the final part. It's, yeah, a gracious lady, and the time I met her, she put me at ease, as I'm sure she does with everyone. It's such an honour.
I'll ask you a little bit about the time you met her in more detail in a moment, but just give us a sense, if you would, in a little bit more detail about what it was like in Ballater there this morning. The town obviously has such close associations. Talking to people there, they've told me how protective they feel about the Queen, they still do, and of the royals.
Yes, I've spoken to a few locals as well. I'm not local, but they said to me that the Queen could be seen about. She felt at home here. You know, it was a Scottish home as well, and it's just, it was respect. You know, it's hard to, sorry, I'm finding it hard to put words. It's such a day. You know, it's our farewell to our Queen, everyone's Queen. It's such a day.
And tell us about the carriage painting that you've done for the royal family, Andrew.
Yes, a long time ago now. It was from 1973 to 1984, and St Cuthbert's, what people would know as Scotland nowadays, we were the Queen's carriage painters in Edinburgh. I went there. It was Princess Anne's first wedding. I was a young lad, but with Charles and Diana's wedding, I did a great deal of personal work for that, and then some more work up to '84 when the company changed and the work went back to London. I was offered to go to London, but I was a young lad, and I'm a home person in Scotland, so I stayed in Scotland, but I've never forgotten. You don't forget, you don't, you know. And I also met the future King as well.
Oh, yeah. Tell us about meeting both the Queen and King Charles.
Well, it was the Mews at Holyrood Palace. We were waiting and ushered out by our manager. We stood, and the Queen came along and spoke to everyone, and she was knowledgeable about people. She said something personal to each of us, which I would like to keep to myself. And then this noise of a helicopter, and it was Prince Charles. And the Queen sort of turned and looked up at the helicopter, and I seen this lady that, you're a lady like everyone else, but you're also the boss, the Queen. When the helicopter, I thought, oh, it's disturbing our conversation, but Charles walked round. The Queen then, first of all, brought Charles with us, and then took him over to the carriage and actually opened this carriage door here, opened the door and demonstrated the steps and things to Prince Charles.
And I hope our viewers can see this. If you could just hold that up, yes. Andrew, for the camera, I'm just going to get you to tilt that round slightly. So this is the carriage that you, or one of the carriages that you worked on.
That wedding, yes.
That was for Princess Anne.
That was the second one. That was Diana and Prince Charles.
I beg your pardon.
Charles and Diana.
I beg your pardon. Diana and Charles.
Yeah.
Now King Charles.
Yes.
So
exactly.
I wonder, with having that connection, with having done this work for the royal family, having met the Queen in person, how that makes you feel, how it made you feel on Thursday when you heard the news of her death. Because you have that connection with her.
Initially saddened, like everyone else the day before on TV, I'd seen her. Yes, she looked frail, but the Queen was just, I thought she would go on, not forever, it's not possible, but immensely saddened. A friend told me at work, and I didn't quite believe it. They said, oh, and then I heard that the family were coming. Well, we all have family. My parents have passed many years ago, and when you hear family are coming to visit, that worries me. I was driving home and the message came over a local radio station. I stopped the car. Excuse me, burst into tears. It's, I beg your pardon. It's just such a thing.
Andrew, I understand. Please just, do take a moment and take a breath. Obviously, people here deeply affected by this. People in many places deeply affected by the Queen's passing and everything that they're seeing now, and seeing the coffin emerge today. It brings a reality to the situation that many people have not felt. You yourself said it didn't seem real. And why did you want to come then, after being in Ballater this morning, why did you want to come here to the gates of Balmoral Castle?
I had flowers, some small flowers with me, and also my colleagues, if I may show this, I was the youngest then there. So the older chaps have all passed away. So it was to show, in respect, I brought them with me as well. So
you brought them with you?
Yeah, in a way, in spirit. Yes, in spirit. Yes, that's what it's all about. Also flowers. I know I could have left at Ballater, but I wanted to bring them here. I visit family graves quite often and put flowers, and it's just something. The Queen is, how can I say, mother to all of us? Does that sound strange? It doesn't to me, and I think King Charles will become the same. He's had such a wonderful lady, a mother. To all of us.
And King Charles, in his address to the nation, he certainly tried to reflect some of the language that his mother used when she became Queen and promised to carry out her duty. What did you think of that address?
It was great. Yes, I heard it. I'm still working part-time. I'm nearly retired. But yes, I heard it at home. And very honoured. He's taken the Queen's sentiment over. I think he'd be a great king. Yes. How do you follow such a person as the Queen was? I say this, but I think he'll be very great, and I think William in his turn, will do the same. Yeah, and I think there's always that Scottish connection, which makes me really honourable. She's the Queen of the whole of the UK and other countries, and Commonwealth, but it's the Scottish connection. I'm not overly pro-Scottish. I'm part of the UK, but it's just great.
Andrew, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. We appreciate that. Yes, many Scots very proud of that connection, that ongoing connection here with Balmoral, and the deep connection that the Queen had and affection that she had for this part of Scotland. As you can hear in the background, a piper now playing. We know that earlier today, as the coffin was being made ready to leave the castle, that the sovereign's piper, often simply called the Queen's piper, piped her out of the castle one final time. The Queen liked to be woken up by the bagpipes playing each morning, often around 9 a.m. And today the sovereign's piper played her out for the last time to the tunes Balmoral and Glengelder. And then 6 gamekeepers from the estate here at Balmoral, the Gillies as they're known, carried the coffin from the ballroom at Balmoral out to the hearse. Her family, the members of her family who were still here, they have now all left, we understand. They and the Queen's personal staff, those who have worked with her so closely, many of them for decades, said their final private goodbyes to her at Balmoral, a place that she loved so well, a place that she came to at the start of the summer, as she always did through her reign, for a break where she could relax and enjoy time with family and friends, but which she left this morning for the final time.
Anita, thank you. Anita McVeigh at Balmoral as the Queen continues her journey, which, as we say, ultimately today ends in Edinburgh. Days of travel beyond that, but for now our focus is very much on Scotland, the Queen's love of Balmoral, of Scotland more broadly, and many crowds expected at today's ultimate destination, the Scottish capital. Our Scotland editor, Sarah Smith, is there for us in a city that is preparing for an awful lot of people to come out, Sarah.
Yes, Edinburgh is getting ready to welcome the hearse, and there are many thousands of people in the streets. You probably caught a glimpse of just how deep the crowds were on the Royal Mile when we were watching the proclamation being read. And it's not just there. The cortege will drive through the streets of Edinburgh, all of which will be lined with people. Already crash barriers are in place in case the crowds are too deep, and there will be thousands and thousands of people getting ready to catch a glimpse of the Queen's coffin as it drives through the streets of Edinburgh and makes its way to where I am, to the Palace of Holyroodhouse. We're expecting her to arrive about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, may not be precise. Lined up to greet the coffin will be all the Scottish political leaders. The First Minister Nicola Sturgeon and the other political party leaders will be at the Scottish Parliament, which is just opposite the Holyrood Palace. They will greet the cortege as it then goes into the Palace of Holyroodhouse, and the coffin will be overnight in the throne room in the palace, which is of course the sovereign's official residence in Scotland, and remain there until a service at St Giles Cathedral tomorrow.
And Sarah, we've talked so much since Thursday about the love that the Queen had for Aberdeenshire, that the whole royal family has for that area, but it's broader than that, and certainly the Queen herself spoke even to the Scottish Parliament, I think, about her love for Scotland. I think that was a phrase she used, "You will know better than me," but she did talk in broad terms about the whole country, didn't she?
She did. Last summer, she was opening a new session of the Scottish Parliament. She opened every session of the Scottish Parliament ever since it was recreated in 1999. And the last time she was here, just over a year ago, she spoke of her deep and abiding affection for what she called this wonderful country. It was always clear when she was in Scotland not only how comfortable and at home she felt, both in Balmoral, but also when undertaking all kinds of official engagements around the country. And she often had something to say about how Scotland held a special place in her heart, and that's one of the reasons why she was always welcomed here so much by the Scottish people. I mean, we've talked before about whether or not Scots are as royalist as some of the rest of the United Kingdom, but what was clear to everybody was that the Queen really did feel that Scotland was special to her, and that inevitably means that the people of Scotland feel that she was very special to them.
Yes, and I suppose it partly explains the sheer number of people that you've already said are there where you are many hours before the coffin is due to arrive.
Yes, and I imagine there will be people not only waiting many hours this afternoon before the coffin's due to arrive here in Edinburgh, but after a service at St Giles Cathedral tomorrow afternoon, there will then be 24 hours when the public can file through the cathedral and pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth II, actually seeing her coffin lying in state there in St Giles Cathedral. I can only imagine how many tens of thousands of people are going to want to do that, and exactly how that's going to be managed is information that we haven't heard yet, but I think we can imagine there will be very lengthy queues as people want to come and pay their respects in person to Her Majesty before then later on Monday she will depart and go back to London.
Yes, and we will have continuing coverage of that, of course. But also today in various parts of the country, Sarah, we have more accession proclamations, of course. We saw the first formal one at St James's Palace in London, and now this is something that fans out to other parts of the UK.
Yes, and it happened twice here in Edinburgh. The Lord Lion was standing on top of the Market Cross in Edinburgh when he proclaimed that King Charles was now the sovereign. And then he moves up to Edinburgh Castle, where there was a 21-gun salute, and then the proclamation is read again there the second time. And it was a great occasion with the His Majesty's the King's Bodyguard in Scotland, who are the Royal Company of Archers, accompanying them along with the trumpeters and the band, everybody wearing their regal regalia, as formally the people of Scotland were told that Queen Elizabeth II had passed and that King Charles III was now their one true sovereign.
Sarah, for now, thank you very much. We'll talk again, but Sarah Smith, our Scotland editor there. And very, very striking to hear Sarah talk about the huge numbers of people that are already out on the streets of Edinburgh as we watch the convoy make its way on this 175-mile journey, beginning this morning at Balmoral, ending in a few hours from now from Edinburgh, where Sarah was talking to us from. And my guests here in the studio are following this poignant day. They're with us throughout the afternoon, I'm pleased to say. Robert Lacey, the royal historian and biographer. The BBC's Martin Geisler, my colleague from BBC Scotland. Martin, just as we return to these images, forgive me, I obviously have pressed upon you over the last few hours for your expert knowledge of Scotland's landmarks and Scotland's geography, just because we obviously have to get all the way to Edinburgh at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. What do you have a sense of where we are on this journey so far?
I'm trying to. Mercifully, the helicopter pulled out and gave us a wider shot just a minute ago, which brought in the coastline, and I think that we're certainly somewhere between Stonehaven and Brechin. I think passing by the Balmacune estate, maybe somewhere near Lawrencekirk, on that part of the road. So in terms of big landmarks, maybe a third of the way between Aberdeen and Dundee. And what's striking me is the number of people that are there. There aren't many big conurbations. There are fishing towns on the coast, on the east coast, south of Stonehaven, Inverbervie, Gordon, St Cyrus, Johnshaven. That, it strikes me, is where people must have come from, because every bridge is lined. If you look at the bottom of the screen there, the cars that are just crowded out, packing out any kind of road that leads off. Yeah, the queues of them. I mean, you know, the main road, the A90, anybody who knows the east of Scotland, anybody who's driven to Aberdeen from central Scotland will know this road. It's the only way to get really to Aberdeen from the central belt, as we call it in Scotland. That's closed at the moment. It's southbound, so there will be an element of people waiting to get back and make their journeys. But it strikes me there are just a huge number of people who've come from near and far. Look at that landscape. This is a sparsely populated area. This is farming country. It's soft fruit growing country. It's wheat growing country. But yet, even on the sides of the Joe carriageway, there are people everywhere. We'll get a real indication when we get into Dundee, maybe in an hour or so's time, as to the size of the crowds there. The convoy will go along the Kingsway, which is the road, the kind of the route that skirts the north of the city and takes you out onto the road to Perth. And they're big. There are big grass banks on the side of the road, plenty space for people to gather, and people have been encouraged to go there if they want to come out today. So we'll get a sign there.
Robert. And isn't it fascinating that we watch this wonderful countryside. We're looking at the corner of the United Kingdom where the Queen felt most at home. It's invidious to say most at home, because when she was at Sandringham, she would feel very much at home. But also that's the English countryside. And it's a reminder of her personal tastes and her role as a successful monarch, that living in grandeur and splendour in Buckingham Palace, she still felt, most at home. in a rural setting. It's rather like her love of racehorses that we may talk about later. An aristocratic sport, but something beloved by people all over the country.
And when she was much younger, didn't she say, I think when she was a child, she said, I would happily be a lady who lives in the country with my horses and my dogs. And
that's right.
That's the world that she loved, as you're suggesting.
Yes, and in those days, you weren't supposed to say that sort of thing. When her Scottish nanny, Marion Crawford, revealed that she said was the effect, I'd much rather live in the country with lots of horses and dogs than be a queen, that was thought to be so shocking that Marion Crawford lost her job and
because she revealed private conversations.
Private conversations. And what we're looking at here is we're looking at now well pre-planned operation that, as you've said, technically known inside the palaces as Operation London Bridge. It's been what's been dreaded for so long, but prepared for as well. The plans surrounding Prince Philip's funeral were known as Forth Bridge, Operation Forth Bridge. But also what we're going to see in Edinburgh, but also, well, actually we saw it already, didn't we, is yet a third operation known as Operation Spring Tide, which is the introduction of the new king to the different parts of the United Kingdom. And all these different sets of schedules are being intermeshed.
That's interesting. Well, I'd like to talk about that in just a moment. King Charles getting out around the four nations of the UK. I'm just going to do a word, Martin, just picking up on what you were saying, because you were reflecting when the cortege was passing through some quite fairly barren landscape, and you talked about the farmland, and you were commenting on the number of people you could see who'd come out. I'm conscious that there will be viewers watching this all over the world looking at some of these beautiful images, but nonetheless thinking, I can't see that many people. I'm not sure what he's driving at. And I think it's worth reminding people, again, the population of Scotland.
Yeah, it is. I know exactly where we are now, by the way. Anybody who knows that road will have recognised Stracathro Services, a famous truck stop on the way up to Aberdeen. Right along the side of the building, in letters as high as the building, it has the motto, "You may gang far and fare war," which means you can go a long way and do worse. And we've just passed there, so they're just about 5 miles north of Brechin now. But no, the population of Scotland, 5.5 million, in a landmass roughly a third of the size of of Great Britain.
Yes,
so
and 5.5 million,
less than 10% of the population.
Much smaller population than the whole of London for international viewers.
So. And crucially as well in that respect, now let me get this statistic right, I think 80% of the population live in 20% of the size of the landmass of Scotland even. So we're about now, once we get to Dundee and south, about to enter the part of Scotland where the vast majority of Scots live. So north, where we are now, and north, is really sparsely populated comparatively. Inverness, Aberdeen, big cities.
But there we are, just going past a lay-by, where the slender population of the area have come and parked.
Look at the bridge.
There they are over
look at the bridge.
Just for a few seconds.
Yes, all line. Yes, exactly, Robert. I mean, they're literally watching that just drive under that bridge, not particularly slowly because it's not driving through the middle of a town, not slowing right down like we've seen in some of the other towns.
Yeah,
that is remarkable. That bridge was fully lined, wasn't it?
Yeah, as have they all been.
There
really.
The cars parked again. Yeah. People worked out where they wanted to be.
Yep.
Again, it takes us to where we started our day, doesn't it? When we were reflecting at 10 o'clock this morning as the convoy pulled out of Balmoral. This perhaps for some people is a moment of reality. This is, despite all the coverage of the last few days, the warm words from the new king, from King Charles, actually seeing the Queen's coffin, that is the finality. This has really happened. We are in a new era. We have a new monarch, and that 70-year reign really is at an end.
Driving through those harvested fields, more developed, of course, Martin, than Balmoral. Balmoral is rather a different sort of landscape to this.
It's hillside, this is agricultural country, soft fruit country, big raspberry growing area. The soft fruit industry struggled actually quite a lot recently. There's concerns within that industry about the future of it. Can't get people to come and pick the fruit, all those kind of concerns. The Queen would have known all about that.
Aren't they some of the finest?
They are, and over the last couple of years sometimes they've been kind of, rotting in the fields because they can't get enough people to come and pick them. But we're going through a period of, that was down to COVID, some of it down to Brexit, or it depends who you listen to, you get different ideas of where the problems are. But the Queen would have been well appraised of all of that, because I've spoken to so many people over the last few days just in the course of doing the job about their interactions with the Queen, and every one of them, from senior church officials to agricultural workers to whoever, said the same thing. She knew a lot about what was going on. The moderator of the Church of Scotland told me that she had a minute interest in the workings of the church and the progress of the church. He said to an extent that would almost have put some elders to shame. She really, really did take a keen interest in how the country worked and how it was run.
Her knowledge was very deep on a lot of matters, wasn't it? You mentioned that area. We know a lot about horses, countryside, sports.
I think the cortege is pulling off here. It's a scheduled stop to, I think, refuel and rest for a little while.
Well,
this is
quite
Brechin.
rightly, the drivers need a rest.
This is I think the Brechin Castle Centre on the edge of town. There's the edge of Brechin itself. A cathedral city, Brechin. A city in that it's a small town, but it has a cathedral. The famous round tower, one of only two in Scotland. But there you go. There's the Aberdeenshire in the distance, and if the camera moves round, you'll see the Angus Glens opening up down to the left. Glen Prosen, Glen Clova, Glen Isla. Beautiful hill walking countryside, and if they're really hardy, can find a route from those glens right through up into the Cairngorms and up to Balmoral, where this journey started.
And were they big walkers, the Queen and Prince Philip?
Oh yeah, up in we were talking about Loch Nagar earlier on, this fantastic, majestic Munro that sat right behind Balmoral Castle, and they would picnic on the hillside up there. Charles spent a lot of happy time up there. We're coming down now in towards the Angus Glens here, and just the most majestic country. I was lucky enough to spend quite a lot of my childhood in that part of Scotland, and it really is lovely down by Kirriemuir. And if you keep going down there, you get to Glamis, of course, which was the Queen Mother's family seat, the Bowes-Lyon family, where Queen Margaret was born, and where the Queen spent many happy holidays as a young girl.
Yes, well, we will talk more about that. I'm just going to explain the images that we are currently on, because Martin pointed out that the drivers just have to have a short break in their journey down to Edinburgh. We are now back in the capital, as you may have just been able to work out from these pictures, and we are following this because the new King, King Charles, is just, I'm told, leaving Clarence House to head into Buckingham Palace, I think, for some of his official engagements this afternoon. And again, it's our focus today has been on other matters, but it is again, Martin and Robert, interesting to see how many people are still there outside the palace.
Yes, Buckingham Palace is obviously traditionally the focus. There is the King, and yes, isn't it obvious to say? Just look at all those crowds outside the palace. People feeling. They're watching history, they're being part of history, and it's going to be interesting in the days ahead to see the King go round the country and in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
Yes.
We must presume there will be the same sort of reception for him there, linked with appropriate ceremonial occasions.
It's interesting, isn't it, seeing the contrasting moods. What we're watching here, if the camera, I can see another monitor here with closer shots of the crowd, and there's a lot of smiling, a lot of waving, a celebratory mood here. And that just emphasises, does it not, that we're watching two things happen, actually. We're watching one thing end and another begin. The solemnity of Scotland is stark contrast with the kind of more celebratory mood in London that we're seeing.
Yes, you're right. That's very interesting. I'm now looking at the camera angle that you're seeing as well, Martin. I hadn't seen that. And right the way along the railings, all the way along Buckingham Palace, almost everyone, I think, had their iPhone up in their phone up in their hand. They were cheering and they were taking photos because they wanted that photo of the new king being driven into Buckingham Palace. Again, to Robert's point, this is a moment in history and everyone wants to be part of it. That's what you were reflecting on this morning.
Yes, with parents getting their children up early in the morning from before they go to school. People living all around London and coming up to be part of it, and but reflecting, of course, in this last week, we actually saw the very apex of what the Queen is all about when she's still alive. Well, not still alive, she seemed so alive, didn't she? She received the retiring Prime Minister, and then she had her first audience with the new Prime Minister. That's the constitutional aspect of the monarchy's job, and now we're seeing the impact that has on people's hearts and imaginations as they welcome the new king to Buckingham Palace. And now, now there we see, I think, above Buckingham Palace is at the Royal Standard now flying at full mast.
Full, yes, because the king is present.
The king is present. At the risk of boring British viewers, let us just remind them that they're not viewers around the world, that by British tradition, the Royal Standard is one standard that never flies at half-mast if the monarch of the moment is present. And now we see Buckingham Palace with the Royal Standard as opposed to the Union Jack, the particular standard attached to the monarch, flying at full mast over the palace.
And when we were looking at the close-up shots, much closer to the front of the palace, people might have been watching these images thinking, where have all the flowers gone? People are, I think, still very much bringing flowers, but we know that they've been moved to nearby Green Park, and that was always the plan. In fact, even when I was down there very early on Friday morning, there was a very polite notice that the palace authorities had put out saying, essentially, your flowers will be left here for 12 hours, but thereafter they are going to be moved to Green Park because they quite simply would have run out of space, wouldn't they? And I think, well, sadly, I haven't had a chance to go down to Green Park since then, but I should think it's a beautiful sight. I should think there's a sea of flowers, a carpet of flowers rather, at nearby Green Park, which in fact is just to the left of to your left of this camera angle as you're looking at it. And so, Robert, you were mentioning Operation Springtide, I think you called it, but it's a curious name. But the point is, it is everything that we will be seeing and reporting on in the coming days, because the new king will be reaching out across different parts of the United Kingdom. He is new in post. He wants to proclaim himself, I suppose, to all parts of the UK. Is that a convention? Is it a rule, or is that something that King Charles has taken upon himself to do so quickly?
No, this is new for King Charles. We now know that the state funeral of the Queen will happen on Monday week.
Yes, a week tomorrow, yes.
Monday the 12th of September. And as we've been saying, and
19th, Monday the 19th,
yes,
the funeral, state
that's
funeral,
going to be
yes.
Monday the 19th. And that will be a bank holiday. Nobody will no children will go to school, and but in the course of mourning the Queen, her body will eventually come down to London. People will walk past the coffin as they're about to do in Scotland. There will be Operation Springtide, as it's called, to where the King can literally be presented to his people. There was the limousine leaving after delivering him to Buckingham Palace, and of course already King Charles is taking up the duties of his mother of reading the red boxes. There's an interesting article in one of the papers today about his own routine as Prince of Wales, and how around 10 o'clock at night, after his day of work, he still has, even as Prince of Wales, he has to go, and now as king, he will sit down and spend a couple of hours before he goes to bed reading through all the state papers and processing that aspect of his mother's work.
Yes, it'd be very interesting to talk more about that later, actually, because that was a key thing that we know the Queen really kept on top of. We heard a lot about her attention to detail, didn't we? And certain politicians who'd met her who attested to that. We'll come back to that, because while we've got these lovely shots over from the front of Buckingham Palace, let's also just talk to our correspondent Charlotte Gallagher, who's there, because Charlotte, we've just seen the new king be driven through the gates there, and that is because he has a working afternoon. He's got a lot of meetings.
He does indeed. He's meeting representatives from the Commonwealth today, because that's obviously his new role. One of his new roles is head of the Commonwealth, and he knows how important that was to his mother, the Queen, how she wanted to ensure that remained, and that was one of her legacies. So he's meeting representatives from the Commonwealth today, and then also preparing as well for the arrival of his mother coming down to London from Scotland. And I have to say, when that car went past and people saw that it had the royal standard on top of the car and King Charles was inside, the crowds, as expected, cheered, clapping, waving. We saw King Charles waving at them from inside the car. And I have to say as well, I think there's even more people here, Jane, than there was yesterday. I came in from Green Park, which is the big park next to Buckingham Palace, and I had to queue to even get into the park. There are that many people wanting to come down, pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth, and also possibly see the new king, King Charles. And you can probably see behind me maybe that there's people queuing up, bringing bunches of flowers, everyone seemingly wanting to come down and take in the atmosphere, really. It really is a lovely atmosphere, because despite the number of people, despite all the crowds, there's no pushing, there's no shoving, people talking to each other and wanting to share memories about the Queen, growing up with her, always seeing her, on the television, sometimes in person, and lots of children as well coming down. And I've seen handwritten notes on bunches of flowers that they're going to lay at the floral memorial inside Green Park.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, Charlotte, because in fact we were just discussing here in the studio the flowers. We knew that they were going to be moved from the railings into Green Park, and sadly I haven't been down there for a few days, and I'm imagining that it is quite a scene there inside that. It's a sizable, very attractive park that brings you down out to Buckingham Palace, but I imagine, even from what I saw on Friday, there must be a carpet of flowers there.
I think that's the best word for it, a carpet of flowers. Every other person you see here has a bunch of flowers in their hands. We spoke to a group of florists actually last night. They'd come down from Surrey, they'd been working all day, but they'd made a special bouquet that they wanted to put out for the Queen. They put thistles in because of the time that she spent in Scotland and how much she loved Scotland. And they said as well that a lot of their customers had said, can you lay flowers for us? We're not able to come down to Buckingham Palace, but will you lay flowers for us? So they were carrying other bunches of flowers that customers wanted put out. And I think that's a real lovely thing that so many people want to get involved. I also saw a little girl with a Paddington teddy. She'd brought her own Paddington teddy down because she wanted to put it with the flowers for the Queen. And it just shows you how much that sketch of her with Paddington during the Jubilee resonated so much with everyone, but especially children. I mean, we even saw the reaction of her great-grandchildren, didn't we, at the Jubilee? They were laughing. Almost they couldn't believe that their great-granny was on the television with Paddington.
Yes, and all the flowers I saw at the railings on Friday, there were already at that point, there were quite a few cards that, again, had that lovely, delightful figure of Paddington on them. It is something... Well, I can't think too deeply about the Platinum Jubilee Paddington sketch, because that's the one that really brings tears to your eyes, doesn't it? But such a touching moment. Charlotte, thank you very much. We'll have more from you later, I'm sure, because there's a lot of meetings and other important business that the new king has to attend to there at Buckingham Palace today. So we'll back from you in a little while. Thank you, Charlotte Gallagher, for now there at Buckingham Palace. And actually, that was one of the on a tangent entirely to both my guests, Martin and Robert, but that's one of the things that's come out in one of the BBC films that's been made, where Prince Edward talked about the Queen and the London 2012 Olympics, and when the Queen jumped from the plane and all the James Bond element of that, and loving the fact that she hadn't told anyone. She hadn't told her children about that. That speaks to her character. I love that story.
And can I just add something about the Paddington Bear sketch that we've all seen? We should remember that she acted that in empty space.
Yes.
There wasn't a real Paddington there, although it looked like it. She acted out what she would say to Paddington, and then the CGI experts went in and animated a Paddington image for her. As we were saying earlier, in family life, she loved charades. She loved party games. She was such a great mimic, as we heard Gordon Brown confessing earlier this morning. All this playful side of her character, which some would say she hid rather too well in public, but she had such a great sense of the dignity of the office. Again, as we were saying earlier, she wasn't born into the system. I always say that's the secret. She was born into the system, but she wasn't born at the top of it. When she was born as a little girl in 1926, she was the Princess Beatrice or Eugenie of her day. She wasn't expected to inherit the crown, and so she did enjoy 7, 8, 9 years of relatively normal childhood. But she was very conscious with her grandfather, George V, who had just in that last decade created the House of Windsor, that she was part of a bigger picture, and she was a team player. So, again, as I've said before, when she became captain, she never lost that memory that she was smaller than the system. She was just a part of something bigger than any one person. And it was that essential modesty that was at the heart of so much humour about her. You know, have you met the Queen? No, but he has, the detective.
Yes.
I think everybody knows that story by heart by now. But it just sums up the modesty and all the successful royals in British history have been modest people. And it's the ones who are a bit overweening and think it's all about them as people that get into trouble.
And it was that, you're talking about Paddington and the CGI, and that just the remarkable twinkle in the eye when she delivers the killer line about the sandwich in the handbag. I mean, all three of us, look, we're sitting here smiling. And to think that she was doing that to whoever, you know, someone, assistant on the film crew who had to sit there and say, just imagine I'm Paddington. That's just remarkable. I think that's...
These links with popular culture, I mean, in 2002, for that Jubilee, Brian May, the guitarist of Queen, played God Save the Queen on the roof.
Yes.
And people thought, well, what's coming up for the next Jubilee, which happened to be with the Olympics? And she came up with the James Bond skit that you've mentioned. And then I know this year people were saying, well, how can you outdo a guitar on the roof and James Bond
and a helicopter?
And she does it with Paddington Bear.
Was there not a story that Danny Boyle, when he was putting together the opening ceremony of the Olympics, thought this would be a great idea, the helicopter skit, and was lining up Helen Mirren to play the Queen? And the Queen got wind of this and said, if anybody's playing the Queen, it's me.
Yes,
and an assumption, I suppose, among the producers, perhaps, that this would be great, but we can't ask the Queen. Yes.
No, apparently when he took the plan to the palace, the private secretaries at the time were indeed very worried. And I'm not sure if your detail is correct, it could well be, but they took several months before they dared put it to the Queen. And I've just remembered that they decided it would be a good point at Balmoral to put it to her. She'd be more relaxed, and they would suggest the idea to her then. And she got it at once. She said, "Oh, I see," and then I pretend to jump out of the helicopter, do I? You know, and then she went to work with her dresser, Angela Kelly, to devise the pink outfit that she would wear to meet James Bond, Daniel Craig, and which her stunt double would then have to wear when the stunt double jumped out of the helicopter. So right down to every detail, she relished the humour of the situation.
I think the loveliest tribute I saw out of all of them in the carpets of flowers outside Buckingham Palace, a photograph of it, was just amid all these blooms, a clear plastic bag with a brown bread sandwich in it and the words "for later."
Oh.
Yeah, quite. That's what it did to me as well.
Goodness. I saw many messages that made me well up, I must say. But yes, someone had thought that through. And
Lovely.
Might have to move on because we'll all get a little teary. But in all seriousness, but it's just delightful that we've managed to reference the Queen's humour, I think, because yes, it's been a tough few days, but we have to remember there was another side to her personality, for all her inevitable seriousness at times, at all the right times, all the appropriate times. Just to explain what we are bringing you here this afternoon on BBC News. Our camera, as you see, trained on Buckingham Palace. I should explain, King Charles is inside at the moment. He has a number of meetings, appointments this afternoon. In particular, we know he's meeting the Commonwealth General Secretary, Baroness Scotland, much more to come. The camera is focused right now on the capital because although the focus of our day overall is, of course, the journey that the Queen's coffin is making from Balmoral to Edinburgh. It is a convoy of a number of vehicles and, quite rightly, drivers have to take breaks. So there is just a break in the driving at the moment, just for a pit stop, and very necessary for safety reasons. So that is why we have a break in the coverage of that. If you are wondering why our camera is instead focused on Buckingham Palace, when of course much of our focus today is on Scotland for very obvious reasons. But it is a journey that is due to end in Edinburgh this afternoon at around about 4 o'clock. But the crowd's still there around Buckingham Palace, around the Green Park area. And they have occasionally today been greeted with a glimpse of the new king as he is driven into the palace. Let's return, though, to Edinburgh, which will be very much the focus in the next couple of hours. Sarah Smith is there for us. Apologies, Sarah. I think I referred to you earlier as our Scotland editor because, of course, you were for some time. You are now based in Washington, DC, of course, but you are absolutely in Edinburgh for us this afternoon for all the right reasons. And tell us about the city at the moment, because this is very much a city that is preparing for a very large turnout, isn't it?
Absolutely. There are thousands of people lining the streets already, even though it's a good couple of hours before the cortege will arrive here. And it will drive through the streets of Edinburgh, past all of those people who will have been waiting hours, probably some of them, to catch a glimpse of the hearse as it goes through Edinburgh's streets. It will then come into the centre of town, come down what's known as the Royal Mile, the street that runs between Edinburgh Castle and the Palace of Holyroodhouse, which I'm outside now. And that is the final destination today for the hearse and the Queen's coffin. She'll be taken inside Holyroodhouse Palace into the throne room and remain there overnight. This is the official residence of all sovereigns when they are in Scotland. And we've already seen, though, quite a bit of ceremony here in Edinburgh, in Scotland's capital, because the public proclamation of the accession of King Charles was read out here. And that was it was a very grand event. The Lord Lion was standing in the Market Cross outside Parliament Hall and pronounced that King Charles was now our sovereign. And you can see there was a great deal of ceremony. This is the King's Bodyguard for Scotland, who are the Royal Company of Archers, and the Guard of Honour marching to wait for the Lord Lion to come and give that proclamation. And you can see there are more officials there coming through. Those are Her Majesty's State Trumpeters who they welcomed the Lord Lion and made everybody realise that a proclamation was to come. We have the Macer to the Court of the Lord Lion. These are all Scottish titles because there is a whole world of ceremony that belongs specifically to what happens to the monarch in Scotland. And in a moment we'll hear Lord Lion, King of Arms, make that proclamation.
Of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George.
And the reason these proclamations are made, and they're from the Market Cross, is of course that in years gone by this would be how the public would find out that the monarch had died and that they had a new monarch. Here it's ceremonial, of course, and King Charles has been the sovereign for a number of days now. But this is the people of Scotland officially being notified of the fact that he is their monarch. 21-gun salute was then fired from Edinburgh Castle before the entire procession came up to the drawbridge in front of Edinburgh Castle and made the proclamation once again. Something that has been done over hundreds of years in the Scottish capital in Edinburgh, being done again today to tell everybody that their only lawful Lord King is King Charles III. He won't be coming to Edinburgh until tomorrow, but senior members of the royal family are already here, we believe, in the Palace of Holyroodhouse, and you can see there just how many people are in the streets watching both the parade and proclamation and waiting, of course, for the Queen's coffin and hearse to come through the streets of Edinburgh. And Paddington Bears there, as there are so frequently, a reference of course to the Queen's participation in a sketch she did with Paddington Bear for the Olympics. But there are thousands and thousands of people taking part in what is a moment in history here, the historic proclamation that we have a new sovereign, and of course that moment when the Queen's coffin will come through the streets of Edinburgh, and the people who will have been waiting hours by then will feel that they are taking their place in history, as well as an opportunity to pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth II as she comes to the Palace of Holyrood. And then tomorrow there will be another procession from the palace up to St Giles Cathedral. We understand that King Charles will walk behind the hearse, although other senior members of the royal family will be driven. And when they get to St Giles Cathedral, there will be a service of remembrance that will be attended by many of the senior members of the royal family. And after that, the Queen will lie in state for about 24 hours in St Giles Cathedral, right in the heart of Edinburgh, and the public then will have an opportunity to file past and in person pay their respects as the Queen's coffin lies there for a full day before going back down to London, where of course there will be further lying in state and an opportunity for other people to say goodbye. But it's very important, I think, that people who live in Scotland and who want to take part in any of this kind of ceremony do feel as though it's not all happening miles and miles away down south in London. It really is covering a large part of the country and giving a special opportunity to people in Scotland to both see the Queen's coffin and cortege and themselves be able to come and say goodbye and pay their respects.
Yes, it is hugely important, isn't it? And those pictures we were just looking at, Sarah, they are striking. They are, again, the crowds that you're talking about, and one assumes more to come. And again, bearing in mind that there are people watching this coverage from all over the world, this is going to be significant. You are talking about historic cathedrals here. You are talking about somewhere that's so famous, of great historical importance in Scotland. It's going to be a focal point, isn't it, over the next 24, 48 hours?
Yes, in this sort of historic centre of old Edinburgh, where at the top you have Edinburgh Castle sitting on top of a volcanic rock, and then the traditional Royal Mile, this cobbled street that runs for almost exactly a mile downhill down to the Palace of Holyroodhouse, which has a very, very long royal history. Mary Queen of Scots stayed in Holyrood House. There have been monarchs there through the generations, through over centuries. And of course, Edinburgh Castle is even older than that. So these are medieval buildings and royal places which have seen this happen before. Sovereigns come and new ones be proclaimed, but very few people who are taking part in this today will have any memory of this having happened before, of the death of a sovereign and a new king being announced. So for everybody here, it's a very important historical moment to join in with, and of course it's very fitting that it's taking place amongst these very historic buildings in the middle of Edinburgh, which have seen many sovereigns making their way up past them and worshipping in St Giles Cathedral itself before.
Sarah, for now, many thanks. Sarah Smith there in Edinburgh. Because the cortege is due to arrive there at around about 4 o'clock this afternoon. We are following the Queen's coffin as it makes its journey today, the first leg of its final journey, which began at 10 o'clock this morning, local time, at Balmoral, the place that the Queen so loved and felt so at home in. And that, perhaps, that first moment for some people, perhaps for many people, of realising the enormity of the events of the last few days. The Queen's coffin, driven away from Balmoral for the final time. My colleague Anita McVeigh has spent the last few days in Balmoral and was there this morning as the convoy began its really poignant journey. And Anita, very interesting for the many people you've been talking to there today, local people who would have seen the Queen around, seen members of the royal family around in the local area, and some people really very moved by everything we're witnessing today.
Absolutely, Jane, that's correct. And people in this area, in nearby towns like Ballater, which is the closest town to Balmoral Castle, they've told me how protective they've always felt of the Queen and the royal family, how protective they still feel about the Queen. So naturally, over the last couple of days, they have come in their thousands to pay their respects, to lay flowers, and in towns and grass verges and pathways all around this area, they gathered from early this morning to catch that glimpse of the Queen's coffin making its final journey from Royal Deeside on through Scotland, eventually to London, leading up to that state funeral on the 19th of September. But this is where that journey began. Before the coffin emerged from the gates behind me, we learned some details about what was happening at the palace. We know that 6 gamekeepers or gillies carried the Queen's coffin from the ballroom of Balmoral, where it was resting, out to the hearse. And we know that as the coffin was brought out, the Queen was piped out one final time by her piper, the sovereign's piper, to the tunes Balmoral and Glengelder. And there, the members of the royal family who'd been at Balmoral over the last couple of days, along with her close personal staff, many of them who have served her for many years, decades even, said their final private goodbyes. And so the coffin emerged, and it was a moment of reality, given that so many people have felt this news seemed unreal. We saw the Queen just 5 days ago, didn't we, in those photographs when she met Liz Truss, invited her to form the new government. And so it was with some surprise, even though obviously the Queen was 96, she was frail, there had been some concerns about her mobility. It was with surprise that we heard the news on Thursday, just 2 days later, that her doctors were concerned about her health, and then the news that her family were rushing to be by her side, and the news later then on Thursday that she had died. And when she left here this morning, it was with a real sense of simplicity. The coffin draped in the Royal Standard of Scotland, a single wreath made up of flowers and fir and pine cut here in the gardens and from the Balmoral estate, reflecting the simplicity of the life that she led here. It didn't involve the grandeur that her life at other palaces involved, and it was a place where she could relax and rest. And I've mentioned this quote earlier, Jane, I know, but I think it bears repetition. When I was chatting with the minister of Glen McChurch in Ballater yesterday, and he was recounting the times that he'd spoken to the Queen, met the Queen, various anecdotes about her time here. He said metaphorically, when she came to Balmoral, she hung her crown on the main gates. And at that point she was a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, just getting on with living a more normal life. And I mentioned that so many people have been coming to pay respects, to honour that bond, if you like, between the royals and this area. And after the Queen's coffin had left this morning, a group who arrived were the Royal Marines Association riders, the Scotland North Division, and they've been telling us a little bit about occasions when they met the Queen.
Anita, many thanks. Anita McVeigh there in Balmoral. These images, just to clarify as well, by the way, beautiful as they are from a little earlier on this morning. So this is not the cortege making its way. We think the cortege is still that all the drivers are just still taking a short break before they continue their journey down to Edinburgh. So we are as sure as we can be that it's not on the move again yet, but we're just taking an opportunity to show some beautiful images, and certainly much earlier in the day. Martin Geiser and Robert Lacey, my goodness, we saw images of the landscape of Scotland. Just so beautiful. The landscape isn't the only reason the Queen loved Aberdeenshire, but it's part of it, isn't it? And it was a reminder, absolutely a beautiful reminder of that glorious part of the country that she loved so much.
Yeah, I was going to say this is the perfect time of year to see it, but in 4 weeks' time, the leaves will turn, that part of Deeside will turn kind of russet golden. And then with the dusting of snow, it looks even better still. And then come the spring, everything looks better. So, it is just a beautiful, beautiful part of the world. And interesting to watch this from the sky, the changing kind of topography of Britain as well. We just watched Angus and the district of Angus and the kind of golden fields there. And what a coastline it is down there as well. I'm very proud of my country, as you can tell, but it's looking particularly special today. Particularly special today.
I had one lucky opportunity to be at the Braemar Games for work some years ago, but to your point earlier about the reason it's so green and beautiful is because there is a considerable amount of rain. It was a day almost from central casting, because it rained and rained and rained, and all the runners and competitors, they were caked in mud as they were competing in their various games. And then, not a word of a lie, as the Queen and Prince Philip arrived, the sun came out. It was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
And it was as if it was written in the stars, and that was something they attended every year, didn't they? That was a focal point.
The Highland Gathering. It's a really special event in a fantastic little arena that it seems to be like unchanged for a century. It's one of these places where if something needs to be replaced, it's replaced with precisely the same thing. So nothing really changes through time. And boy, that town is proud of its royal roots, and it's an amazing part of the world. James Cook, the BBC Scotland editor, made the point earlier on, and it's a point worth making, that Royal Deeside is not Scotland writ small. It is. It's very different in the way that it looks, and also, in some respects, in the way that it feels and thinks. It's very, very loyal to the monarchy, and some areas of Scotland, particularly in central Scotland, there isn't that strength of feeling. Scotland's having a big conversation about its future at the moment, the future of the Union, and we were touching on that earlier on. The Union is fraying, perhaps slightly, with those conversations that are going on, and the Queen was one of the threads that kept that whole thing together. One of many threads that keeps the whole thing together. Now that thread is broken, one wonders what might happen next. But I'm straying into territory that maybe you don't want to go into at this stage. But it's certainly a big conversation.
It's an important topic of conversation, and it will be absolutely discussed. I mean, and we can't and shouldn't pretend otherwise. But Robert, I know you wanted to come in at that point.
I can testify to the special atmosphere of Royal Deeside, because I've been up there a few times earlier in my career, and if you turn up there with an English accent asking questions about the Queen, you don't get many answers. It was clear, she was a special part of the community, of whom they were very, very proud. I think that's there was a feeling of safety and difference for her there. I think it's also very significant that, in the famous royal family film that was thought to have shown too much of the private life.
Oh, the documentary in the very late 60s?
Yes, in the late 60s, it was Prince Philip's idea to reveal the monarchy more to the world as a whole. And it was Balmoral and Deeside that they chose to reflect the Queen at her most relaxed, with Prince Philip turning the sausages on the barbecue.
Yes.
But for that very reason, and maybe other parts of the film, the Queen felt it had given too much away, or maybe not given too. It was too much exposure. Going back to her shyness and sense of reticence, she actually cancelled her Christmas broadcast that year because she said, "Well, everybody's seen enough of me."
I didn't know that. I didn't know a Christmas broadcast was ever cancelled.
Yes, no, well, maybe the televised part of it was, but she thought there'd been quite enough of her on television, and of course we've never seen that again.
That's so interesting. You said it was Prince Philip's idea, a very, very famous programme at the time. Was there arm twisting? Do we know, did Prince Philip really have to persuade the Queen to take part in that?
I think after the success of the coronation, when Prince Philip did have to twist some arms, particularly with Winston Churchill being the Prime Minister. Television had proved such a great success at the time of the coronation. It was felt that, oh yes, let's have a documentary which shows more of what's going on behind the scenes. But as constitutional historians said, you can't let too much daylight in on the magic. The people of Deeside knew about the daylight, but they were very happy to remain part of the magic.
It reminds me of the one great line that the Queen has said to have said, "I need to be seen to be believed."
Yes,
describing why she was out so often in so many public places. Yeah.
And why she always wore bright colours at public events so that people could spot her. Let's return to Buckingham Palace. Was that, forgive me, I'm looking on a very small monitor. Was that the Queen Consort? Charlotte Gallagher is there, our correspondent. I think I saw the Queen Consort, but you can explain what's going on from your vantage point there, Charlotte.
Yes, it was definitely Camilla, the Queen Consort, Jane, and you can probably tell, you heard a few people getting very, very excited that she was driving past in that royal car. We knew something was happening because all of a sudden the crowds further up the Mall had their phones in the air. So that's when you know something is happening and people are getting very excited. And that's really why a lot of people have come down here today, not just to pay their respects to Queen Elizabeth, but also possibly see King Charles or his wife, Queen Consort Camilla. So let's talk to a couple of people in the crowd. Now let's start first of all with Willow and her cousin Oliver. Willow, whereabouts did you come from?
Lincolnshire.
And what did you think when you just saw the Queen Consort?
I was really excited.
And are you going to tell your friends at school? And what did you think about the Queen? What was your favourite thing about her?
I like how queens take care of their countries.
And Oliver, you're Willow's cousin. What did you think when you just saw Camilla go past? Are you a bit happy? Did you get a photo? Your phone's there. Did you get a photo?
No.
I'm sure there's a lot of people in the crowd that got photos there. Let's talk to some other people. Denise and her daughter Ruth. You were right at the front. You've come down to see a royal. Are you happy that you've seen one?
Absolutely. Really, really happy now. Yes.
And she was waving at you as she went past.
Yeah, so lucky. Perfect place.
And why did you want to come down here today?
Well, you had to be, didn't you? It's history. History, pay respects to the Queen and support the King. It's what we should be doing.
And you've brought your daughter as well.
Yes.
How important was it to come down as a family?
Very important. I mean, she was up early yesterday for the proclamation, weren't you? We actually got her up early and said, you've got to watch this. This is history in the making. We've never seen anything like this before, and I probably won't do again, and it's absolutely amazing.
And we'll never see a Queen again, probably in our lifetime.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been amazing. Very lucky.
And Ruth, what did you think when you heard the news that the Queen had died?
I was really sad. It was a huge shock as well.
And you're 14, aren't you? What did your friends talk about it? Did they message you about it? Were people posting things on social media?
Yeah.
You're obviously, born very towards the end of her reign. What did she mean to you?
She was just really special.
And did you watch the Jubilee?
Yeah.
What did you think of Paddington?
Oh, it was really good, yeah.
And do you as a family like to watch those royal events, to sit down, get the telly on?
Absolutely.
The Jubilee?
I mean, I can remember being very young. I was born in *69, and my dad, if we were in bed, my dad would come and get me out of bed and say, "The Queen's on the telly, come and watch her." You know, no matter what the occasion was, we'd be, you know, a real supporter of the royal family.
And it's kind of nice, isn't it? Because I think a lot of our family memories are related to their memories. Because I remember sitting down with my granny and watching William and Kate's wedding, and that was really special doing that as a family.
Exactly. I mean, we had everybody around, and we had like cream tea in the front room and everything with my nan, and God love her, she's not here now. But yeah, it's a real special time. And of course, the Queen is the common denominator for everybody in this country. We all knew the Queen, you know, whereas, you know, some very lucky people obviously remember the King, but yeah, we're very lucky to have had her.
And have you ever seen a member of the royal family before today?
Yeah, I was really fortunate to come into Buckingham Palace. My dad was awarded an MBE. Wow. So, yeah, and she gave him his MBE, which was a very special day.
That must have been so exciting. What did your dad get his MBE for?
He was in the army, and it was for services while he was in Bosnia.
And what I like as well, I bet your dad was quite a tough guy, obviously, he was in Bosnia, but there's something about the Queen. Whoever met her, they sort of went a bit silent and
It's a day he will never forget. It was a surreal day, but he said she had a habit of, didn't matter who she was speaking to, it's like you were the only person in the room. And he will always remember that.
And did you get lots of photos?
We have got photos, yes. Very lucky.
And more special now than ever?
Absolutely. Yeah, we were very lucky.
And do you think you'll be coming down for the funeral, perhaps the coronation?
We're planning on coming down on Friday and going to Westminster Hall, joining the massive queue, I'd imagine, to walk past and, you know, pay our respects then.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
And really, Jane, you are seeing so many people here down with their families. And what's nice is people talking about grannies telling their grandchildren, oh, when I was a girl, the Queen was just a girl, and people sharing those family moments, watching King Charles grow up as just a young boy and he's now the King. And I think, as that lady said there, she is a common denominator, Queen Elizabeth. Everyone remembers her. Everybody knew who she was.
Oh, Charlotte, thank you so much for now. We'll have more from you in a little while. Charlotte Gallagher there at Buckingham Palace among the crowds. Such excitement because they had just seen the Queen Consort being driven in through the gates of Buckingham Palace. Huge excitement that Charlotte was describing there. And King Charles already inside. He went in a little while ago because he has a very busy day of official duties. But goodness, I know it's a nice day in London, but look at the crowds. People just hoping to catch a glimpse of someone driving in and out, which is what we've just seen. Because I think I'm right in saying in no other sense is there anything specific happening today. But of course, people still arriving into the weekend, wanting to pay their respects still to Her Majesty the Queen. Flowers being left in adjacent Green Park. And a few glimpses of the new King and the Queen Consort. And lovely stories there, like that lady's father who met the Queen, presented with his MBE by the Queen. We'll have many more stories like that, I hope, over the course of the afternoon. The King himself has a meeting coming up due just in about the next 10 minutes. He's due to meet the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. He's got various High Commissioners to meet today, some religious leaders, some politicians as well. Quite a lot of High Commissioners for various Commonwealth countries. So a long list of meetings awaiting the King this afternoon. And Robert Lacey.
Worth reminding our viewers, I think, how the Commonwealth is very much the Queen's creation. You know, when she came to the throne, it did exist, but, you know, we were still an empire. And this idea that something as in some ways old-fashioned and oppressive as an empire and the colonies associated with it could be transformed into a much more positive family of nations was in fact devised in the 1930s by a man called Henry Martin, who was a constitutional historian at Eton, and who just happened to be tutor to the young Princess Elizabeth. And people have often said, well, the Queen didn't have much of an education, and she certainly never sat any O-levels or A-levels. But she did have this constitutional teacher who inspired her with the idea of turning the British Empire into something different in the future. And now the Commonwealth consists of over 50 members. All of them, many of them former colonies. Now actually it's such a successful institution that countries that were not British colonies want to join it and are allowed to join it if they are given permission. They decided a year or so ago they wanted Prince Charles, as he then was, to take over the headship. So the fact that he's meeting High Commissioners is the Commonwealth word for ambassadors. Commonwealth countries don't have ambassadors. Well, no, I'm wrong there. The realms that King Charles heads don't have ambassadors. They have High Commissioners for Australia, for Canada, and so on.
Yes.
So it's very interesting that his first duties this afternoon in Buckingham Palace are to foster and develop and create his own links with the institution that his mother was such an important part of creating.
But that's interesting as well. How much of that, again, is coming from him, driven by him, the new king saying, I want to focus on the Commonwealth, or I certainly don't want to forget about the Commonwealth, and how much of it is convention? I'm interested, we'll talk more this afternoon about this, but how much of this is being driven by his desires and the sort of stamp that he wants to put on the monarchy?
Well, there is one particular problem in the in-tray with regard to the Commonwealth for the new king. That is the fact that, as we've said, his mother was actually head of state of more than a dozen Commonwealth countries, like Australia, New Zealand, and Canada most notably. But in the last few years, one of them, Barbados, has said, Caribbean country, said, thanks very much, we're happy to stay in the Commonwealth, but actually we don't want an English person any longer as our head of state. When young Barbadians grow up and they look at their head of state, they're mystified as to this ultimate position, why this ultimate position in their country should be occupied by a white lady, kindly and good though she is. So Barbados has very politely and very respectfully said, we're going to be a republic. We don't want to be a realm anymore. Now, this is a question for the future king. Everybody said, well, the realms will survive so long as the Queen is head of state in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Jamaica, and other countries. But will the same loyalty attach to the new King Charles? And I think that is a very important element in his giving such priority to the Commonwealth this afternoon.
And because it wasn't, until the last few years, it wasn't automatic that he would be head of the Commonwealth. That was a conversation or a decision that was taken only three or 4 years ago, something like that, I think.
And it was taken by the Commonwealth heads of state themselves. Looking ahead, they said, we want to make quite clear that when the day comes, we do want Prince Charles to become head of the Commonwealth. It's technically an elected position. It's not hereditary. All the members vote on it, and they voted for Charles. But whether all of them vote to go on having King Charles and Queen Camilla as their heads of state is another question. There's a whole school of thought that says the British monarchy should just give up the idea of the realms and say, concentrate on the United Kingdom, concentrate on the Commonwealth. Can it be forever that Australia wants a British man and woman as their head of state?
Yes.
Doesn't stop them belonging to the Commonwealth. There are those who say, perhaps a little cynically, Canada will never give it up, because if Canada became a republic, what would make it different from the United States? But these are the sort of practical issues that confront the new king, and that he'll be discussing with the High Commissioners this afternoon.
Yes, and some of those issues will definitely emerge over the course of his reign, one imagines.
Yes, I mean, we already saw earlier this year the controversy surrounding Prince William and Kate's tour of the Caribbean, when
yes.
people said, is it appropriate to put people behind wire fences and wave at passing royalty? These are all the sort of changes and challenges that face the monarchy in the future. And now, as the Archbishop of Canterbury has said, is a very good time for Britain as a whole to reflect on this, and for the monarchy in particular.
Very interesting. We'll talk more about all of that over the course of the afternoon. A good afternoon to you. You are still watching BBC News. You were just listening to the historian and biographer Robert Lacey, and the BBC's Martin Geisler is with me as well, my colleague from BBC Scotland, because this is a significant day, a poignant day. Our cameras at the moment, as you see, are focused on Buckingham Palace. Very large crowds still out at the palace, but our focus fundamentally today is on the solemnity, the sadness, the poignancy, I think, of watching the Queen's coffin being driven from Balmoral to Edinburgh. Our cameras are focused right now, just to explain if you're just joining us, they're focused on the capital because there has just been a slight break in the journey, but we believe that we will be able to resume coverage of the convoy as it makes its way. We think it's quite close to Dundee, I believe, but we will establish that relatively soon. But it's still making its way south, ending ultimately a little later this afternoon in Edinburgh, where the Queen will rest in Edinburgh for several days, and members of the public will be able to pay their respects. So, two scenes really going on. A lot of flag waving, cheering, excitement over the last hour as the crowds there at Buckingham Palace have watched the new king, and a little later the Queen Consort, Camilla, being driven in through the gates of Buckingham Palace. Still crowds there paying their respects. And interesting, in fact, when we heard the lady who was chatting to our correspondent who was there a little while ago, Robert Lacey, you were spot on, because what reason did that lady give for simply wanting to be there, for just wanting to stand in that mass of people that we're looking at now? She said, it's part of history, I just want to be part of it. And
yes.
and that's what you've been explaining to us all day, that it's that moment.
And there were the children brought by their parents, a family occasion, getting together. And then as we look ahead to the week, there will be this massive event of the Queen's lying in state. This is what we're seeing up in Scotland is the prelude to the Queen lying in state in Scotland. I
Yes.
think that's fairly brief, isn't it? Just
24 hours.
24 hours.
Yes.
But when her body is brought down to London, it will, in the first instance, lie in Buckingham Palace, and then it will be taken to Westminster Hall, just around the corner from Westminster Abbey. And for several days and nights, it will be possible for people to file past the coffin to pay their respects. And though that might seem an ancient ceremony, it only goes back to 1910, to the death of Edward VII, and who was the son of Queen Victoria. And it was actually based on something, sorry, with all this history, it was actually based on the lying in state of the Prime Minister William Gladstone in 1898. He was such a revered figure that his body was, for just about the first time in Britain, lay in state in its coffin in Westminster Hall, and people filed past it. When Queen Victoria died a few years later, she'd laid down what she wanted to happen after her death, so there was no lying in state.
Because she simply personally didn't want that?
Well, I mean, she was still back in the early 19th century.
Yes, different times.
But it was George V, the man who actually invented the House of Windsor, who came up with the name, the grandfather of the Queen, who gave her very first lessons in constitutional history, who had the idea, why don't we try this thing that happened with Gladstone for Daddy, for Edward VII? And so he was the first king to lie in state in 1910, and it obviously was, well, more than a success. It had such meaning and was so moving that it has become an increasingly important ceremony, another way in which people can connect personally with their monarch and the whole institution of monarch, and, as you say, feel part of history at the same time.
Absolutely. And Martin, forgive me, you may or may not know, I do not want to get my terminology wrong, and we were discussing earlier whether for the period in Edinburgh, in Scotland, we should refer to lying at state.
Lying at rest.
Lying at rest.
Lying at rest, I think, is the correct terminology. I'll soon be put straight if I'm wrong.
If either of us
but
is
we're
wrong,
feeling
we
our way
will
through
soon
this
know.
a little bit. Yeah, lying at rest, I understand, is how they refer to it in Edinburgh. And that's going to happen from tomorrow afternoon, is my understanding. The coffin will be taken this afternoon to the Palace of Holyroodhouse, the monarch's official residence in Scotland. It'll sit in the throne room there, and tomorrow there will be a procession halfway up the Royal Mile, up that hill that links the Palace of Holyroodhouse to Edinburgh Castle at the top. Well, halfway up there on the left-hand side is St Giles Cathedral, and there will be a service there tomorrow afternoon, and then there will be a vigil for, I think, 24 hours after that. The company of archers, who are the monarch's official bodyguard in Scotland, ceremonial bodyguard in Scotland, will keep watch over the coffin, stand guard, and they will be joined by, at different points, I understand, the Queen's children. So that will take us through till Tuesday. And
then on Wednesday in London, we'll see our first proper ceremonial then. People who are in London on Tuesday will in fact be able to see a rehearsal for the ceremony through the streets. But on Wednesday we will actually, down in London, see the Queen's coffin borne from Buckingham Palace, where it will have arrived from Scotland, to Westminster Hall for the lying in state. And that'll be the first of 5 days, I think, when members of the public can pay their respects to the coffin, and when we anticipate there will be this very moving ceremony, the tradition known as the Vigil of the Princes, when members of the royal family themselves replace the ceremonial guards around the coffin. We don't know the details of this, it's not been finally confirmed, but on past precedent, that will be one of the very moving events coming in the week ahead.
Yes, we will talk more about that as well, of course. While the camera is still trained on Buckingham Palace, let's just show you those shots again from the last half an hour or so ago, because it's one of the reasons that there are still large, sizable crowds there at the palace in central London. Here again is the new king, King Charles III, being driven very slowly up to Buckingham Palace. One assumes so that people can get a glimpse of their new monarch. People cheering, the king waving as he's driven in. He is now working this afternoon with quite a lengthy series of meetings that he now has to undertake over the next few hours. And his wife, the Queen Consort, was driven in half an hour or so later. So she is now inside Buckingham Palace as well. Up until now, of course, his home was Clarence House, which is not that far away at all. In normal times, you would simply walk it. Well, you certainly could walk it. Mere mortals certainly could walk it. Wouldn't be very far at all. But we don't know, I think, unless you know more up-to-date information than me, Robert. I don't think we know if, when, what happens in terms of Buckingham Palace here becoming the King's London home.
Well, again, this is speculation, but it is generally thought that King Charles, here we go again, King Charles
still new, isn't it?
will retain Buckingham Palace as his working headquarters.
Yes.
But of course, the constitutional centre of the monarchy remains St James's Palace, where we saw the ceremony yesterday, which is in fact just at the back of Clarence House, where he has been living. One of the things that happened during the reign of the Queen is that Buckingham Palace became open to the public. we take that for granted now. There's a shop in Buckingham Palace.
That's true. We do take that for granted. Of course, it wasn't like that when I was a child.
No, there's the Queen's Gallery. I think the whole process started with the Queen's Gallery, the feeling that the art that the Queen enjoys should be shared more widely. And over the decades, this was a democratization of the process. It is said that Prince Charles is going to continue this further. At the moment, you can only go around Buckingham Palace when the monarch is not in residence, mainly during the summer.
Yes.
When the Queen, as we know, would go to Balmoral. It is thought that King Charles will develop plans to make it easier to visit the gardens all year round, perhaps, and even ceremonial parts of the palace. This is a practical matter of raising money.
Yes.
King Charles doesn't want to depend on taxpayers' money any more than he has to, and his slimmed down monarchy is based on the idea there should be less royals on the payroll, and we should find more ways of the monarchy supporting itself. And it has to be said that one of his achievements of Prince of Wales was actually to generate a great deal of money through the Prince's Trust for charities, for good works. He's proved, sometimes controversially, very good at raising money for his charities, so he'll be bringing that commercial sense to the monarchy. Not that the Queen and Prince Philip weren't commercial as well, but these are all changes that lie ahead. And there's this theme that Martin's raised, that the Queen has to be seen to be believed, the monarchy has to be seen to be believed, but you can't let too much light in on the magic. It's a question of maintaining the mystique while making it accessible as well.
It's a balance, isn't it? Quite
Yes.
a fine balance, actually, and how you judge that, but how you judge that as the generations go on, because Prince Charles, I've done it now, King Charles, and his team will have to make certain decisions as the years go on, and the world has changed so much over the course of his mother's lifetime, as we saw, and the Queen had to adapt to that, and we wait to see. There was it puts me in mind, I forget the exact phrase, but there was a lovely line about that in the statement that the now Prince of Wales made, Prince William, the now Prince of Wales, when he talked about that lovely statement, touching statement, where he talked about having lost his granny, and he talked about how the Queen liked, I am paraphrasing, I hasten to add, but the Queen liked tradition, but she also adapted with the ages. That, I'm paraphrasing his thought there. He put it more elegantly than me, but that thought that you constantly have to keep an eye on where society is going, I suppose.
And he would have got that idea partly from his father, but also directly from the Queen. We mustn't forget that in the years after Diana's death in 1998, the closest thing that those two princes had to a mother was the Queen. She stepped forward, and it so happened in those days William was at Eton College, just across the road from Windsor. He would regularly go across the bridge to have lunch with Granny and Grandpa, but interestingly, we're told after lunch Grandpa would make himself discreetly absent because the Queen wanted to talk to William about constitutional matters, and Prince Philip always made a great point of stepping aside from that so he could do his own thing, and William actually learnt the business of monarchy at his grandmother's knee in those lunches at Windsor.
The personal and the political all in one there, that is fascinating. Well, the focus of our day, as we were touching on, is of course the Queen's journey from Balmoral to Edinburgh. And as you will see, the cortege is on the move again. Apologies, just occasional break-up in our shot, but you will understand the technology at play here. And now we are trying to establish, we think we are very close to Dundee. Is that correct? We're just trying to work out, because obviously there's been a slight break of service, and certainly all the drivers involved had to quite rightly have a break as well. So we're just trying to get a sense of the geography and work out exactly where we are now. But certainly Dundee is the next
You're
big...
looking at me as if I'm going to identify, and I'm waiting for the
I
shot.
can't expect you to
I'm waiting for
identify
the
a
shot to
single
widen
stretch
a
of
little
road.
bit.
That would be very unkind.
Dundee is the next big conurbation.
yes.
They broke at Brechin, which is 2/3 of the way down towards Dundee from Aberdeen. The helicopter that was getting our pictures, I think, refueled as well. So the cortege seems to have left, and we are now catching up with it. So that's why it's difficult to tell exactly where they are.
Yes, yes.
Just south of Brechin, we were discussing just before we lost pictures of them. We were discussing Glamis Castle, which is just south and inland a little, and that's an area that means a lot, or meant a lot to the Queen. She spent her summers there as a child. Her grandparents were there. It was her mother's family seat, the Bowes-Lyon family seat. She wrote a letter, in fact, I think she was 11 years old, to her mother, having just finished a holiday at Glamis, and she said, I think I had the happiest week of my life. She was playing their lovely grounds at Glamis Castle, and it's an amazing looking place, a long straight driveway down to this majestic castle. And she said, when we left, all the local people gathered in the village at the village station, and they sang "Will You No Come Back Again" to us, and it made me so happy. What she possibly hadn't perceived at that point is that "Will You No Come Back Again" is an old Jacobite song written about Bonnie Prince Charlie, but that wouldn't have mattered to her. The sentiment, I'm sure, was absolutely intact.
And just as, again, what we were seeing just on the edge of the road put me in mind of what we were all discussing hour or so ago, just those little opportunities where people have come out, as you say, they've worked out where the vehicles are going to be driving, and they are just dotting the roads, lining the side of the road there to catch that glimpse.
I think, I don't have much to go on here, but I think we might be coming into the very outskirts of Dundee. If there's a roundabout coming up shortly, then it's where I think we are. And so we're getting, there will be settlements along the side of the road now, and we're about to come into a city. If the camera pulls out, we'll get a better idea. But yeah, we've seen that all the way. It doesn't matter really whether there are big conurbations around or not. There have been people. Wherever there's a vantage point, there's been a person.
Really striking, isn't it?
Well, there we are looking at the royal limousine following, and we believe that does contain Princess Royal, Princess Anne, and her husband, Commander Timothy Lawrence. I don't know, were the windows blacked out earlier? Now, certainly we can see them very clearly, can't we? Her daughter, the Queen's daughter, right there behind her mother's coffin.
And that reminds us that this is a family moment. I mean, this is a national moment, an international moment. But those scenes outside the gates of Balmoral Saturday, they were very touching and reminded you that there is a family involved here. Very, very easy to lose sight of that, and a family unlike any other, obviously. But many members of the family in tears. Zara Tyndall very upset. Princess Eugenie and Beatrice looking very, very upset. They were outside looking at all the flowers, weren't they, that were lined up outside the gates of Balmoral, reading the messages, and understandably very, very tearful. But it just brings it home. It reminds you, those Prince Andrew's daughters that I mentioned there, they've lost their granny, and they called her granny, and they talked about her publicly as granny, and we forget that.
It reminds me of how, when was it? Back in in COVID, when virtual meetings suddenly took the place of conventional audiences. The Queen took to the iPad quite enthusiastically. She had her own iPad, but it was Princess Anne who well, not taught her how to use it, but we saw a moment when there was a virtual meeting, and Princess Anne gave her mother lessons over the Zoom as to how the right button she should press in order to make the meeting. I think it was with a group of nurses, work properly. And the Queen, in fact, adopted Zoom during COVID, not just for important matters of state, for her audiences with the Prime Minister and so on, but to keep in touch with her racehorses. And if a foal was being born, that would be transmitted to her iPad, so that she could see one of the foals she'd bred actually coming into the world. It was a whole new dimension to her personal life at a time, of course, of the restrictions of COVID, and also, of course, the loss of her husband last year as well.
Again, to your point about moving with the times and having to, and you should as well, but yes, she adopted
there are people
the
on
technology.
both sides of the road there.
Yes, aren't there?
Quite a lot.
I think we are just coming into Dundee now.
I'm told, yes, just a couple of miles outside,
Yeah,
I've just been
exactly.
told.
Area called the Murrows, I think, that part, just to the north of Dundee.
And again, for our international viewers, a sizable town.
Dundee,
Yes.
yeah, one of the 8 cities of Scotland, now 8. Dunfermline was made a city just earlier this year because of the Platinum Jubilee. It had that honour bestowed on it. So yeah, one of the 8 cities of Scotland, I think something around 150, 200,000 of population, so not huge. A really interesting city at the moment, Dundee, going through a real period of regeneration. The down in the waterfront, as the cortege enters the town, it'll go through a couple of roundabouts, then it'll turn right along the Kingsway. But if it went straight ahead over the hill and down to the waterfront, it would arrive at the new Victoria and Albert Museum, which is opened in Dundee 5 or 6 years ago now, and has really sparked a process of regeneration, almost in the way that the regeneration of the Albert Dock did in Liverpool. Things spread out, other businesses move in. There's a kind of arty community developing down there. It's also a centre of technology, a huge centre of the world global computer games industry now in Dundee, and also health innovation and technology. Ninewells Hospital in Dundee is coming up with some really extraordinary, innovative work. And a lot of money's being put into it there. Also, the only city in Scotland that's bucking what is a bit of an alarming population trend of an ageing population. It's the youngest city in Scotland by quite some distance. I think the median age for Scottish cities is something like 45, and in Dundee it's 38. So
That's interesting.
there we are.
Partly through the technology,
all sorts of different
emphasis
big student population. But also, I mean, that's not to gloss over too much. Dundee is a city that has had its problems historically. It's suffered quite badly. It still comes off quite badly in the lists of urban deprivation and so on. But there is hope that it is now regenerated. What it has to do is keep all these students who are learning there in the city to be the working population of the future. It has to work out a way of just keeping them here. And Scotland has to work out a way of keeping young people who come to Scotland to learn within Scotland, to be effectively, if we're mercenary about it, be the taxpayers of the future, because you need to pay for the ageing population.
Yes.
That's a conversation Scotland's having gently at the moment.
Dundee is also famous, of course, for us non-techies as the home of orange marmalade.
It is.
Marmalade, Dundee marmalade. I see from the jar it's made in Dundee and Croydon. How much is made in Croydon these days and how much in Dundee may be an open question, but...
to return to the Paddington theme.
Exactly.
Not just marmalade, jam. I was talking about the soft fruit industry in Angus earlier on, and as a consequence of that, there was a big jam industry. There was also a jute industry. The jute mills were a huge employer historically in Dundee. And then the third J, journalism, jam, jute and journalism. It was the home of D.C. Thompson publications, who published the Courier, but more famously the Beano, the Dandy.
Oh, yes.
Jackie magazine. I don't know if you remember that from your youth.
Yes, that's my
People's
era.
Friend,
Yes,
all that stuff. So yeah,
legendary British magazines.
but jam, jute and journalism largely giving way these days to computer games, technological innovation and the arts.
The
So there we
V&A,
are.
the outpost of the London.
Indeed. There's the
V&A.
roundabout I was talking about, and this is
And
Dundee.
does Dundee have anything to do with North Sea oil and energy?
Well, the kind of home of North Sea oil was Aberdeen, so 65 miles up the road. Sparked, appropriately, by the Queen back in 1965 at Dice. She pressed, in the BP headquarters, she pressed a gold button which opened the oil pipeline from the Forties oil field and effectively then began the North Sea oil boom, and that, of course, our reliance on fossil fuels is fading. The North Sea is draining, although there is still discussion about whether more licenses should be granted to drill there, but it's being replaced now by renewables. And there's a big move afoot, just transition, the Scottish Government call it, to make sure that while one industry goes, it doesn't get completely left behind, and they're pushing green energy into to Aberdeen as a replacement for the old fossil fuel industry that made it so
Dundee
rich.
has come out in some force in the suburbs.
It has. Well, you're going to see another roundabout coming up in a minute. Anybody who's driven this road from central Scotland up to Aberdeen will know this roundabout because you get stuck in traffic all the time. And we're going to enter the Kingsway, which was named in memory of Edward VII, the Queen's great-grandfather?
Yes, great-grandfather, that's correct, yes. Grandfather George V, father George VI.
Right.
Yes, and so great-grandfather, yes, Edward VII, the son of Queen Victoria.
Long after his time, of course, but this road was named in his memory and is the kind of the peripheral road round Dundee.
And there's people clapping, people taking photos, quite a lot of people clapping actually.
Yeah.
It's a shame we can't, unfortunately, quite get the sound on this, I don't think, but I can see that. And a continual stream. I mean, this has been very, very long stretch of people who have stood, to your point earlier, Robert, stand, and they are only going to get the briefest glimpse, even though the car's slowing down a little, but they're still getting a fairly brief glimpse.
They'll turn right at this roundabout, and that's where I was telling you earlier on about the kind of grass banks that surround this road and form a natural kind of place to come and watch. I think we'll see the crowd thicken up even further here.
Well, in a moment, I think we'll just be able to see a different camera angle, which also might give us a bit more of an idea of, as Martin says, the crowds thickening as they get right into the heart of the city.
Seems quite relaxed. A lot of people kind of spilling out onto the road, but it's all very well contained.
And a closer shot that we're on here. Slightly less reliable shot, apologies, but you'll appreciate this is a 170-mile journey that we're trying to cover today, so the odd glitch along the way, I'm afraid, is to be expected, but look, just one flower stem on the windscreen of that car. Someone's thrown flowers. And let's hear the applause. Yes, I mean, we are talking certainly thousands of people, aren't we,
this is the start
that have turned out. Yes.
Yeah. And this is a long road. This is 3-4 miles probably round the outskirts of Dundee before the cortege will leave and head towards Perth. So plenty of space to watch. So if you're looking at people 2 or 3 deep here, it's quite something. Dundee city itself begins, really, the conurbation begins on the bottom of the screen there, the houses that you see there, and then it moves up the hill and the city kind of covers that hill and down the other side.
And the route overall, Martin, that we were talking about at the start of the day, I mean, today's focus is Balmoral to Edinburgh. Elements of the route will have been chosen to allow people to come out from various towns and conurbations to try to give as many people as possible, I suppose, the opportunity to do what exactly these people are doing. This is not about necessarily taking the fastest route for that journey. It's about selecting a route and going through appropriate places that there's perhaps a royal connection,
Yeah, I think so, to an extent. I mean, they could have altered the route and made it a longer journey to deliberately pass through other towns on the way down. They've bypassed quite a lot. But what they have done is taken a route that takes them through some of the cities. If they'd gone on a more direct route through the Cairngorms, down through Glenshee, through Braemar and Blairgowrie, they would have missed most of the main centres of population. They've just taken a slightly longer route to go down the dual carriageway, so they hit Aberdeen and Dundee, for example, just now. Famously, we can see in the top of the shot there the two football stadiums in Dundee. The two rival teams play next door to each other in the same street. Tannadice and Dens Park.
And new housing developments, a golf course.
Yeah.
Or the Queen is being driven through her Britain, isn't she?
Quite. There's a lot going on in Dundee at the moment.
It doesn't seem to be anybody out on that golf course. They're taking their chance to say farewell as well, I imagine.
Yeah. So we're about 55 miles probably from the end of the journey now.
Right.
Something like that, 55, 60 miles from the end of the journey now. But the convoy is travelling slowly.
Yes.
So perhaps another... Normally it would be an hour from Dundee to Edinburgh, realistically. Probably another 2, I would say, at the speed they're going at.
Yes, for obvious reasons, because they want people
of course.
To be able to witness this moment of history.
Yeah.
And I referenced that one flower stem on the windscreen. The reason I mentioned that, if you weren't with us for our coverage much earlier in the day at the start of this journey, we were intrigued. We were waiting to see whether people would try to throw flowers in the path, reminiscent, of course, of scenes 25 years ago. But a number of local councils had put out requests in the run-up to today, asking people, in fact, not to do that. They said, please come, please share this moment, but please do not throw flowers into the path of the cortege. For entirely practical, straightforward reasons. They simply didn't want, as they put it, other road users to have any problems once the cortege had passed through. So that is why it was striking just to see that one. Potentially problems for the driver as well, of course, but it was a purely practical announcement. But nonetheless, towns, villages, cities wanting to encourage people to come out and see the Queen's coffin on its final journey to Edinburgh. We'll stay with these pictures as the Queen's coffin continues its journey here, but just while we continue to look at this and see the people who've turned out to pay their respects, we've just in the last few moments had a statement through from the Prince of Wales. Of course, perhaps I should still remind you that is Prince William we're talking about. It's still easy to forget this. It's still early days, isn't it? This is the new Prince of Wales. Just a brief statement expressing how honoured he is to be made Prince of Wales, because of course it wasn't automatic, it wasn't a given. It is something that was announced by his father, the new king. He's expressing his honour in being asked to serve the Welsh people, and that he will do so with humility and great respect. The Prince acknowledged his and the Princess's deep affection for Wales, having made their first family home in Anglesey, including during the earliest months of Prince George's life. And the statement goes on to say that the Prince and Princess will spend the months and years ahead deepening their relationship with communities across Wales. They want to do their part to support the aspirations of the Welsh people and shine a spotlight on both the challenges and opportunities in front of them. The Prince and Princess look forward to celebrating Wales's proud history and traditions, as well as a future that is full of promise. And they will seek to live up to the proud contribution that members of the royal family have made in years past. And just a closing thought from the new Prince of Wales. Their Royal Highnesses look forward to travelling to Wales very soon and meeting the First Minister and other leaders at the earliest opportunity. So that first formal statement from the new Prince of Wales and his wife, of course, Princess of Wales, and talking about how proud they are that King Charles has asked them to be Prince and Princess of Wales. And it looks as if they will be trying to visit Wales very soon. Robert.
Prince of Wales is, of course, a very old title, going back into the Middle Ages. But it's assumed its modern significance as part of the mechanisms for making the monarchy relevant all round the British Isles. Just in comparatively recent times, just as Edward VII, great-grandfather of the Queen, had the first lying in state, he was the person who decided to invest his son, Edward VIII, the future Edward VIII, as the first modern Prince of Wales, with all the ceremonial in Carnarvon Castle and in Wales, which many of us will remember being associated with Prince Charles. That presumably is to come for Prince William. He seems to refer to it in this statement. And without getting too political, yes, it is one of the strategies by which the Crown seeks to hold the United Kingdom together. We're going to see that in an hour or so's time in Edinburgh and tomorrow. The Crown playing its part in keeping the United Kingdom united, as certainly the Queen and King Charles want to do. Well, here is Prince William adding his dimension to that, and just reminding us that there are, it's not just Scotland that's a constituent part of the United Kingdom, there is Wales as well.
Yes, and we are going to be back in Scotland in just a heartbeat, but just before that, was I right in saying that it wasn't a given that he would be Prince of Wales? Is that correct? It's
nothing's a given. For example, what's going to happen to the title of Duke of Edinburgh? That's been taken back into the group of titles that belong to the Crown. There's quite a strong feeling that Prince Edward, who is head of the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, should be honoured with this title that his father had. Indeed, that was what the intention was. And presumably that would be one of the other developments that we'll see in the future. The Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, of course, being an enormously successful youth movement, which Prince Edward and Sophie, his wife, the Earl and Countess of Wessex, they're only earls, you see. They should become Duke and Duchess sometime, and there's a school of thought that it should be Edinburgh that goes to them.
We wait to see. Thank you very much for now, Robert Lacey. We are, as I promised, going to head back to Scotland, because that, of course, is our primary focus today as we stay with these images of the cortege through Dundee. Let's return to Sarah Smith, because she is in Edinburgh, which, of course, ultimately is where the Queen will rest for the next 24 hours or so. Sarah, back to you.
Yes, it's probably another couple of hours before we'll see the cortege actually entering Edinburgh, but people are already lining the route it's going to take and have come out to pay their respects and say goodbye to the Queen as the hearse will drive past them. And I'm joined here now by Magnus Linklater, who's a distinguished journalist and commentator on Scottish affairs, former Scotland editor of The Times. You've been out looking at the crowds, or gathering already hours before we expect the hearse to come through Edinburgh. What were people saying to you there?
Well, there's a huge atmosphere of respect, anticipation, adoration, I might almost put it. People have been there for hours. One couple I spoke to had been there since 9 o'clock this morning, and they've got some time to wait still. So there's no question about the sense of anticipation.
We've been talking a lot about how we know the Queen felt Scotland to be a very special place, this wonderful country, she called it just last year. Is that what endeared her particularly, do you think, to the people in Scotland? And we've had this astonishing show throughout the length of the country of people coming out to pay their respects, who obviously did feel she was a very special part of their lives.
Yes, I think in particular in that part of Aberdeenshire where she was, where people, regarded her as almost as a neighbour, she really felt at home. She felt she could relax there. It was, a very special place for her. And I think the local people that she got to know were the kind of Scots that she felt very much at home with.
We've been talking earlier in this programme about the fact that opinion polls would suggest that Scotland is not quite as supportive of the monarchy as other parts of the United Kingdom. But the scenes we are seeing today would belie that. We are seeing hundreds of thousands of people lining the streets to catch just a brief glimpse of the hearse going past.
Yes. I mean, the Scots are said to be divided on the issue of the monarchy, the institution of the monarchy. After all, we had an independence referendum which divided the nation down the middle. But certainly that crowd there, you wouldn't for a moment think that they were anti-monarchy. Some of them might make a distinction between their love for the Queen and their views about the monarchy. I certainly didn't come across any of that there at all. And I was also asking people about, King Charles. Did they feel as affectionate towards him? And the general view was, they were very impressed by the speech he'd made, and they think that he's a worthy successor. So time will tell.
And it is important, I think, isn't it, that what we're seeing here, this cortege, driving through large part of Scotland, and the Queen, her coffin, will come here to Edinburgh. There will be a service at St Giles Cathedral tomorrow, attended by senior members of the royal family, and then an opportunity for people to come through St Giles and see the coffin themselves as the Queen lays at rest there. For this to be happening in Scotland, to make sure that Scotland is included in the ceremony that is involved in saying goodbye to Queen Elizabeth, feels fitting and important.
Yes. The Queen used to refer to Holyroodhouse as her home from home. It was her kind of staging post on the way to Balmoral. She felt very much at home there. So for her, Edinburgh, St Giles in particular, with which she was very, very familiar, was an entirely fitting place for her to be. And I guarantee there will be a massive turnout tomorrow to pass by that coffin.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to find out how they're going to manage what are bound to be thousands and thousands of people who want to take that walk through St Giles Cathedral and to pay their respects at the end. It'll be interesting to see how they manage that. But there'll be more to see here tomorrow as well, of course, because there will be a procession coming from Holyroodhouse after the coffin has lain there overnight, coming back up the Royal Mile to St Giles through this historic centre of Edinburgh, which is a very fitting place for this to happen. Not the first monarch to have passed through there.
Very fitting. After all, that palace there has seen a fair amount of history, and some quite violent history, by the way. I mean, Mary, Queen of Scots, who lived there for many years, saw her favourite courtier hauled out and stabbed to death in the room next door, and things like that happened there. That place came under siege. But at the same time, it's been lovingly restored by successive monarchs who obviously thought very, very highly of it.
Have you been surprised to see the numbers of people who have come out to watch the cortege driving past?
Not really, no. I think the Scots loved the Queen. For all that they may have divided views about the Union, and of course the monarchy is a unionist institution. But nevertheless, when it comes to the Queen and her years of service, I'm not at all surprised, and I think we'll see a massive turnout tomorrow.
Magnus Linklater, thank you very much for talking to us here in Edinburgh, where we expect in probably under 2 hours' time the cortege will make its way through the streets of Edinburgh before ending up at the Palace of Holyroodhouse, the official residence of the monarch in Scotland. The coffin will be taken into the throne room, where it will rest overnight before members of the royal family come to Holyrood Palace tomorrow, and there is a procession from there up to St Giles Cathedral for a service of remembrance. And the streets will be lined pretty much all the way, I would imagine, from where we're seeing the cortege now, wherever people can manage to get a place on the roadside in order to catch a glimpse of it, they will, as it makes its way into Edinburgh, where hundreds of thousands are waiting to be able to pay their last respects as the coffin will drive past them on its way into central Edinburgh.
Sarah, many thanks for now. Sarah Smith, more from Edinburgh, just a little later on, as you would expect. A very good afternoon if you are just joining us. You're watching BBC News as we continue with our coverage of the cortege, which is carrying Her Majesty the Queen's coffin. It is travelling today from Balmoral to the Palace of Holyroodhouse in Edinburgh. Let's just remind you of what we've been witnessing and indeed what is to come. The cortege set off just after 10 o'clock this morning, due to arrive in Edinburgh in the next couple of hours. And this is a sense, while we see it still travelling beyond Dundee, this is a sense of what we expect to happen in the next few days. On Monday afternoon, there will be a short procession of the coffin along the Royal Mile, Edinburgh's famous Royal Mile, taking it to St Giles Cathedral. The King and the Queen Consort will follow on foot. A service will then be held. It will be attended by members of the royal family, among others, and the Queen will remain in St Giles for a short period of lying at rest. I do apologise. That's the correct terminology, lying at rest. In the evening, there will be a vigil. The Queen's coffin will then be taken to Edinburgh Airport. That will happen on Tuesday afternoon, to be flown to London. And again, as we are seeing here today, she will be accompanied by the Princess Royal, by her daughter. And the coffin will arrive at Buckingham Palace in the evening, witnessed by King Charles and the Queen Consort. Then moving on to Wednesday, Wednesday afternoon, at about 2 o'clock on Wednesday, the Queen's coffin will be adorned with the crown and a wreath of flowers, and it will travel on a gun carriage from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Hall. That route will take in Queen's Gardens, the Mall, Horse Guards and Horse Guards Arch, Whitehall, Parliament Street, Parliament Square and New Palace Yard. If you know your geography of London, that will a route that will make sense to you, but several days in which to study that route if you would like to follow that later in the week. That will be followed by, well, I should say that the King Charles and members of the royal family will join that procession, although it is being described as a small and personal procession, in fact. During that period, during the procession, guns will be fired. They will be fired from Hyde Park. Big Ben will toll. And then the Queen will lie in state in Westminster Hall. 4 full days of lying in state after a short service which will be conducted by the Archbishop of Canterbury. That, of course, a really key 4 days for members of the public. That is when people will be able to queue to have their opportunity to pay their respects. The lying in state will then end on September the 19th. That, of course, has been announced as the day of the Queen's funeral, a week tomorrow. So the lying in state will go right through until early that morning. It will end at 6:30 that morning. The Queen's funeral beginning at 11. A week tomorrow, when we will all be part of the state funeral for the Queen. Well, my goodness, we have been talking about the crowds that have gathered over the last few days at the various royal residences. Look at that carpet of flowers at Windsor. We were talking about the carpet of flowers that's been building up at Green Park, which is next to Buckingham Palace. The scene this afternoon from Windsor. Again, somewhere, Robert Lacey, somewhere that the Queen felt at home, I think, Windsor. I mean, we're talking a lot about Scotland today, quite rightly, and we know it's the house, the home that she loved the most, but was also part of the community in Windsor. I mean, if people haven't had the chance to go there, Windsor Castle is right in the middle of the town. You absolutely can't miss it. And again, not uncommon to see the Queen or other members of the royal family out and about in that area.
Yes, you're quite right about Windsor. I mean, the Queen always inhabited Buckingham Palace out of a sense of duty, really. It wasn't her home. It's so interesting we hear about Balmoral being her real home, or Sandringham in East Anglia, or Windsor. This does reflect that she was essentially a rural person, and another aspect of her sense of duty, that she did her stuff in Buckingham Palace but loved to escape. And indeed, in the later years of her life, Windsor, with COVID, Windsor did become her residence. Prince Philip joined her there in his final years as well.
Yes.
It was very interesting that yesterday her grandsons, William and Harry, with their wives, this was where they came out to greet the crowds who were laying flowers.
Yes, and that, well, you've mentioned that, I think quite an unexpected moment. It's not what we were anticipating, I don't believe, yesterday.
No, it wasn't. It's not the first time. It's actually the third time we have, since their well-known disagreements, it's actually the third time we have seen William and Harry in public together at the funeral of their grandfather, Prince Philip. Then at the unveiling of the statue to their mother, Diana, a project which they organised together, and then again yesterday. And I think on each occasion, what was remarkable was the expression of unity that they conveyed. There's no concealing the fact anymore that there are disagreements between the two brothers, but when events like this happen, the death of their grandfather, doing honour to their mother, or now who can make comparisons, but now doing honour to their grandmother, then personal differences are set aside. And I was really struck, for example, I attended the unveiling of Diana's statue. You wouldn't have dreamt they had a quarrel in the world. And this wasn't acting. I do like to stress this. It is a performance, but it's a performance in the ultimate cause of paying respect to what matters. Their grandfather, their mother, and now their grandmother. For events like this that really matter, then they do come together because they share their commitment and devotion to what those very precious people in their lives stand for. And we shall see what comes in the weeks ahead. But we understand that Prince Charles, I've done it again. King Charles. King Charles played a very decisive role in what happened yesterday. We understand that he phoned Prince William. They spoke together. And as a result of that call, Prince William then got in touch with his brother. And we saw then what used to be called the Fab Four out together. And people will make their own interpretations of the body language and that sort of thing. That's not my area of expertise. What I can see is a couple of brothers and their wives paying homage to a woman that all of them respected in their different ways.
Yes, that's the unifying force.
It is.
There. Yes.
And who knows what will happen in the weeks ahead, and certainly in the days ahead. But that is the meaning, for me, of what happened yesterday. And we shall certainly see the brothers and their wives together again in the days that follow. It's worth noting, if we're pursuing this theme, that the moment the Queen died, Archie and Lilibet, the children of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, became Royal Highnesses. There's been no public announcement of that, but that is the situation. Under the 1917 Convention, the grandchildren of the monarch become Royal Highnesses, and there's been no contradiction of that. And so,
of course,
and
even
there's
though
no particular emphasis on it at the moment. But
even though they're not working royals,
they're not working royals. But it is a matter of absolute etiquette established by, as I say, George V, that the grandchildren of the monarch are automatically HRHs unless they choose not to use that title. They certainly now have that right available to them, and that's the sort of detail we'll see worked out, presumably, in the days and weeks ahead.
Interesting. So they have the right, if they wish, when they're older, to renounce it, if they wish, but it is from here on in automatic. It is part of
the
tradition.
The children of, I mean, as we know, Princess Anne decided she never wanted her children to be Royal Highnesses and not to take up this option, and they haven't. All of, but when it comes very interestingly, and then Prince Andrew was very insistent that his daughters should be Royal Highnesses. So they are, whereas Anne's children are not. And it's interesting how...
Yeah, so Zara Tyndall and...
That's right.
Yes.
It's very interesting how the Earl and Countess of Wessex, Prince Edward and Sophie as people call them, have actually not made a decision on this. They've given their own children the option. They've said, look, you make up your minds when you're 18. They've got a son, they've got a daughter, and 18's coming up. You can decide whether you want to opt for this life, or you can decide whether or not. It's in your hands. It's an issue that's being put to the side for the moment, but it is one of the issues that is what people have referred to as being in the in tray of King Charles. He certainly hasn't made any move at the moment to contradict the fact that his grandchildren by Harry and Meghan are now Royal Highnesses, Prince Archie and Princess Lilibet, technically.
Very interesting, and not something that perhaps many of us had thought about or are aware of. And there was a very loving line about them in that, I thought, very moving speech that the new king made, his address, where he referenced the fact that they had chosen to make their life overseas, but
he supported
it's still
them.
his son.
Yes, he supported them. Now, not to be a naysayer, but Prince Harry has got a memoir coming out in which he has given the impression that he's going to air certain grievances. That's a question mark hanging over the future. Meghan the other day made a point of saying, I haven't signed anything that's going to stop me saying exactly what I think. But these are issues for the future.
Indeed they are. And today our focus very much on what we are looking at here now. If you're just joining us, the Queen's coffin left Balmoral, the home she loved so much, at 10 o'clock this morning, and is being driven as part of a cortege, of course, south to Edinburgh, where it will lie at rest for a period to allow people there in the Scottish capital to pay their respects. A journey that today was estimated to take about 6 hours, longer than that journey would ordinarily take, of course, because at quite a lot of various points, as you would expect, the vehicles slow, certainly through towns and villages, the vehicles slow so that people can catch a glimpse of the Queen on her very last journey. And certainly over the hours we have been watching, we have seen a considerable turnout. Considerable. We certainly don't have any official estimates or figures through yet from the authorities as to how many people in the various towns, but bearing in mind that as we have been reflecting all day, many of the areas that this has driven through are sparsely populated. It has been quite striking to see the number of people lining the roads, getting any vantage point they can. We've seen people lined up all the way across bridges just to catch that glimpse of the hearse as it drives below them. The historian and biographer Robert Lacey is watching all of this here with us this afternoon, as is my colleague, the BBC's Martin Geisler, my colleague from BBC Scotland. And we've seen the cortege pass through Dundee some miles ago, actually, and Forgive me, Martin, as ever, we turn to you.
Well, I do know
with
where we
your
are.
expert local knowledge to try to assess how this journey is progressing.
If I'm completely honest, I'm measuring my way by motorway service stations that I know, or sandwich stops, or toilet breaks that I know. We've just passed a very familiar one in between Perth and Dundee. These are tiny little conurbations that they're passing through: Kinnaird, Kinfawns, Glencarse. But everywhere you can park a car, there's a car.
Yes, isn't there?
And I mean, I pick a wrong time to make this point, because wouldn't you know, there's nobody standing watching, obviously, or there are a few people actually lining the road on the other side. But the turnout has really just been quite extraordinary. This is a rural, very rural part of the country. We're about 4 or 5 miles from Perth now. The convoy will sweep round to the left and over the Friarton Bridge, over the River Tay, another of the great Scottish salmon fishing rivers, like the Dee beside Balmoral, in about 3 or 4 miles, and it won't actually go into Perth, which is, I guess, a shame symbolically, as the ancient Scottish capital. Scone Palace is just on the outside of Perth. It's where the kings of Scotland were crowned way back 800 years ago, and it'll then move down through Fife towards Edinburgh. But look at that! I mean, just everywhere you can park a car, there's a car.
Yes.
And this dual carriageway is just lined with people. It's taking a long time, I guess, because they're driving at a very sedate speed. They're doing, 30, 40 miles an hour for 165 miles. But it gives people a chance. I'm just struck at the moment by, it's worth reminding ourselves what we are watching here. The coffin containing Queen Elizabeth II being driven a long distance through the country to let the people who were her subjects come out and pay their farewells. It's quite an extraordinary moment of history, isn't it?
It is that moment of finality, isn't it? Being driven through the country she so loved. And it was a poignant, quite a sobering moment, I suppose, as we all sat here and watched the coffin emerge through the gates of Balmoral at 10 o'clock this morning, and that was your visual cue, that was the visual reminder, the reality of what we've all been experiencing, talking about over the last few days. Here was that moment of finality and the Queen making her last journey.
That's exactly it. But by contrast, when we've been crossing to London, we've seen the beginning, the new beginning.
Yes.
There is a really interesting juxtaposition between the atmospheres in the two capitals, as we're about to see in Edinburgh and in London, but also the two stories we're watching this week, aren't we? The end and the beginning.
Yes, and Buckingham Palace is a scene still of celebration, people waving flags.
Cheering, happy. It's a happy time.
Greeting the new king, greeting the new Queen Consort.
Yeah.
That mood will, of course, change when the coffin gets to Buckingham Palace. And in as much as we're qualified to give people advice as to how they can get to see the coffin, I believe, am I not right, the lying in state, certainly in London, will go on 24 hours. I mean,
yes,
it's going to end at
yes.
6.
That's correct.
You can go through the hours of the night. It's going to end at 6:30 in the morning of the funeral. And the other thing perhaps worth bearing in mind that the actual procession of the state funeral on Monday week is quite short. The distance from Westminster Hall to Westminster Abbey is not very long. And actually, it's almost a part one to the funeral procession will be on the Wednesday, when the coffin goes on the much longer route from Buckingham Palace, past all those London landmarks you mentioned, to Westminster Hall. So if people are planning to come to London, they've got more chance probably on Wednesday of seeing the coffin pass than they will on the Monday of the funeral itself, with, of course, the 4 days of lying in state in between.
You're quite right to point out about the lying in state. We might talk more about that in a moment. Just before that, though, let's just cross, because we've just got a new camera position from the centre of Edinburgh, from the Royal Mile. Very, very famous, beautiful, well known as a tourist attraction, a key part of the annual festival. I mean, it's absolutely at the heart of. If you say Edinburgh, you just think Royal Mile. One of the first things perhaps that you think about, Martin, is that fair to say? And look at the side, look at the crowds there.
I was sitting in the Royal Mile 3 weeks ago in the middle, in the middle of the Festival Fringe, and if anybody's been to the Fringe, you know that's the place where you really can't move. Everybody's out there handing out their leaflets. There's jugglers, fire eaters, stilt walkers, everybody out promoting their act, and it's noisy, there's hustle, there's bustle. What a change today. Still busy, but what a change of mood on that same very short stretch of road.
And we are a little way off the Queen's coffin arriving in Edinburgh, but our correspondents there telling us that people started queuing very early this morning, and these images tell that story, don't they? People want to be there for that moment. And, well, Robert, you were just talking about the lying in state in Westminster in London when eventually we reached that point. That the first opportunity for members of the public to pay their respects in that way will, of course, be here. I think I'm right in saying it's a 24-hour period. I think that's correct. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but that is certainly, we know for sure, that's the first opportunity for the public to queue and to spend their time filing past the Queen's coffin, paying their respects there in Edinburgh, in Scotland's capital.
In St Giles Cathedral, which has had such a often tumultuous history. It's where John Knox, the famous Presbyterian preacher, used to preach. The first time the Anglican prayer book was read there, an outraged member of the audience of the congregation threw a stool at the preacher with some sharp words. How dare you preach mass in my ear? And there's now a bronze three-legged milking stool that sits near the ticket booth at the door of the cathedral to commemorate that. There's also a life-size statue of John Knox in there as well, in full dramatic
John Knox,
pose.
of course, being your great Scottish Protestant reformer.
Correct.
Who cleared the Catholics out of Scotland.
That's how history remembers him.
Well, and that's even those two images that we show you there now on the screen. There's poignancy with that, because the Queen's coffin being driven south, inevitably down to Edinburgh, and waiting there, lining the Royal Mile, and I'm imagining the streets behind, the streets off as well. Thousands of people there waiting.
That journey through Edinburgh from the first roundabout, the Barnton roundabout at the start of Edinburgh, to Holyrood Palace, it's about 5 or 6 miles of solid urban streets. It'll be very interesting to see then. There'll be a lot of people. Edinburgh's a city of 500,000 people, just under 500,000 people. So a big population by Scottish standards, second biggest city in Scotland. It'll be interesting to see the streets there. So, for the first time we'll have seen them going a long way through an urban area. But I suspect, given what we've seen, given through rural Scotland, they've been almost just an extraordinary turnout on every bridge and every field, it seems. I suspect Edinburgh may be quite something.
Absolutely. Well, just approaching Perth, I believe, is the point of the journey that the cortege is at, and of course our focus is on that. But a few minutes ago we reflected on, we touched on the mood and the scenes there at Buckingham Palace, and we'll return there because our correspondent Charlotte Gallagher has been spending a few hours there among the crowds, and we could tell, Charlotte, in contrast to what we are of course watching, there's great excitement there where you are, because they've been catching quite a few glimpses of the new king.
They have indeed, Jane. There's been a real feeling of wanting to welcome the new king to his job, to his office at Buckingham Palace. He's in there at the moment meeting people from the Commonwealth and also remembering the Queen. Lots and lots of people coming down with flowers, and we've got some very nice flowers to show you now. This is Zara.
Hi.
Hello. How old are you, Zara?
I'm 8.
You're 8. And can you show me what you've made for the Queen?
So, yesterday evening I drew a picture of me, the Queen and my brother, and I put "Rest in peace, Your Majesty."
And how old are you, Zara?
I'm 8.
And when it was the Jubilee, what did you do in school? Did you do lots of fun things?
Well, we dressed up in red, blue and white for the Queen, and we learnt about each class did a year about the Queen. I can't remember my year because it was like a really long time ago.
Yeah, let's have another look at this wonderful picture you've done. And do you know what I really like as well? Not only have you got the crown, you've got the handbag. And what did we learn about what she keeps in her handbag?
She keeps her marmalade sandwich.
She does. She kept her marmalade sandwich in her handbag. Thank you so much. Some more ladies here. Whereabouts have you come down from?
Chingford.
Chingford. And why did you want to come down today?
Well, why do we want to come down?
I mean, it's you're watching it all the time. I mean, the Queen is someone that I've sort of known all my life, really. And living in London, we take all this for granted. We don't bother to put ourselves out and come to all these occasions. So
we did.
These are my two nieces. This is Mandy, this is Bernadette. These are my two nieces. And they persuaded me, we came. But so far, it's been quite sort of packed and tiring. But it's lovely to be here amongst all these people. It really is.
It's a lovely atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, to see how many people care and queue and queuing, you know. But yeah, that's why.
And did you grow up watching Charles on TV? And
I thought he did very well, Charles. He looked like anybody's son, really. He was upset that his mum died. I thought he did well, Charles, really. He held up well, considering.
And have you ever met royalty before?
I've met Edward.
Years and years ago.
Yes, I met Edward years ago. When I worked in fashion, and Edward came to the store and we were introduced to him. Yeah.
I bet that was very exciting.
Yeah, it was very quiet. We shouldn't have been there, but we pushed ourselves in.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Let's see some more flowers that people are coming to bring down. What's your name?
Dolly.
And how old are you, Dolly?
5.
5? And what about these flowers? They're so pretty.
I got them for the Queen.
You got them for the Queen? And are you going to put them where all the other flowers are?
Yeah.
And when it was the Jubilee, did you watch any of that on telly?
Yeah.
And what did you think?
It was really sad.
Really sad? Did you like the Queen?
Yeah.
Did you like her crown?
Yeah.
Do you like her nice outfits?
Yeah.
Jewellery, she's got lots of jewellery. And when Charles becomes king in the coronation, he's going to wear a very, very big crown. Do you think you'll do things about that in school?
Yeah.
Yeah? And what have you thought about today? What have you liked?
Coming to the castle.
And did you come with Mummy and Daddy?
Yeah.
And have they been telling you about Queen Elizabeth?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, well done. And well done for speaking on TV. That's very brave. You're Dolly's dad. Why do you think it's important to come down today?
Just to be a part of it all, really. It's a historic moment. I mean, none of us have experienced it before. Just strange how it's got hold of everybody, including those that are not, too deeply rooted in the monarchy and everything else. The whole nation. It's just been really, really good.
And it's really strange to think that it was only a couple of months ago that it was a Jubilee and people were here and people were watching this for a totally different reason.
Absolutely, yeah. And now it's on to the next, so yeah, good.
And are you from London?
No, we're from Kent. We travelled up from Kent.
And did you just come down especially for this?
Yeah, just today. Yeah, just for this. She was, she wanted us to bring her up, so yeah, it was all down to her.
Oh, well done, Dolly.
So thank you.
Yeah. Doing the Queen proud.
Hello.
Hello. What's your name?
My name's Jess and this is my friend Liv.
Hello. Where have you come down from today?
I'm from South East London.
I'm from Essex. And why did you want to come down today?
Oh, we've got to be part of history, haven't we? And as friends as well. We thought we could come down this year and now, and then in 30 years' time come back when it could be another big occasion with our children. It's part of history, we've got to be part of it. So.
And it's kind of strange because we'll probably never see another Queen, will we?
No, so that's why it was important as well, wasn't it?
It's really important to us to pay our respect and do it for our grannies, grandparents and everything. So
yeah, my nan. I lost my nan last year and she would have loved this, so I had to come down for her.
And a lot of people have said the Queen reminded them of their mum or their granny, that generation. that lovely wartime generation.
I know. Nennis, we called her my grandma, and she's got a picture with the Queen, and it used to be front of stage in the house. She loved the Queen, so to be able to come down with some flowers today and pay our respects is so important.
And where's that photo now?
Oh, I think my sister's got it, actually. My sister's got it up somewhere. It is somewhere. It's not in my house, unfortunately. It must be at her daughter's, my dad's sister.
And are you hoping maybe to see King Charles today?
Absolutely. He's here, isn't he?
Yeah. I feel like we're just really excited just to see another monarch as well. It's a really sad occasion, but it's also really lovely for us to experience a king. We've never really experienced that, so it would be really nice.
And not many people have experienced a coronation.
Not at all.
It's new to most of us, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And we just want to be part of it, and I feel like that's the most what we're here for. We've got to make the most of it and pay our respect. She done us proud for my whole life, your whole life, everyone's whole life pretty much. So it's really nice.
We're already planning
everyone.
as well, aren't we? Monday we're going to come down for the funeral. We think, we've got to be part of it. Come down nice and early. We've got to try and get our spots, haven't we? Down this way.
Exactly.
Early. Thank you so much.
It was lovely to meet you.
Thank you too. And you can tell, Jane, how much the Queen meant to every generation here. You've got people, that are just 5 years old. You've got people in their 70s, even 80s coming down. And the Queen and the royal family mean something different to a lot of them. But what a lot of people have been telling me is that she symbolised that unity and also stability. And some people saying they felt quite unnerved when they heard that Queen Elizabeth had died, but now they really, really want to welcome King Charles to this role while he's mourning as well. He's mourning his mother, and they want to make him feel incredibly welcome.
Charlotte, super. Thank you so much. We'll have more from you a little bit later. Charlotte Gallagher there at Buckingham Palace. A really fantastic flavour of...
Jane, I think we better go home and just leave the people outside Buckingham Palace to put it all into words. It's so moving.
It does feel like that, doesn't it? It's so lovely. Yes. And children, as ever, often come out with the best observations as well. We will have much more from there, of course. So the coffin, the Queen's coffin, still there on in the cortege through Perth, around about 35 miles to go, I believe, I'm just told, to Edinburgh, a little bit further to go. We're reflecting on its journey throughout. We've been talking about the number of people who've come out, who've lined very many parts of the route. Let's just return to a scene we saw just a little bit earlier in the day. Not something we quite spotted at the time, but tractors in Aberdeenshire is as much as I can tell you, but it was they formed their own guard of honour. Let's just see this for the first time.
That's a group of farmers who came out in a kind of coordinated display. Just, I think, near to Banchory.
Right, so relatively near, much earlier this morning, maybe. Something we didn't quite spot at the time, but that's lovely.
Somebody's been in touch with me about that, actually. Hats off to the Aberdeenshire farmers for this show of respect as the Queen's funeral cortege passed from Balmoral to Aberdeen. These images are between Banchory and Aberdeen City, an area of Scotland that she and her family loved so dearly. Well done to every farmer.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. That's lovely and an unusual sight, but again, quite touching that they coordinated that, as you say, and lined up. And
Princess Anne, of course, is in this car we're looking at.
Yes,
She's
indeed,
experiencing
with her husband.
It
yes,
with her husband, Commander Tim Lawrence.
She will have seen that, as she will see the crowds that have turned out, and is yet to see what looks like a considerable, very, very substantial crowds lining many of the streets in Edinburgh. That is yet to come. And Edinburgh preparing for its key role in all of this, because once the cortege arrives, as we've been saying, that was due at 4 o'clock. We think it's running a little bit late, but once the cortege arrives, there is much more ceremony besides in Edinburgh, in Scotland's capital, and that, as we've been saying, is the first place, the first part of the UK where members of the public will be able to pay their respects at a period of lying at rest. So Edinburgh preparing for all of that and its role. Judith Moritz is in the city and has been talking to people getting ready for those events.
The Queen loved Balmoral above everywhere else. And so, as she left her summer home for the last time, a nod to that affection. The wreath atop the coffin, created from some of her favourite flowers from the estate. The cortege is now making its way along a 175-mile route through the villages, towns and cities of eastern Scotland. And her subjects came out to see, here in Ballater, the community closest to Balmoral, where the Queen was considered a local by many. The coffin is being driven to Edinburgh, and the city stands ready. This afternoon, a display of perfect pageantry, the public proclamation of the new king, and a 21-gun salute at Edinburgh Castle. Those with ceremonial responsibilities are feeling a mixture of pressure and pride.
It's a huge responsibility. I have been the Lord Provost and the Lord Lieutenant for just a few weeks, and I just hope I live up to the expectations of me, and I'm sure that the city will put on a very determined show of its respect for the Queen in the next few days.
Because the Queen died at Balmoral, it's set in train a whole sequence of events in Scotland that wouldn't have happened had she passed away in London. And so its capital city is readying itself as the Queen's coffin is brought here, and Edinburgh becomes the centre of events for the next few days.
On Monday, the King will join the procession as the coffin is brought along the Royal Mile to St Giles Cathedral, where the Queen will lie at rest.
Anybody can talk about faith, but to live it is what makes a difference to people. And I think she lived it, and she lived it in the way.
Reverend Liz Henderson is one of the royal chaplains and is preparing for the service of prayer and reflection to be held at the cathedral.
When you look around Edinburgh, you can see that building, can't you? The place is getting busier and busier, and there are more people gathering, and they are particularly in this part of the old town, and so the focus is very much on St Giles. It has particular significance for this service because the Queen actually came here just 3 weeks after her coronation in June 1953. And it was here that she was blessed by the then moderator of the Church of Scotland and the Dean of the Chapel Royal.
Amongst the pomp and protocol, there are the people, once the Queen's subjects, now the King's, all witnessing history as it happens around them. Judith Moritz, BBC News, Edinburgh.
And that's a flavour of the planning, and this is Edinburgh this afternoon. 3:15 on a Sunday afternoon. Thousands and thousands of people lining the streets of Scotland's capital, waiting for their chance to see the Queen's coffin pass by. We are keeping an eye on all of that, and as I say, was due to arrive at about 4 o'clock in Edinburgh, but we're told that's still running a little late. But the crowds have been there for many, many hours. Our correspondent's telling us that a lot of people started queuing really quite early this morning, so a little longer wait for them. I don't think people are going to mind. Those are just some of the scenes that we can bring you this afternoon from Edinburgh, as the Queen makes her final journey from Balmoral to Edinburgh, where she will rest for 24 hours or so, and members of the public will be able to queue and pay their respects. As we stay with these images from the helicopter, let's talk as well to... I apologise, I will explain in a moment who I'm going to talk to, because we're just going to revert, we're just going to pivot back to the capital. Here we are at Buckingham Palace, back there again. We've been talking a lot, haven't we, and heard some lovely, lovely stories and thoughts and memories and anecdotes from members of the public who have been out there outside the railings of the palace. And we've heard a lot of cheering as the new King Charles was driven into the palace a little earlier. And I think that what we're seeing right now, apologies, slightly blurry shot, but you'll appreciate very busy day with an awful lot of cameras and radio signals around. This, I believe, is the Queen Consort just leaving the palace. She went in an hour or two ago. I slightly lose track of time now, but there were big cheers certainly as she was driven slowly into the palace and now off to other areas. The new king, of course, we know, has a very busy afternoon of lots of meetings with particular reference to the Commonwealth. He's got a lot of meetings with High Commissioners, with the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, and he has a number of meetings with religious leaders as well. So King Charles very much working away there this Sunday afternoon inside Buckingham Palace. We'll stay, I think, with this shot for a while. We were just going to get the thoughts of my colleague, our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, because, Frank, you met the Queen on quite a few occasions, actually, including being presented with your OBE by the Queen.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, absolute honour. Before I talk about that, I should just mention, I think Tim Lawrence, Princess Anne's husband, was referred to earlier as a commander. He's actually a Vice Admiral, a 3-star, which is 2 ranks above that.
Oh, goodness. We don't want to demote anyone.
We certainly don't. No. I don't think he deserves it. The thing that really has struck me over the years, in the many occasions I've been lucky enough to meet the Queen, was the extraordinary attention she pays to what people are saying. She didn't go through the motions. She was genuinely interested in what people had to say. She'd look you in the eye, she'd pause, she'd listen, she'd respond. You know, these weren't just sort of platitudes. She was so interested. When you think about the thousands of people that she met, and she was terribly kind to me when I got my OB. I'd been shot the year before, so I was standing up with this Zimmer frame, and the courtiers were very nervous because I think they thought there was a risk I might sort of topple over and fall on top of her or something. And she inquired about the nature of my injuries, and she said, "How very gallant of you to stand up," you know, which is really, really lovely. And some years later, at a charity event which I was involved in, she was a patron of Motability operations, and I mentioned to her that she gave me my OBE exactly 50 years after she gave my grandfather his OBE. Mine was for services to journalism, his was for services to forestry. But I said, think of that, 50 years apart, same sovereign. And she said, tell me about it, which I think is rather lovely. And just in case anybody thinks that this is sort of a case of lèse majesté, the palace cleared this anecdote and others. And another one, which I thought was terribly touching, we were discussing the Middle East, and she loved meeting royals and others from the Middle East, and she said she was referring to the previous Sultan of Oman. At the time, Sultan Qaboos was on the throne, but she said, I rather like the previous Sultan, but perhaps he just grew out of touch with his people and got deposed by his son. Perhaps it'll happen to me. So, you know, she had that wonderful twinkle in her eye. You know, she could be serious when she needed to be and humorous when she wanted to be. She always got the occasion right in that sense. But actually, talking about eyes, she was Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Green Jackets, which I was a serving officer as a territorial. And they were disbanded, well, not disbanded, they were merged into the Rifles in 2007. So there was a kind of cocktail party at St James's Palace to mark this occasion. And she attended. She had something terribly wrong with her eye. It was some kind of infection or whatever, but her absolute lack of vanity made her turn up. I mean, she was clearly in some discomfort from this, but she wanted to be there. She was a fantastic Colonel-in-Chief. She handed over to her husband. So Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, was then Colonel-in-Chief of the Rifles, and currently it has been Camilla, now the Queen Consort. So whether that will, I mean, she's, I suspect, going to be very busy, busier than she has been. But she has been a wonderful Colonel-in-Chief, as was the Queen. And I just thought that was, a vainer person would have said, I can't go out looking like this.
Yes.
And she obviously decided this was her duty. It was this overriding sense of duty that she had.
It's lovely that you talk about the humour, because we've touched on that a little today, but perhaps obviously under the circumstances today, not as much as we might wish or like or would be appropriate. But that glint was there, and we forget that it was the as you say, it was the right approach at the right time, and the number of people she would have had to meet, and yet. I suppose it's the best politicians, they say, have that as well, that ability to make you feel as if you are the only person in the room at that moment, and they are completely focused on that conversation with you. So that's what I'm sensing from you, is that's what the experience, that's what the conversation was like.
Yes, I mean, I'm lucky enough to have met her 7 times, and each time the scariest thing about it, the only scary thing, is all the sort of protocol around it, the people around it. When you actually cut through and meet her face to face, she immediately put you at ease, because she was so natural. Whereas there's an awful lot of pomp and ceremony and protocol, and you do this, you don't do that. But once you meet her, all of that melts away.
So lovely to hear those anecdotes. Frank, thank you very much for now. Frank Gardner, thank you very much. We are just going to take a minute, as we promised much earlier in the day. We would just reflect the Queen's love of racing, hugely knowledgeable about racing, of course, wasn't she? We're just going to talk a little about the St Leger. It's the final classic of horse racing's flat season. It's due to begin in Doncaster. The Queen, well, almost doesn't need saying, does it? It is well documented, her love and knowledge in this field. Let's head there and join our correspondent Matt Graveling, who is there at the winner's enclosure, in fact, at Doncaster Racecourse, where I imagine, Matt, the Queen is very much in people's thoughts.
Oh, of course, Jane. In everybody's thought today, and the St Leger is going to be happening in around half an hour's time. But today really is a day where everybody connected with the Queen's most beloved sport of horse racing has come together. Of course, it was halted on Thursday when we heard about Her Majesty's poor health, but it is back today. There's racing. There's a 7-card race down in Chepstow, and here in Doncaster, well, flags are flying at half-mast, and there are books of remembrance for people to sign inside of the building, and the jockeys are all wearing black armbands in their races as well. And I can tell you that earlier, around 12:15 in the afternoon, here at the winner's enclosure, the staff and the jockeys, they all stood in a line, and they first watched a 3-minute video of the Queen's history with horses, but then after that they took 2 minutes to think of their own memories of the Queen. They paid their respect, heads were bowed, and then following that, the jockeys and the staff, along with 10,000 people who are here today, they all sung the national anthem with, of course, those new words of God Save the King. Now, the Queen's love of horses, as you say, Jane, has been well documented, and in fact in today's race programme there's a lovely black and white picture of Her Majesty on the front cover, and inside it says she first sat on a horse at the age of 3, but then later in life she became a very successful owner and breeder. And the jockeys who rode for the Queen, of course, wore that lovely scarlet, purple and gold racing silks, and one of those who was lucky enough to be in the saddle for the Queen on many occasions was Frankie Dettori. He won the first race here today. A little bit earlier I caught up with him and asked him for his favourite memory of the Queen.
When I won my 4th King George, I went up to the podium to get the trophy, and she's asked me about the race, and I explained to her how it all went, and then cheeky of me, I said, oh, by the way, Your Majesty, I won it 4 times. And she turned around, she said, well, Leicester won it 7. Kind of, get back in your box. So she had that great sense of humour, and I met her in all walks of life, obviously Windsor Castle, Buckingham Palace, racing, in my stable, in other events. So yes, she was, she always made a detour if somebody in the room was from racing, because she felt more comfortable to talk to people of my sport, that people that perhaps she didn't know. So she had the special attraction for racing, and that's why we love her so much. We lost our greatest ambassador. And that really is a sentiment that has been shared throughout the morning and throughout the day here
at Doncaster. A little bit earlier I spoke to Julie Harrington from the British Horse Racing Authority, and she said what the Queen did for the sport really is immeasurable. Now, of course, the Queen's most famous win came in 2013 at the Gold Cup with her horse Estimate, but perhaps it's slightly fitting that racing returns here at Doncaster today, and the St Leger will be taking place in about 25 minutes, because of course that is a race the Queen won herself with her horse Dunfermline in 1977. And that of course was her Jubilee year as well. So a fantastic atmosphere here today. And do you know what else as well, Jane? Final thought for you. Frankie Dettori is also going to be riding in the St Leger, and although he's not the favourite as one of the Queen's jockeys, on a day like today, you never know.
Matt, thank you so much. Matt Graveling there at the St Leger in Doncaster. And we are, of course, keeping an eye on the cortege as it makes its way south to Edinburgh. But as we continue to watch these pictures, in terms of other formalities happening today, you may know, if you were with us a little earlier, that the accession of the King has been proclaimed across all 4 of the UK's nations today.
To call to his mercy our late Sovereign Lady Queen Elizabeth II, of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George.
Well, let's go, as you can see, to our Ireland correspondent Emma Vardy, who is at Royal Hillsborough near Belfast, for more on all of today's formalities and pageants and perhaps more besides there. Emma.
Well, as Northern Ireland's royal accession proclamation took place earlier today, there was a parade with soldiers of the Royal Irish Regiment, and the band of the Royal Irish Regiment were here too. And also members of the public have been braving some pretty heavy rain to be here too. They're still coming in this afternoon to lay flowers, and that carpet of flowers at the gates of Hillsborough behind me has just been growing really over the last few days. Of course, political leaders have been attending the events too, although there was an announcement today from Sinn Féin and from the SDLP, the 2 biggest nationalist parties here in Northern Ireland, that they wouldn't be attending the proclamation today. And that really comes down to the basic politics of Northern Ireland, really, and that nationalist parties here, of course, don't see the royal family as their monarchy. Their aspirations are for Northern Ireland to become part of a united Ireland with the Republic of Ireland in future. But of course, they also respect and appreciate the role that the Queen herself played in reconciliation and relationship building between the British and Irish relationship here. And Sinn Féin have said that they saw today's formalities as being for those who see themselves as their political allegiance as being to the Crown, but that they will be attending other events in the days to come. And of course, the King will be visiting here in Northern Ireland on Tuesday, and they will be attending events to mark his arrival here then.
Emma, thank you very much. Emma Vardy, our Ireland correspondent, and our security correspondent Frank Gardner is still with me here in the studio. And I should say, talking to you, Frank, not really in that role as as a correspondent, but it's simply because you have met the Queen on quite a few occasions, and some of that is because of your military connections. And I was just interested because earlier you mentioned that that the role of the monarchy is so important, and some people watching might think that it's just ceremonial, if you like, the various roles they have within Britain's military. I mean, explain from your perspective how important that role was, what the Queen brought to that.
Her role was hugely important. She's head of the armed forces, was head of the armed forces. She was Colonel-in-Chief, or at least held a rank with over 50 military organisations, not just in Britain, but around the Commonwealth. Amazingly, she had her first role as Colonel-in-Chief in 1947, when she was still Princess Elizabeth back then. She became Colonel-in-Chief of the Balaclava Company of the Royal Regiment of Scotland, or its equivalent back then. She was Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Green Jackets, which I was a serving member of before it was amalgamated into the Rifles. And I remember being told on one of my very early mess evenings, like these mess dinners, we don't do the loyal toast. And I said, oh, really? Why not? Because our loyalty to the Queen is never in doubt. Now, that was actually a lot of nonsense because I attended plenty of loyal toasts, but it was a nice idea. And of course, she was a superb horsewoman. You would see her trooping the colour. She would attend things like Sovereign's Parade. But, you know, when she was on horseback, she was completely at ease. She rode a lot, and there was famously that picture of her riding in the grounds of Windsor Castle, I think it was, with President Ronald Reagan. Totally at ease, passionate about horses. But her connections to the military were hugely valued by the military, and that's passed on. It's extended to other members of the family. So the military patronages are very important. They present colours. And in more recent years, when men and women have come back from operations in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, in some cases, young men and women hardly into their 20s, with broken bodies, having suffered terrible, life-changing, catastrophic injuries, the comfort that the Queen and other members of the royal family, and as I mentioned, Camilla, the Queen Consort, has been Colonel-in-Chief of the Rifles. This is enormously comforting to people to know that somebody as high up in such an exalted position in British society actually cares about them and wants to know about them and how they're getting on and what kind of pastoral care they're getting. These things really matter to people, so it's valued.
Very, very interesting. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Frank Gardner, with your many recollections of meeting the Queen, in fact. We are going to return right now to Edinburgh because that, as we say, is where the cortege is headed. And we've seen the crowds, haven't we, build and build on the Royal Mile. Let's cross over there now and join our Scotland correspondent, Alexandra Mackenzie, who I think, near St Giles Cathedral, clearly. Alexandra, hello.
Hello, yes, just outside, St Giles Cathedral here. And Edinburgh has been very much a focal point since Thursday night, but even more so today. The crowds have been gathering here all day, with many people just wanting to come and catch a glimpse of the hearse as it passes through here, as you said, yes, the end of its journey, which began much earlier this morning on Royal Deeside and then came through Aberdeen, Dundee, and will finally end up here on the Royal Mile, where people are packed into the streets, all the way from the top of the Royal Mile up at the castle, all the way down here past St Giles Cathedral, and then eventually down to the Palace of Holyroodhouse. Now, the coffin will come through in the hearse. It will come over the new Queensferry Crossing, which was opened by the Queen a few years ago, and then will come into Edinburgh and skirt round the castle at the top of the mile, and then will come down the Royal Mile to be seen by all the people waiting here. Some of them have been here for hours, have been here for much of the day, and down past St Giles, where the service will be tomorrow, and then down to the Palace of Holyroodhouse, where the coffin will lie overnight. Before tomorrow, there will be a procession tomorrow, joined by members of the royal family. The procession will come back up the Royal Mile to St Giles Cathedral, where they are preparing there for that service tomorrow, and then there will be a vigil in the evening with members of the royal family, and the coffin will lay there at rest for 24 hours so that members of the public can come and pay their respects to the late Queen. And many people here, and that's all they've known, they've just known one monarch, Queen Elizabeth, for the 70 years that she was on the throne. And this wasn't the only thing happening here in Edinburgh. Earlier today there were 2 proclamations, one announcing the new king, King Charles III, to the people of Scotland. That took place at the Market Cross, which is just at the other side of St Giles, and people gathered here for that. There was a procession down from the castle that was attended by many dignitaries and politicians, Nicola Sturgeon, and leaders of other political parties. And then there was a second proclamation that was up at Edinburgh Castle, and that was to announce the new king to the people of Edinburgh. And people have been coming to Edinburgh since Thursday night. Holyrood Palace, that has been a focal point up till now. Many people coming to lay flowers, tributes, candles, messages, some just saying a simple thank you. And people have been showing emotion and just expressing their loss, people just wanting to come together, many people just standing in silence, just coming to want to come together and remember the late Queen.
Alexandra Mackenzie, thank you so much there in Edinburgh, as we return to the images we've been looking at of the cortege, which I am told is now actually not far from the Queensferry Crossing. Would it be fair to... I haven't even got the sentence out. I was about to say, would it be fair to assume, Martin, that we will have considerable crowds at this point? But that bridge was pretty full.
That's Dunfermline. It's the Dunfermline turn off on the M90 motorway. Ancient borough of Dunfermline, 1,000 years old, but was made a city in the Platinum Jubilee celebrations. But yes, as you can see, it's. That bridge was. There was no room to stand hardly on that bridge now. So I think that's a portent of what we're going to see in Edinburgh. These people obviously have had a chance to watch what's been happening over the course of the day and plan their day, and perhaps people who didn't necessarily know the route or know this was happening have changed plans and are coming out. That's Rosyth. If the picture sharpens up, that's the town of Rosyth, and in the distance you can see the naval dockyard of Rosyth, where the Queen named the Britain's biggest battleship, and named in her honour, the HMS Queen Elizabeth. I think she named it quite a while back actually, but it was launched into service it began service in 2020. It's the flagship of the naval fleet. And there you can see, if the picture sharpens up again, the 3 Forth bridges. The rail bridge on the left, the darker bridge, and in the middle the old Forth Road Bridge, which is still in use for kind of buses and public transport, but the Queen opened that in 1964. And on the right, the bridge that she's about to cross, the Queensferry Crossing, which she opened in 2017, a really elegant and dramatic piece of engineering.
It's very beautiful, isn't it? It's only 2017. It's not. Yeah, it's still
2017.
Not that long. And periodically, as you see, the cameras switch back as well to the various vantage points that we have in Edinburgh, because we talk about the Royal Mile a lot. It's very famous. It's well known in terms of tourism as well. But there are many, many other streets, not just the Royal Mile, that we are focused on. And there's many streets that are really filling up, have been filling up over the course of the day. And a huge turnout clearly there in Edinburgh. As I say, I'm afraid we don't have any official estimates. We don't have anything from the authorities as to the numbers they think are out on the streets yet. But Edinburgh's part in this is huge. As we've been reflecting, there's been a lot of preparation, a lot of build-up. And Edinburgh will be the first place in the UK that members of the public are able to pay their very last respects, as the Queen will lie at rest for a period. And Robert Lacey, you've been watching all of this throughout the day with us. And you were explaining earlier that the notion that lying in state hasn't always happened. It's relatively new in historical terms.
Yes, the first, as I was saying, the first lying in state we know of on a major scale was for Gladstone, the Prime Minister, and at the end of Queen Victoria's reign, and George V, who was the Queen's grandfather, when he saw this event, he thought it would be a wonderful way to honour his own father, Edward VII, the great-grandfather of the Queen. And so that's when the institution started, and the lying in state was originally just for a day or so. Now, for Elizabeth II, is going to be, what is it, a day, 24 hours in Scotland? I believe
it's 24 hours,
and
yes.
4 days in...
4 days in London.
In London. I mean, I was reflecting on that wonderful sequence we saw about her love of racing. I think one of the secrets of her success and her meaning to people was that while her job was grand, she was not grand. It's a cliche to talk about the common touch, but she just had populist instincts in her. And as we've said so many times, she was a player who understood she was in a system. There, look, we're looking. She was in a system that's more important than any one individual, and she worked so hard to make the royal family operate as a team. And as we were saying earlier too, King Charles is clearly taking steps to imitate her very much in talking to William about the need for him to get together with Harry, as we saw yesterday. And that's clearly King Charles hard at work, following in the traditions of his mother.
And he has had a long time to think about what sort of monarch he wants to be, whether there will be a slightly different tone, whether it will be a more slimmed down monarchy. Some suggestions, even in the last 48 hours, that other historians, royal watchers, making the point that they wonder whether this will be a slightly more emotional monarchy, and they mean that in a good way. The fact that he and his wife very, very early on, after the news was still very fresh really that the Queen had died, was greeting people at Buckingham Palace, showing interest, saying thank you for coming, thank you for laying flowers, whether that was him instantly wanting to lay down a marker and say, this is the sort of king I want to be.
Well, in view of the huge popularity of William and Catherine, there'd been a sort of tendency to say, well, Charles and Camilla, they'll be caretaker monarchs. And maybe I myself was one who thought, well, they're interim for the real top of the pops. But in fact, in these last few days, we've seen extraordinary upwellings of sympathy but also support and encouragement for Charles and Camilla. I mean, the polls are not out yet, but I think that's a natural reaction to the situation. But the way in which King Charles has already reached out to people with 2 walkabouts, he's taken this private initiative to try and get his sons back together closer, certainly in public.
Yes.
These all show an activist king. Yes, he's had a long time to think about it, but he's jumped straight in, actually. And I think, I think it's fair enough to speculate the coronation is going to come much quicker than it did last time, when we had to wait 18 months.
Oh, that's interesting. You think it will, because there's been no discussion of dates or anything. Quite rightly, I think maybe some of us assumed that it would take a long time simply because.
Well, it took a long time the coronation took a long time in 1952 to 3, nearly 18 months, because they hadn't quite worked out the significance of television, and they had to convert the Abbey from a church holding 2,000 to a sort of mini football stadium holding 8,000, because of the idea of the Queen being crowned in the sight of all the people. That was an enormous physical undertaking, which won't be necessary this time. And there is this royal tradition, something also started by King Edward VII, the sort of populist king at the beginning of the 20th century, that royal events should take place in the summer. He was the first king who celebrated a winter birthday in the summer because it's better and more fun for everybody to celebrate in the summer. So I don't imagine we'll have a coronation this winter, but certainly I would have thought that next summer is the latest one can expect for a coronation. But obviously the feelings associated with the loss of the Queen and her funeral have to be played through thoroughly before that can happen.
Of course, oh, absolutely. And yes, apologies, slightly running before we can walk in one sense, but it is there is so much to cover and so much to discuss. But our focus, we must keep pulling it back to this, our focus is very much today on the cortege, the movement of the Queen's coffin from Balmoral down to Edinburgh. Apologies, just occasionally losing the line there. But the Queensferry Crossing. And again, Martin, your thoughts about the sort of numbers of people that we are seeing and what we're witnessing here?
Well, we're looking at the Dean Bridge in Edinburgh now, at the end of Queensferry Street, and just people who know Edinburgh will know the west end of Princes Street, that part of town, the new town of Edinburgh. That's where that is. This is actually further down Queensferry Street, but we're looking, certainly at the Dean Bridge. It looked like the numbers were they were very deep on the pavements. And as we saw from the aerial shots earlier on, when the convoy passed just over the Queensferry Crossing, past the town of Queensferry itself, there was a bridge there and some embankments on the side of the motorway, and they're just packed with people. So yeah, we shall see. They're just about to head down towards Cramond. People who know Central Scotland will know that area, and they'll be in town in about another mile or so, on the edge of town. There'll be an urban built-up Edinburgh, maybe 2 miles from here, say. So yeah, we shall see. But everything that we've seen so far suggests this could be something quite spectacular. Queensferry itself, named after Queen Margaret, St Margaret, Queen, the wife of Malcolm Canmore, 1,000 years ago, and there's a chapel in Edinburgh Castle, the oldest building in the city of Edinburgh, St Margaret's Chapel. Tiny little building where she used to pray, well over 1,000 years ago now.
And this will be, as it gets into Edinburgh proper, the cortege, I feel as if this is going to be quite a moment, actually. The first time we will see that coffin travel through a much more densely populated area, a much more tight-knit, tightly packed geographically area, I mean. And again, it's when you catch that glimpse of exactly what we're looking at there, you look at the vehicle, you think that is the Queen, that is the late Queen, and that is poignant and sobering.
It is worth catching yourself and reminding yourself of that, isn't it? Because we've spent so long just looking at the journey of a car. It's the contents of that car in the front that really make this an extraordinary moment in history.
And people are gathering with the conventions of a crowd, which are usually associated with celebration, football matches, horse racing, whatever. And it's easier, really, for the folks down around Buckingham Palace, cheering the new king and queen. Complex emotions now. And it will be interesting to see how people, how the crowds react. There we see crowds, and this what we've come to see from the air, getting used to seeing the cars parked. People have got out and gone to the side of the road to catch this glimpse, even though the cavalcade is streaking past them pretty rapidly at this stage.
And as we stay with the aerial images that we are now familiar with today of the cortege, I'm looking as well at a number of other camera angles that we have, of course, trained in various parts of Edinburgh. And I know we keep saying it, but I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of people out on the streets. And we know that many of them have been there since really quite early this morning. They've been standing there for many, many hours waiting for their glimpse of what we have been looking at here since 10 o'clock this morning. That was the point at which the Queen's cortege left Balmoral. Well, we'll stay with these pictures. Let's just try to give you a sense of what we're witnessing here and what is to come in the next few minutes and hours. This is the cortege taking the Queen to her resting place for tonight at Holyroodhouse in Edinburgh. It set off just after 10 o'clock this morning from Balmoral. And worth reminding you, perhaps, before we get into Edinburgh proper, of what we expect in the coming days. Tomorrow afternoon, Monday afternoon, there will be a short procession of the coffin along the Royal Mile to St Giles Cathedral, with the King and Queen Consort following on foot. A service will then be held, attended by members of the royal family. The Queen will remain at St Giles for a short period of lying in rest, and then in the evening there will be a vigil. Later, the Queen's coffin will be taken to Edinburgh Airport. That will happen on Tuesday tea time. Her body will be flown to London, and she'll be accompanied by her daughter, by the Princess Royal, Princess Anne. And it will arrive at Buckingham Palace in the evening, witnessed by the new King, by King Charles and the Queen Consort. Then on Wednesday afternoon, the Queen's coffin will be adorned with the crown and a wreath of flowers, and it will travel on a gun carriage from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Hall. That is what awaits in the coming days. Our royal correspondent Sean Coughlin has joined us here in the studio. Sean, so what we are witnessing here as we look at these scenes in Edinburgh, everything we've been seeing over the course of the day, we build up to a moment of reflection for the people of Edinburgh, many people from across Scotland now, and then we've just given a sense of what is to come in the days to come. So I suppose this first pausing point, if I can put it that way, is what we will see in the next 24 hours or so in Scotland's capital. These will be the first people who will have their chance to pay their respects and file past the Queen's coffin.
That's absolutely right. In a way, this is almost like the first step in a journey that will take more than a week now, actually. This is the first from Balmoral to Edinburgh. Gradually this rolls out. And I think this morning I thought it was very moving that it began very simply. In Balmoral, the Queen's coffin carried by 6 of her gamekeepers, people she knew and worked with, an oak coffin taken to the hearse, in a rather homely scene. That will then gradually play out in this great arc of the narrative until it reaches Westminster Abbey for the state funeral with choirs, grandeur and world leaders in the pews. And today's the first glimpse of that. And Edinburgh, when we've seen the route of the journey to Edinburgh, there have been small groups of people looking and wishing well in dotted groups. Edinburgh will be a bigger crowd. Eventually London will be an even bigger crowd. So I think this is gradually building up to a sort of crescendo of movement and activity, and eventually a very solemn conclusion.
Yes, of course. And people watching, sombre and sober though this is, there will be people watching this thinking, I want my chance. I want to queue. However long it takes, I want to queue. I want to have that moment. For whatever reason, I want to file past the Queen's coffin, pay my respects. Right. Whatever their motivations might be, whether that's in Edinburgh or London.
It's a moment of history, isn't it? I think, for all of us, none of us have seen this before. Very few of us have seen this before. We don't know if we'll ever see it again. So I think there is an opportunity to almost take part in it, to pay our own respects. But to see it, I think, is very important. And I think people often want to be there. We want to watch it on television as well. But I think lining the road, looking at something, it's a very deep tradition. It happens each time these big events happen and people like to come and go. And even coming to work this morning, you could see people on the trains with bunches of flowers hoping to go to Buckingham Palace. And there's a sense of participation, I think, and anticipation as well, as people are thinking what's happened. And I think you'll see it in communities across the country as this cortege goes through. So I think we'll see more of this. And people will have their own thoughts, as you say, people have their own reasons for being there, and they'll bring their children and, and say, or perhaps older people will remember the coronation. And I think it's a generational thing too. People will want to talk about it, take pictures and remember it and talk about it. I think it's what people are now discussing and thinking about.
Yes. We'll go to Edinburgh in a moment, but Robert, yes, just your thoughts on that. Yes.
How would you say, all these interviews we've had practically have been intergenerational. There have been grandmothers, mothers, children. It does bring people together in sadness, but also in a very human sense. And I love your analogy to it starting in this small way and swelling up and going through all those harvested fields of rural Scotland, moving now into the urban area and what lies ahead.
It's like a river going from a stream to a river, isn't it?
Exactly. Royalty is about choreography, and it's, again, as we've said so much, it's something the Queen did very well. And the way he's started, looks like Prince Charles is carrying on at speed.
I think also that Robert would know much more than I would. The expression that monarchy has to be seen to be believed.
Yes,
and I think that's also true. That's also true in the sad parts of monarchy too, isn't it?
Yes, and the other saying is monarchy is only as good as people doing the job. Well, she did the job, didn't she? And that's what people are marking today, and will be in the week ahead.
Well, and that is why we are seeing crowds in the numbers that we are, of course, isn't it? Let's return to Edinburgh and rejoin Sarah Smith, who is there for us throughout. And we're looking at images from the sky that you perhaps don't have access to, Sarah, but quite deep crowds of people as the cortege skirts its way gradually into Edinburgh. And so huge crowds we're seeing, I think, is that fair to say, where you are?
Oh yes, it's building all the time. Huge numbers of people who are now lining the Royal Mile, as you saw a few minutes ago, and all around here, around Holyroodhouse Palace as well. And what's interesting is, although there's a real sense of anticipation building here, as they expect the cortege to come through and be able to catch a glimpse of it, it's just how polite everybody is being. There are people here in such huge numbers, it would be easy to see some jostling and shoving as people try to get their best spot, but there's a real kind of family atmosphere here, as you've got young babies, old people, dogs, you name it. Generations have come out and they're standing very patiently, very quietly, waiting for the cortege to arrive without any sense of selfishness, trying to grab their own spot. It's very, very friendly. And it's very, very somber. People are, standing, reflecting on what's happened as they wait to see the cortege. And it's very different from other occasions when you might see huge crowds like this. And looking at the numbers of people lining the Royal Mile there, it got me thinking about other times we've seen huge crowds come out like this, particularly along the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. The last time I can remember seeing anything like this was when the Scottish Parliament was being opened for the first time in 1999. There weren't quite so many people there then, but the whole of the Royal Mile was lined with well-wishers when they saw Queen Elizabeth driving in an open-top vehicle up from Holyroodhouse all the way up the Royal Mile to the General Assembly building of the Church of Scotland to open the Scottish Parliament for the first time. That was people lining the streets of the Royal Mile in order to catch a glimpse of Queen Elizabeth. And she came to Scotland very early in her reign. She made a real point of coming here just 3 weeks after the coronation in 1953, and again, her and her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, drove through the streets of Edinburgh in an open-top vehicle so that people could see them. People were lining the Royal Mile then in order to say hello to their new Queen in 1953, and they've come out in even greater numbers in order to say goodbye to Queen Elizabeth in Edinburgh. When she opened the Scottish Parliament in 1999, the Queen spoke very deliberately about the people of Scotland, and she said, "The grit, determination and humour, the forthrightness and above all the strong sense of identity of the Scottish people are qualities which contribute so much to the life of the United Kingdom." It was her paying tribute to, well, as she said, the grit and determination of Scottish people, and making clear she understood that this was a country within the United Kingdom with its own sense of identity and people of a distinct character. She knew them, she understood them, she cared deeply for Scotland, and that'll be one of the reasons that we are seeing just so many people coming out to catch a glimpse of the coffin as it's driving through the streets of Edinburgh and making its way here to the historic Old Town, right in the centre of Edinburgh, where the cortege will finish its journey at the Palace of Holyroodhouse, which was, of course, always the Queen's official residence whenever she was in Scotland.
Sarah Smith, thank you very much for now. Sarah, they're keeping an eye as crowds continue to build there in Edinburgh as the cortege makes its way now into Scotland's capital. The BBC's royal correspondent Sean Coughlin is watching these pictures in the studio with me, and still with us, the royal historian and biographer Robert Lacey. And Robert, goodness, you and I have been following this journey all day from early this morning, and there was that deeply poignant moment when the gates of Balmoral opened and the cortege started to make its way out and we saw the coffin for the first time. I feel as if this now, the entry into Edinburgh, is similarly moving. I'm not even sure whether I can put my finger on why. Something about the capital, the sheer number of people there, the fact that the Queen will rest here now for 24 hours or so as well. There's something very simple but sad and poignant about that as well.
I feel just the same, actually. I was just about trying to work out myself how to put it into words. The first sight of her in the coffin was, of course, tremendously moving to everybody who saw it around the world on television. Then out on the road, we got sucked up by the feelings of people along the way, and also our excursions back to London, where the mood is so different because it's looking to the future with King Charles. And now suddenly we sense, don't we, that there's something emotional coming now, and our focus is entirely back on this woman. Why everybody around the world, but here particularly in Scotland, capital of Scotland, is so moved and wants to pay their particular tribute to what she's done and what she's meant to them.
And again, it takes us back to much of what you and I talked about a lot over that long Platinum Jubilee weekend. The crowds we saw, the celebrations we saw, there were people you and I spoke to who might have had certain views on the monarchy, certainly might have wanted to see a more modernised monarchy, however you define that, but a slimmed down monarchy, thought that there might be changes that could be made in 2022 to the institution. But that one theme that cut through every single conversation we had with people, which was the Queen is different. There was a respect for the Queen. There was an admiration for the fact that she worked into her 90s. The phrase, she never put a foot wrong, that was the sort of phrase that people used to you quite a lot, wasn't it? It's just that sense that, and I'm not trying to say any human being is absolutely perfect, but it was that sense that people had that the Queen transcended the institution as a whole, and that is what people have turned out to on the streets today to value and remember and say thank you for.
Well, it was interesting, even in that report from Northern Ireland, Sinn Féin, who are anti-monarchist entirely, still they won't take part in certain things, but that doesn't preclude them from paying tribute to the way in which the Queen did her job so well, and of course specifically in the case of Ireland, made this human contribution to reconciliation that only she could make.
Yes.
The same process, the same human touch that she brought to the whole dissolution of the British Empire and its conversion into a family of nations. You know, Ireland at least still is in the British family of nations, and I was just thinking too about those horse racing pictures we saw, one reason she loved Ireland was because that's where she sent her young horses, because the Irish grass is so good for them, and where she had them bred. So we're talking all the time about a human being who, in her different ways, whether you are monarchist or not, has touched our lives. And that's what the people of Edinburgh are gathering to mark now.
Yes. And actually, Sean, just picking up briefly on Robert's Ireland point, I mean, you think of those images today of the Queen shaking hands with some of those politicians. Images that a few years previously you couldn't have imagined witnessing. And that's
yes, exactly.
To Robert's point, that's the role that she played in that.
And it carries a great deal of symbolic weight, and the Queen brought with her a sort of dignity, and also her separation from the party political process allowed her to be above that. And I think it was, she brought a lot of dignity to those relationships. I think it was a very profound thing. I think and I think that's part of the fact that often part of the way she's held now is the fact we know so little about what she thinks about things. It's part of it. The mystery of
yes.
Behind the mask of duty. We still don't know really. And I think that allowed many people to project many things onto her. And I think that's part of, it's a very hard thing to do, and to sustain that. And as you say, never to put a foot wrong, never to step away from that. And I think that's an achievement in itself, I think, that people recognise.
Wouldn't we love to know some of the things that were said in those political conversations in particular, but we won't.
We won't. And also I think it's the thing, when you look at those pictures there, you have that great sense of ordinary places seeing extraordinary things. When you see back gardens and shops and front, people going about, and then there's this cortege going through. I think there's something about that that's very moving, just seeing the sheer history going through your front door, and people coming out to see it, and they'll say they were there and remember it. And I think it's ordinariness as part of the extraordinariness, I think, to see those scenes in those places.
I wonder whether we have any sound from any of our cameras there as the cortege makes its way through Edinburgh. Whether we just get a sense of what the crowd is or isn't saying, doing. And many people clapping as the cortege goes past, as we have seen in earlier stages of this journey. Beautiful aerial shots of Edinburgh. I think we will have other images as well of the Royal Mile. Very moving watching the cortege drive through those streets, and people who'd been waiting for so long, just standing quietly, calmly, and then that lovely ripple of applause as the cortege passed them by, as the Queen makes her final journey through her beloved Scotland. And the coffin will rest for 24 hours in St Giles Cathedral. And as we stay with these pictures, let's talk to the Right Reverend Dr. Ian Greenshields, who is moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. He saw the Queen in person just a few days really before she died at the Royal Deeside Estate. And thank you so much for being with us here on the BBC as we stay with images from the city of Edinburgh. And tell us about your final, as it turned out to be, conversation with Her Majesty. What did you discuss?
Well, it was exactly a week ago today and we were just discussing the service that had taken place at Crathy Church. We were doing that over dinner. She was very lively and engaged in discussion, and when I was giving leave to leave Balmoral, I spoke to her for a few moments, and I gave her a wooden cross that had been made by prisoners in Glenorchy prison, and she very gratefully received it from me and wished me goodbye. I find it very difficult to believe that that lady who was so alive and with it a week ago is no longer with us.
Because we had all seen her looking much more frail physically, but you're clearly telling us that in every other way she was bright, she was engaged, was she the person you had always known, the person you had always had these sort of conversations with?
Well, I mean, I hadn't had any conversations with her up until then, and I hadn't known what to expect. And you're right, she was frail when she came into the room, but that wasn't the lady that I was engaged in conversation with on Saturday or on Sunday. She was intelligent, she was with it, up to date. She had incredible memory for things, and I just find it very difficult to believe that that's her gone.
And it is well documented, the importance of her faith to her throughout her life. Did you touch on that?
Yes, we did, and that was very evident in the conversations that we had, and we'll have the opportunity now tomorrow of expressing our thanksgiving for her life in St Giles, and it's a very appropriate place that will take place in, and it's very appropriate that we'll be celebrating her life and her faith there.
And just on a more personal level, I suppose, again, I'm struck by the number of people over the last few days who've said to me how much the Queen would put you at your ease when you entered the room, despite the inevitable formality surrounding her. I think everyone has said once you are actually in her presence, we forget that she was remarkably easy to talk to. Would you say that was your experience?
Absolutely. She was the Queen, yes, you knew that. And there was a certain respect for her Majesty. But absolutely, had you right at your ease from the get-go. She was quite a remarkable lady.
Thank you so much for your remembrances and for your time here on BBC News. Thank you. That's Right Reverend Dr. Ian Greenshields, the moderator of the General Assembly of the Church of Scotland. And now let's return to the centre of Edinburgh. Well, I don't even know how many deep those crowds are. Just people as far as the eye can see as this cortege makes its slow final procession through the streets of Edinburgh. And the Queen's coffin will rest there in St Giles Cathedral for 24 hours.
This is the capital of one of her kingdoms, to which she's returning the last time. And I think, it's almost become a cliche, people saying, I'm here because of the history. But why not? It is an age passing. Such a shy person to command such loyalty and love. It's actually a tribute to her shyness and I think to her Christian faith. It's not for him to say, but I'm sure she greatly enjoyed meeting Dr. Ian Greenshields. Her professional duties brought her up with a number of classes of men and women, men of politics, and men of philanthropy, men and women of philanthropy, and women of politics. But it was always said that she and the Duke of Edinburgh, who did enjoy a good philosophical argument, loved to talk with men and women of God, and to discuss the faith that both of them, the personal faith that both of them had, and which we heard the new King Charles express so eloquently, talking about his mother and father now being joined in heaven.
Let's just hear a little of the crowds again, shall we? Again, plenty of clapping as this slow procession makes its way. Apologies, slightly jumping ahead of myself because, of course, the cortege is taking the Queen to the Palace of Holyroodhouse. That will be its final destination this afternoon. But, of course, ultimately, the Queen will lay at rest at St Giles Cathedral, the cathedral we've mentioned many times today, and that is where people will be able to pay their respects. But at the moment, the cortege wending its way to the Palace of Holyroodhouse.
That really was the Royal Mile today, wasn't it? In every sense.
The Royal Mile in every sense.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
I think it's also interesting when you watch that people are clapping very politely, but people will think, how do you respond to a funeral? People aren't going to cheer or shout, but there's a sort of ripple of polite applause.
There is, isn't there?
People want to reflect on it.
Let's hear a little more of that, I think. And so the Queen is very nearly at the end of her journey for today. The hearse pulled up at the front of the Palace of Holyroodhouse in Edinburgh. And she will remain there overnight before the focus then tomorrow turns to St Giles Cathedral in the city. The coffin will be taken into the throne room inside Holyroodhouse. Which will be her resting place for tonight. So quiet at Holyroodhouse. And my guests watching all of this today, this moment in history, as the Queen's coffin is taken inside. The Princess Royal, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew and Prince Edward. The Queen's children.
So she now has 3 of her children with her, and King Charles will come tomorrow.
Yes, the Princess Royal and her husband made that journey with the cortege, staying with her mother throughout that final journey from Balmoral to Edinburgh. And now the Queen's 3 children there inside the Palace of Holyroodhouse, where the Queen will rest tonight. And again, seeing her 3 children, it reminds us perhaps of those scenes we saw less than 24 hours ago, I think, outside Balmoral, as members of the royal family came out to thank the well-wishers, to look at the flowers, to read all the messages, and we saw those very, very moving images of some of the members of the royal family visibly upset. They had lost a loved one. So easy to forget that Princess Beatrice and Eugenie, for example, who were very, very tearful as they looked at all the tributes that had been left. They had lost their granny. The Prince of Wales, the new Prince of Wales, he's issued that very moving statement talking about how he has lost a grandmother. And just there, again, as the coffin was taken inside, we had that, just that flash, that momentary shot where we remember that there are children and grandchildren who have lost someone very dear to them, just as the nation says goodbye to the longest reigning monarch in its history. Robert Lacey, who's been with me here throughout the day, you have studied history, you write about royal history, but we have not seen these scenes before, and we may not again.
Well, we certainly haven't seen them before, and I think maybe what's totally unique about today is hundreds of miles of clapping. Has ever that happened before? Starting, as Sean said, with the small, humble church and finishing now in the grandeur of Edinburgh. But it was, thanks to the helicopter, which had to take a break halfway through, that's what's unique. As we remarked earlier, other monarchs have died away from the capital, reminders of the United Kingdom we live in. As the generations have gone by, they've been from Queen Victoria, who was just whisked up by train and taken to Windsor, to George V and George VI, who came from Sandringham with more ceremony and public attention. But this moves beyond them all. Every camera shot we saw, where we saw two images, what the camera was showing us and what all those upheld mobile phone screens were showing us too, which were in fact people's memories getting preserved that they will be taking home and looking at tonight. New technology bringing these eternal emotions and old-fashioned ceremony and meaning home in a new way.
Yes, and what were people clapping? Were they saying thank you? Were they saying goodbye? Were they, as we've heard so many times, that even all the people we've interviewed at Buckingham Palace today, wanting to be part of this moment of history, as you've said, Robert?
Well, we wondered with Martin, didn't we, how people would react with the conflicting emotions of farewell and then also the welcoming of the new era.
Yes.
Old-fashioned English clapping. Sorry, British clapping. Scottish clapping.
Well done. Don't make me correct you.
Proved to be the way, but it was discreet, restrained, respectful all the time.
It was, wasn't it? Throughout. Really was throughout. Since 10 o'clock this morning, that is exactly how it has been. And now, Martin Geiser, this is Edinburgh's time now for the next 24 hours. This is the focus is on this city.
Do you know what's just struck me is that the journey today has taken the Queen from a place where she knew as a place of rest. It was an informal place for her, and we saw the cortege emerge through the gates of Balmoral without much ceremony to a place of absolute ceremony. We've seen the marching bands there, we've seen the drilled soldiers in the courtyard at Holyroodhouse, and that's what Holyrood is for the royal family. It's their official residence in Scotland, and it is for ceremony. And so begins a week of ceremony, the quiet, behind closed doors aspect of that long and remarkable life is over, and for the next week it will be about people getting the chance to say those goodbyes. She will rest tonight in a room that she will have known very well the throne room in the Palace of Holyroodhouse was used for receptions and for state occasions, so she will have seen many evenings in there. And last night she was in, of course, a room that she knew very well as well, the ballroom in Balmoral, used for the annual Gillies Ball, which was a fantastic social event in the calendar of Deeside. Everybody who worked on the estate was invited to the ball, as were a whole variety of local people, not just the gentry, not just the landowners, but shop owners. I mean, literally down to butchers, bakers, candlestick makers would occasionally get an invite in, and they would dance with the royal family in a ceilidh, not in a formal ball that, you know, people might expect of royalty, but a Highland dance. I don't know whether the shoes did come off, but they tend to in ceilidhs. It's difficult to do.
That's the idea, isn't it?
With any great degree of formality. They're fun, and you know, people who've been to these occasions talk very fondly about how informal they were and how happy the members of the royal family seemed to be when they were in that environment.
Let's turn to Edinburgh itself and Sarah Smith, who is in the city for us as we look at various vantage points that we have from where we are, Sarah, and people not going anywhere quickly, just gently milling around, perhaps some people still in thought, and all eyes will be on
very
Edinburgh.
Gradually starting to move away, and from where I am too, I can see people just beginning, but as you say, in no hurry. They've witnessed a moment in history here, and they're not in a hurry to leave, because it's a poignant moment for most of the people who've come here to see this after what has been a really remarkable day. If we think about what we have been watching today, it started off looking almost humble as we saw the Queen's coffin leaving the gates of Balmoral. As it travelled down through Scotland and was witnessed by people along the route, the various towns and cities that the cortege went through, this became not just about watching the Queen's coffin being driven through the streets of Scotland, as very affecting as that was. I think we all caught our breath for a moment the first time we saw it leaving the gates of Balmoral. But this was a day that wasn't just about pageantry and pomp and circumstance. This is a day that became one about the people of Scotland, as they came out in such huge number to line the route, whether it was through the streets of Aberdeen or Dundee or along the more rural roads that this cortege drove along as it left Balmoral and started its 175-mile journey south to Edinburgh. The people who came out with quiet dignity, but in huge numbers, they showed the respect that Scotland had for its Queen, and just how Queen Elizabeth herself had touched the lives and the hearts of so many people here. What more fitting tribute can there be than the slight surprise that we had huge numbers of crowds, hundreds of thousands of people who stood for hours and hours just hoping to get a glimpse of the cortege. Now, there was pageantry along the way. We saw the proclamations of the accession of King Charles being read in some different cities throughout Scotland and across the rest of the United Kingdom, and that came with all the pageantry you would expect, as the King's Bodyguard for Scotland, the Royal Company of Archers, went to the Market Cross to tell the people of Edinburgh that the proclamation was about to be read. Then the Lord Lion officially told the people of Scotland that Queen Elizabeth was dead and that their one loyal Lord and Liege was now King Charles III. And you can see how beautifully choreographed these moments of pageantry were, exactly as you would expect. And they contrasted beautifully, I think, the careful and measured way in which these formal parts of the occasion were carried out, alongside all those people who'd come with young children, with their parents, generations of family lining the route, listening to the Lord Lion as he proclaimed King Charles III.
Of blessed and glorious memory, by whose decease the crown of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland is solely and rightfully come to the Prince Charles Philip Arthur George.
was a 21-gun salute fired from Edinburgh Castle after that.
God save the King!
As the 21-gun salute was taking place, the cortege was of course still making its way south from Balmoral, with its ultimate destination being here in Edinburgh, where the streets were lined with people awaiting its arrival. And then the very last part of the journey of the Queen's coffin came through the historic heart of Edinburgh, came down the length of the Royal Mile, the street that runs from Edinburgh Castle to the Palace of Holyroodhouse, which was of course the Queen's ultimate destination. And she was greeted again by the Royal Company of Archers as she arrived at Holyroodhouse. You can see here some of the lengthy journey that was made before she came finally to Holyrood, where her coffin now rests in the throne room and will be there overnight until she leaves again in procession from Holyroodhouse back up the Royal Mile to St Giles Cathedral. King Charles will be following on foot behind the coffin, with other senior members of the royal family being driven up to the servants of remembrance at St Giles. And as the cortege arrived at Holyrood House, we saw other senior members of the royal family, 3 of the Queen's children, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew and Prince Edward, there to greet her. And now you can see just people very slowly beginning to move away the Royal Mile in Edinburgh, which will be thronged with crowds, even more people I suspect tomorrow, trying to catch a glimpse of the coffin as it makes its way back up the Royal Mile before lying in state at St Giles Cathedral for 24 hours. So tomorrow afternoon, lying at rest, I should say, will begin in St Giles Cathedral, and people will have their opportunity to file past the coffin before about tea time on Tuesday. The coffin will be flown from Edinburgh Airport to RAF Northolt, and some of the proceedings in London will then commence. But for now, it's people in Edinburgh who had their opportunity to pay their respects and say goodbye to Queen Elizabeth.
Sarah, many thanks for now. Sarah Smith in Edinburgh. Well, as we stay with these images from the centre of Edinburgh, let's just get some thoughts of the historian Robert Lacey, who's been with me throughout, and the BBC's Martin Geisler. And still, in fact, Martin, it strikes me, still people just... No one is in any hurry. People are moving away, but it feels quiet, contemplative. No one is rushing around. It's been a sober moment, and I guess all of us are absorbing what we've seen today.
It's the kind of day it's been, isn't it? It wasn't a day for rushing anywhere. It wasn't a day for events. It was a day for thoughts and contemplation. And I think that's probably what people, nobody should be in any rush to do anything, stand and chat and get a bit of perspective. I suspect it's what people are looking to do just now, and then gently head off and let the rest of Sunday evening take care of itself, whatever that involves. But with a thought, I suspect, as they go, for what's happened today and what's happened over this remarkable life. We were saying earlier, weren't we, that you know, it was worth taking a moment to think as we watched this cortege. Somebody's brought their corgis. Watch this cortege wend its way through the most beautiful parts of Scotland, that, you know, what we were watching and the moment of history that we were seeing. It really has been something quite remarkable. And I should probably just add my own thoughts to what Sarah said. Scotland, I think, did itself proud today, for what it's worth. It looked beautiful and it was respectful, and it was, you know, if this process is to start, and sadly it has to, it started well.
Oh, the corgis.
James Cook mentioned earlier on that somebody had said, I think it was James, that they wanted to know about the corgis. I can't tell you how many people have asked me in the last few days, what do you think will happen to the corgis? There seems to be a bit of an obsession about it, understandably.
Well, that was one of the cartoons, I have to say, that broke me. You might have seen a little sketch cartoon in the Washington Post, and it was just a single corgi on its lead with no one at the end of the lead, and it turned around and was looking backwards. And I can't say any more because as a dog lover that nearly broke me, and it's a beautiful, simple image that just said, where is my owner?
Well, where's my leader and carer? And that's, if one dare interpret, a cartoon, isn't that the message that we're all that corgi in a sense? Those of us who are committed to this, what we've seen today, corgis are Welsh too, aren't they, sir? So, but people often talk about the Queen of England. And I think today we've really been reminded that that's just one part of what she was. So glad Martin feels proud and happy, and I think everybody in Scotland watching must feel that. Her love for this country of Scotland has been so well displayed, and as I say, seeing the Coffin roll through those harvested fields and the hail bales and everything else.
Yes.
It's a complete sort of feeling, sad though it is.
And it's interesting to say everyone in Scotland will share that. It's not often these days that we talk about everybody in Scotland having any kind of unity of thought, because we are a country that is having a big conversation with itself, and a country that's divided over some very important issues at the moment. But I think you're right. I think even the most fervent Republicans in Scotland would have stayed away today out of respect. They may not have any fondness for the monarchy, but this was not a day to express that. And they perhaps, if they were watching, would have thought, do you know what? Well done. This was about doing right by your country. You don't have to necessarily appreciate the institution to think that this was a day that was conducted properly and well.
And you say that cartoon was perhaps saying, where's my leader? Sean Coughlin, the BBC's royal correspondent, the UK has a new leader, King Charles, and all the scenes that we have periodically witnessed today at Buckingham Palace, we've reflected, haven't we, all of us, on the different tone, the sombre nature of what we've been witnessing in Scotland. But people are waving flags and cheering and celebrating outside Buckingham Palace every time King Charles is driven through the gates.
And it's exactly that, looking forward and looking back. We look back to the Queen's life here with those pictures, but then King Charles now represents the future, and he's there, ready for a sort of, I think, perhaps a more open, perhaps more friendly feel to his reign so far. Being very sort of almost touchy-feely, going out and engaging, having a very warm response with people. And I think also when you see those pictures, you are reminded of how much this isn't just a public moment. This is also a matter of public grief. We have the ceremonials, the parades and the uniforms. Then there's a hearse and there's a coffin and children meeting it. And there is both this great public historic moment, but also something very deeply private and I think very moving as a family grieving. And those two things, I think, are part of this whole process. And they're rather strange. It's something that most families wouldn't have to endure, really, to have grief played out on a public stage with all of us watching and speculating and talking about it. And also, I was very struck by those crowds who are there. They're thinking also about their own lives. The royal families are a yardstick of their own lives. We remember the Jubilees and Silver Jubilees, some of us, and back through our own lives. And they've always been there. And people will talk about that in the context of their own experiences and memories, their own family history as well as the national history. And it does feel like another sort of chapter heading has come. You know, when you get history textbooks and it says the Victorian era was over and this era has finished. We've just watched it. We're watching it in that coffin and in that moment and in those ceremonies, I think. It's a very strange thing to see the page turning so visibly and loudly, really.
Yes, Robert.
Well, we were surprised, weren't we, to see the three children there at the end. We hadn't been briefed that was going to happen. If we'd thought about it, perhaps we would. Of course, Princess Anne followed and accompanied her mother with her husband. And we knew King Charles is coming up tomorrow, but we'd sort of forgotten about the other two brothers, the younger brothers there in Balmoral. Of course they're not going to stay stuck up there. And they're all reunited, the three of them tonight with their mother, and then their elder brother and their new king will join them tomorrow. And so the public and the family procedure will continue.
Yes.
And there's something very sobering about the sight of a coffin too, isn't there? You know,
yes.
This the news has reverberated around the world, and we've been here covering the consequences. But somehow, when you just see the reality of a coffin and you think about it, somehow it brings it all down to what's really happened. I think sometimes it becomes almost like a thing we talk about. Suddenly you're seeing it and you know it's happened. And I think that was the moment that I think the public for the first time will have seen that coffin. It'll make them think this really has happened. And I think for the family particularly, that's a great and arresting moment when any of us see a coffin of a loved one.
And interesting that the last pictures we saw of the Queen at work, she was wearing a tartan, greeting the two ex and coming in Prime Ministers of the United Kingdom. But she was wearing her Scottish tartan and she was holding her Scottish crofter's stick. And it's how can one say something so sad as been a happy circumstance, but just a week ago she was preparing to come down to London, and now they went to her. And again, it's a reminder of the United Kingdom over which she's presided so successfully.
She was wearing tartan and that beaming smile. Most strikingly, perhaps, about that photograph. I suspect that's how I'll remember it. She looked old, she looked frail. A lot of people were taken aback when they saw the photograph at how frail she did look.
Yes.
But what right in the middle of it was that
still
radiant
smiling
smile.
And the fire was lit as well. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, it was.
It was an awful lot colder. I thought. And she was wearing a cardigan. It wasn't.
But yes, the smile and I read an interview with the photographer who took that, who absolutely made that point as well, and what a delight that was. So
that was clearly an act of great bravery to be there for that, because so often before, in the days before things had been cancelled, we knew the Queen was very ill. We knew that this was a great challenge, and there was a great deal of speculation as to whether she would make that engagement with Liz Truss, and there she was, and that was the last act of her constitutional duty that she'd never missed, and she I think it was a huge act of tenacity and just steely will to be there.
You were saying earlier on, sorry,
Martin.
Yes. No, you were talking about Braemar when you were there, and when the royal family turned out, the clouds broke, and
oh yes,
do you know what? It's just started raining.
Oh yes, a good spot. Yes,
the rain has held off all day, and now the brollies are out.
No, yes, I hadn't spotted that, and you're absolutely right. Yes, takes me back to those soggy, muddy Braemar games. Apart from the moment when the Queen arrived. We mentioned, of course, the new king. He has been carrying out duties all afternoon inside Buckingham Palace. But of course, as we said, he will be making his way to Edinburgh. So let's just reflect on what he's been doing today and the next few days ahead. Our correspondent Charlotte Gallagher has spent the day at Buckingham Palace, and big crowds, big cheers when King Charles was taken into the palace, Charlotte, but he was very much there for a working afternoon.
He was indeed, Jane. He's meeting representatives from the Commonwealth inside Buckingham Palace. You can tell he's there because the royal standard is flying high above the palace, as well as mourning the death of his mother. He's getting used to his new role as king, King Charles III. And we know the Commonwealth was so important to Queen Elizabeth. That League of Nations together, she felt it was a really important part of her legacy. So I'm sure what King Charles wants to do is continue that and strengthen that. And we saw cars going in earlier from the different Commonwealth countries. We think they've left now. We also saw the Queen Consort Camilla. She drove in earlier, cheers and screams from the crowd even. She was waving, and you know that she was coming because people had their phones up in the air ready to take pictures of the Queen Consort as she drove past. And there's a real feeling of not just remembering the Queen here, but also excitement, really. People were really excited to see King Charles, this new monarch, for the first time in 70 years. People are coming here to lay their flowers in Green Park, but also to cheer on this new king. And lots of families here, multiple generations. There's grannies telling their grandchildren about when they were growing up and the Queen was growing up and how they saw Prince then Charles becoming king as he is now. Lots of mums and dads taking their children, lots of babies having their photos as well. And I'm sure the parents are really wanting to mark this historic moment. And we've seen the ubiquitous Paddington is appearing on a lot of the cards being placed down at the floral tributes at Green Park. And children, one child I saw had even brought her own Paddington toy to put down there for Queen Elizabeth. So there's a real sense of community, I'd say, people talking to each other, and you don't often get that in London, do you? It can be kind of sometimes a fairly, not unfriendly place, but almost an anonymous place. But here people have come down and they want to meet people and talk about their memories of the royal family.
Charlotte Gallagher, thank you, and thank you for your contributions to our programme this afternoon at Buckingham Palace. As for the last time for this evening, we reflect on the two elements of this story running today. The crowds we've seen at the palace, the cheering for the new king and the Queen Consort, and then the solemnity of what we've watched, that long 6-hour plus journey of the cortege, which left Balmoral at 10 o'clock this morning and now has finally arrived at the Palace of Holyroodhouse in a now rainy Edinburgh. And perhaps just, Robert Lacey, I can just have one final thought with you as someone who has studied the monarchy, studied history, written so much about it. A moment in history. That is why a lot of the people we've heard from at Buckingham Palace said they wanted to be there today. We are witnessing this. We are living through it. This is the end of the first stage of the Queen's final journey, with more ceremonies to come over the next week. But this is an enormous week in this nation's history.
It's, well, last week seemed pretty big, with prime ministers changing and the Queen herself passing away. But I think the coming week will move people even more and give reality to this cliche we've always been uttering about being part of history. We've watched history this afternoon being made, and the people out there were part of it, but people watching have also been made part of it as well in all sorts of new ways that have come into being in this Queen's reign. And we saw all the anticipation of the future, respectful anticipation of the future outside Buckingham Palace, and mingled with the sadness with which we saw the people of Scotland starting to say goodbye to their Queen, who loved them so much and who loved being there so much. And if she had to pass away, for her to pass away in her beloved Balmoral was the place for it to be.
Yes, and that very fact means that we have all witnessed what we have today, and that so many people in Scotland, the country that the Queen loved so much, has made her final journey there. And so just in the last few minutes, the coffin of Queen Elizabeth II arrived here at Holyroodhouse in Edinburgh after that journey from Balmoral Castle in Royal Deeside, a journey that took her through so much of Aberdeenshire, the country she so loved, the countryside she so loved, the place where she and her husband, Prince Philip, felt relaxed, where they could, to a degree, as much as they ever were allowed, switch off from the rigours and the duties of royal life. And some of those famous photos of them relaxing around the Balmoral estate, just those perhaps stick in our minds as a place where they were, perhaps as much as we can judge, at their most relaxed And now here tonight, the Queen will rest inside the throne room there at Holyroodhouse. That is her resting place for tonight, as she is borne in front of her other 3 children, the Princess Royal, Prince Andrew and Prince Edward. And those images bring to a close our coverage here from BBC News of the Queen's final journey through Scotland. Enormous thanks from me to my guests, Robert Lacey and Martin Geisler, who've sat with me here and followed the Queen's final journey. So from me, Jane Hill, I wish you a very good evening